this regular city council meeting for May 6th of 2025. The time is 6:01. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll, please? Let's see who's here.
Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Saul Gonzalez. Ms. Garza.
Here.
Mayor Houston.
I'm here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
Okay, Pastor, you're here. Rick Robertson from New Zion Church, thank you for being here, sir, for our invocation.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. Let's bow our heads. Let's take a moment to breathe deeply and quiet our spirits. Gracious God, we come before you tonight aware of the weight in the room, the voices outside, and the responsibility on every seat in this chamber. This is a pivotal moment, and we don't take it lightly. We ask now that your presence is here to settle here, not just in this building, but across the city. Let peace rise higher than the pressure. Let understanding speak louder than division. Let respect for one another, for this community, and for the calling to serve guide every word and every decision that's made on tonight. To the leaders in the room, God, we're asking that you grant them wisdom that calms storms, courage that bridges gaps, and humility that listens deeply. To those who have gathered in protest, may their position be heard with dignity, and may their concerns be met not with resistance, but with empathy and truth. To the law enforcement standing watch, cover them in protection and remind them that they're not just guarding a space, but stewarding peace. We're not enemies in this moment, we're neighbors. We're not strangers, but we're part of the same story. And tonight, we're asking, God, that you will let your spirit write a chapter marked not by conflict, but by compassion. So please, Lord God, let St. Marcus know that tonight we're here to come together as one. We're here to be here unified in unity. Tonight, we're asking that you will let it be known, this meeting be known, and St. Marcus be known for its beauty, not just for its bravery, but also not known just for its history, but for its healing as well. And let what happens here tonight move us, not apart, but closer to the future. You've called us to build together. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Next are our pledges of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Next is our citizen comment period. Ms. Trevino, how many are signed up, approximately? Okay, so there's over 150. And at 3 minutes each, that's a really long time. You have your 3 minutes, and I'm not going to tell you you don't, but if you do have, you agree with another speaker, if you would like to say, I agree with this person, or if you just want to be very brief, it will not hurt my feelings. You've got your 3 minutes, but just remember we're going to be here for a long time. So the City Council will hear citizens at regular meetings. Persons wishing to speak, there is a sign-up process. I assume y'all all have made it through that process. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. And you have 3 minutes. You'll see the display on the screen. You'll start in green. When the timer shows only yellow, you have less than 20 seconds left. When the timer is red, your time to speak is up and a bell will ring. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal assaults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel. I will ask you to leave the council chambers. It will not be, you say something and I warn you not to do it again. This is your warning. So if you do one of those, I will ask you to leave. I've already advised folks about noise. I forgot to say something about signs. If you would, please make sure that if you have a sign, you're not obstructing the view of the people behind you, if you would, please. Okay, I will call 5 or more names at a time. If you would, please get ready by that door, inside that door, so that you're ready to speak. After about 3 people have spoken, I'll call 5 more names. So we're going to be here for a while, and if everybody's ready and ready to go, it will be extremely helpful. So our first 5 are Amy Camp, Scott Coe, Saul Huerta, and Marco Pena. So Amy Camp, are you here? If not, while we wait for her, Scott Cove is there ready to go, so you can go ahead. If you would, be sure you pull the microphone down where you need it, and make sure that it's on speak. And you must stay, even though I just called your name, say your name first, and then continue with your comments.
Okay, good evening, council. I want to say this is what democracy looks like. Every city in this country should be discussing whether our country should be supplying billions of dollars in weapons thousands of miles away. My name is Scott Cove. It has now been 65 days since a single truck carrying food, water, or medicine has entered Gaza. The World Food Program warns that hundreds of thousands face severe hunger, with over 200,000 children at imminent risk of starvation. This blockade is enforced by a militarized border and the presence of the USS Truman, USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, and USS Gerald Ford in the region, alongside 40,000 US troops effectively protecting a genocide from being interrupted. Our nation is facilitating this, a reality Amnesty International calls the world's first live-streamed genocide. For months, unimaginable cruelty has been inflicted on Palestinians, especially the nearly 50% of Gaza's population who are children. We hear of parents collecting their children's remains in plastic bags and weaponized drones broadcasting children's cries to lure and then shoot civilians. Over 20 hospitals in Gaza have been decimated. The blockade of anesthetic is particularly horrifying given Gaza's highest global density of child amputees. Surgeries performed without pain relief, causing lifelong disability and trauma. A chilling new term has emerged, WCNSF, wounded child, no surviving family. Gaza now has the highest concentration of orphans on earth. These children, often with amputated limbs, are victims of US-made weapons funded by US and shipped thousands of miles away. Though we don't pull the trigger, these weapons launched from our country are devastating families in one of the world's most impoverished and youngest populations. This is not history, this is happening now. Our state government, including figures like Greg Abbott and Donna Campbell, dedicates more effort to silencing our opposition to this genocide than to stopping the relentless carnage. Governor Abbott calls Texas and Israel stalwart allies, but true allies don't enable genocide. Governor Abbott falsely claims this resolution is illegal. On the contrary, it calls for upholding federal laws like the War Crimes Act, Foreign Assistance Act, Genocide Convention Implementation Act, Leahy laws, and Arms Export Control Act, laws created to prevent our nation's complicity in genocide, which is now eroding our democracy to defend the indefensible. Genocide is the ultimate crime. The world's court urges intervention to prevent it. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "The bombs in Vietnam, they explode at home. They destroy the hopes and possibilities for a decent America." San Marcos is estimated to contribute $4 million annually to this genocide, while our schools face a $4 million deficit. Opposition will likely cite the October 7th attacks, but if that single act justifies genocide, what does the ongoing genocide of Palestinians justify in retaliation? This has been 600 days of continuous cruelty with hundreds of thousands killed. If you care about Israel's future and the safety of Jewish people, you cannot support a genocide committed under the Star of David, associated Jewish symbols with mass murder
And your
endangers
time is
Jewish
up,
people.
sir.
Thank you. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker, are you Amy Camp? Okay, did Amy make it in here? Okay.
May I go?
Yes, please. We're
Okay.
just fixing the lights, so we're not,
Okay.
I think we're gonna like it a little better, a little less bright.
Hi, Mayor, council members. My name is Amy Camp. I'm a San Marcos resident, a U.S. citizen, the mother of a 2-year-old, the stepmother of a Texas State student, and a Jew. And I am here before you, urging you to pass this resolution condemning the Palestinian genocide and calling for an immediate ceasefire. I understand that there are some people who will tell you this resolution, that naming the Palestinian genocide for what it is anti-Semitic. And some of those people are Jews. But I am here to say that condemning the genocide, if condemning the genocide of another people is anti-Semitic, then that word has lost all meaning. I do not fear criticism of the state of Israel, a country I have never set foot in, that I don't have a connection to, that is led by a corrupt and murderous prime minister who was under criminal investigation in his own country before this genocide began. The anti-Semitism that I fear is the anti-Semitism of the Tree of Life massacre. It is not anti-Semitic to criticize a country for violating human rights law any more than it is morally wrong to criticize the United States. The Texas government, led by Greg Abbott, as well as the United States government, led by President Donald Trump, are outliers in refusing to condemn this genocide and refusing to recognize that this violates every imaginable law of international human rights, and instead offering critical financial and material support so that this genocide can continue. It is up to good people, ordinary people, to say not in our name, that our tax dollars, which are desperately needed here in our community, should not fund this genocide. We are at a crucial moment in our country's history, where there's a real danger of the United States becoming an autocracy. To see free speech threatened and the arrest and deportation of pro-Palestinian protesters, and Greg Abbott threatening to cut funding for our city should terrify us all. You do not give in to bullies. You stand firm against them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sol Huerta.
My name is Sol Huerta. I've been a San Marcos resident for 5 years. Thank you, Amanda, Alyssa, Saul, and Lorenzo for bringing the ceasefire resolution to a vote at the last meeting. I'm here to ask my representatives to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution and take a stand against the genocide Israel is committing against the Palestinian people, and to take a stand against the threats from Greg Abbott. Frankly, Abbott's threats and mischaracterization of this resolution are disgusting and a complete overreach of power. I've been watching Israel's genocide of the Palestinians happen on my phone for the last year and a half. I am sick of billions of dollars from our country going to kill tens of thousands of civilians, innocent men, women, and children. So many people in our community, in Texas and across the US, are sick of it too. And if we dare express that we are tired of this, we're threatened with ICE or cuts to much-needed services in our city. Why is so much of our money going to the horrific death and destruction of the people in Palestine? People in our own community who I know are suffering from housing insecurity, poor infrastructure, food insecurity, so many more things than I could list in this allotted amount of time. And we still want to speak up in solidarity with the Palestinian people who are suffering way worse than any of us can imagine. Last week, Gaza ran out of food. Yesterday, Israel approved plans to seize Gaza and expel its Palestinian population, described by Israeli officials as a plan for total conquest of the territory. And again, this is happening while Israel's total blockade on aid to Gaza enters its 3rd month. Dozens and dozens of people have died of starvation in that time alone. Our city council has a chance to be the first Texas city to take a stand against these horrific war crimes. Over the past year and a half of organizing in San Marcos, I've witnessed the power of the people here in town coming together in solidarity with Palestinians. Greg Abbott does not scare me, and he should not scare any of you council members. He should not scare anyone in this room, anyone watching on the live stream. He can make all these threats that he wants, but he can never take away the power of the people. He can never scare me into silence, especially in something as important as an ongoing genocide, something we should all be trying to stop with every fiber of our being, especially when we're funding this genocide. The last time I was here, Mayor Houston, at 1 a.m, you asked why aren't we getting involved in other global conflicts, and I understand. But we're not directly funding a genocide like this anywhere else in the world. I urge council members and my fellow San Marcos residents to learn more about what's happening in Gaza and get involved in this fight for liberation. Because whether you all vote yes, which I hope to God you all vote yes on this, the fight for Palestinians' rights will continue beyond today. There is still a fight to continue, and I hope you all join us. Thank you, and Viva Palestina.
Our next speaker is Marco Pena, and following Marco, will, in this order, will be David Sergi, Rabbi Ari Weingarten, Chaim Block, Alyssa Ramos, and Martin Jakovich. Are any of those people here? I'm looking for Marco Pena first. If not, we'll go next to David Sergi.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Sergi. I live at 1417 Meadow Parkway. And I have to say one thing. The first thing that I heard from all these folks that are pro this resolution is not a word about the hostages that died, the people that were raped on October 7th. Shame on you. Shame on you, Amanda. Shame on you, Alyssa. You have never recognized the evil of Hamas. You have never recognized the evil that Hamas has had on the Palestinian people. You need to understand that this is deep, very deep. Had October 7th not happened, we would not be here today. But do I hear one word from any one of you carrying Palestinian flags, wearing these rags on your heads? No. What I hear is hate for Israel, hate for the government of Israel. Well, I'm sorry. This community is better than that, and it is better than you. Frankly, where I stand today, I think we're going to work towards trying to clean up City Council. There needs to be a recall. And with that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rabbi Ari Weingarten.
Mayor Yusin, council members. My name is Rabbi Ari Weingarten, and I serve the Jewish community of San Marcos in Texas State University. I speak today not only as a resident, but as a spiritual leader entrusted with the care and safety of the community. The proposed resolution before you is deeply hurtful and profoundly one-sided. While it claims to promote peace, it fails to acknowledge the brutality and terrorism unleashed on innocent Israeli civilians on October 7th by Hamas. It fails to name Hamas at all, a group recognized internationally as a terrorist organization responsible for the murder of over 1,200 people, the rape of women, the burning of families alive, and the kidnapping of babies and elderly and foreign nationals. A resolution calling for a ceasefire and peace must begin by condemning these atrocities. Instead, the resolution presents Israel as the country responsible to Instead, this resolution presents Israel not as a country responding to unimaginable violence, but as the aggressor alone. This is not only morally flawed, it's factually wrong. Israel is not the aggressor. Israel is protecting its people from the Hamas brutality. The resolution repeatedly cites legal claims against Israel, such as allegations of genocide from ICJ. But it fails to mention that the court has not ruled that genocide occurred. It's a discussion, innocent until proven guilty. ICJ never said Israel is committing a genocide. So in the resolution, it's factually wrong. Again, in your resolution, you accept casualty numbers from who? From Hamas's so-called health ministry, a propaganda arm of a terrorist regime, as if it's a reliable source. Who believes terrorists, especially Hamas? Moreover, while it refers to unrestricted humanitarian aid, it ignores repeated theft of that aid by Hamas and the obstruction of its own people's welfare for military purposes. The people of Gaza deserve relief and freedom from Hamas. Not so, as well as the Israelis who live in fear from rockets, tunnels under their homes, and terror of future October 7th also deserve relief from this terrorism. This resolution does not promote peace. It promotes a false and dangerous narrative, one that leaves out key facts, ignores Jewish suffering, and absolves terrorism. Worst of all, it imports a volatile and
Sir,
complex...
your time is up. Our next speaker is CHIM Block, followed by Alyssa Ramos, Martin Jakovich. And for those of you who are at the door, make sure that that doorway stays clear. There's not room for two people at a doorway. And if you've already spoken, if you would please leave that area clear, Mr. Sergi, for others who are getting ready to come up and speak. Thank you. Mr. Jakovich?
I want to thank the City Council for all the service that you do for the residents of San Marcos. The mission statement of the City of
Sir,
San
we
Marcos.
need your name, please.
Martin Jacobitz.
Thank you.
I live in Wimberley, but I own property
Okay.
in San Marcos, and I invest in businesses in San Marcos. The mission statement of the City of San Marcos is as follows. The goals of the city government are to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the city's residents, provide for a high quality of life, foster intergovernmental liaison and communication, encourage responsible citizenship, promote sound community and economic development, conserve and protect the city's natural resources and environment. The City Council is directly responsible for the annual budget, setting city tax rates and utility rates. According to the city charter, the goals of the City Council are people provide a diverse, there's several, but I'm going to just highlight a couple. Provide a diverse and welcoming culture. Place, provide a secure and safe community. Environment, ensure the efficient use of resources. Economy, ensure a thriving, diverse economy. Public services, ensure a robust transportation infrastructure and affordable housing, along with collaboration among governments and residents. There is no mention of a moral stand on an international conflict as part of your duties as City Council members. There's 100,000 residents of San Marcos. The advocates of this resolution, based on the emails sent to the council, and there were a lot from what I understand, do not represent a majority of San Marcos. They represent a large group that has been very vocal about the City Council taking a stand. You've received letters from Governor Abbott, Attorney General Paxton, U.S. Representative Roy, urging the City Council to reject the resolution. They all talked about different economic things they can do in order to punish San Marcos if you adopt the resolution. We can't afford that in this community. The city receives about $2.7 million of grants. Why would the council adopt a resolution which could potentially put those grants in jeopardy? The 2025 budget is a large budget. We know it's a large budget, and in fact, we cannot afford, given the current economic times, to have money which could potentially be taken away from the city to provide the services which you were elected to provide. Protest and advocate as much as you want in your personal life. It's fair, I understand. It is not a city council issue that you should be voting on. The city council should be worried about the residents of San Marcos. Thank you.
Our next speaker, and in this order, if you're here, please come on into the chambers. Kenneth Goldberg, Lisa Epstein, Bean Yimpa, Elisa Foster Lasser, Hillary Koana, Matthew Garcia, Jessica Cosino, and Amanda Smith.
I'm Lisa Epstein. I'm the Director of Jewish Community Relations for the Jewish Federation of San Antonio, and our outreach extends to the Jewish community of San Marcos as well. Thank you, Mayor Houston and City Council, for allowing us to be here today and for becoming educated on this deeply complicated and troubling issue. This resolution is very troubling for our community. I can't imagine any of us not supporting peace, not supporting an end to war, to this war, to all wars, and to end the suffering of people across the world. I could name all of the suffering going on in the world right now, including Ukraine, a war which tens of thousands of people have died and which the U.S. also supports because they are also our ally. But that's not why we are here today. We are here because of divisive resolution full of half-truths and false claims was brought before the City Council of San Marcos, Texas. This resolution will not bring peace. It does not even begin to address or hold accountable the barbaric terrorist group Hamas. while the people of Gaza are screaming for Hamas to get out of their land, some in San Marcos would like to further enable the reign of terror instead. Hamas, the terrorists who perpetuated an evil that was so inhumane, many in this room do not even acknowledge or believe it happened. But on October 7th, 2023, they conducted a calculated and barbaric attack against the people of Israel. On the Jewish holy day of Simchat Torah, Hamas murdered 1,200 civilians, including more than 40 American citizens, took 251 more innocent people hostage, including 12 Americans, babies, grandmothers, children, all killed in the most barbaric ways you can't even imagine are humanly possible. This is what drew Israel into a war they did not ask for, a war of defense. It is not a genocide, it is a war, and unfortunately, people get killed in wars, and that makes us all very sad. But now, 578 days later, 59 hostages are still being held, including American Edon Alexander. And Hamas still lays siege to Gaza. This war would end immediately if Hamas would surrender, if Hamas would give up their hostages. But Hamas's goal is the destruction of Israel, is the destruction of the Jewish people throughout the world. And that is why this is anti-Semitic, because supporting a terrorist group that is calling for the end, the death of Jews, Jewish people across the world, Jewish people in San Marcos, in Texas, is anti-Semitic. That is the Hamas stated goal. And if the city of San Marcos is now entering into international geopolitics, I urge you to get it right, to be uniting of all your citizens, not dividing.
Our next speaker is, and I'm going to apologize in advance for a lot of mispronunciations, it's not on purpose, is Beans Yempa, Alyssa Foster Lasser. And anybody who's not here and I'm skipping over, I will call those names again at the end.
Hi, my name is Elisa Foster Lasser. I'm representing myself and my spouse, Dr. John Lasser, as I stand before you and exercise my rights in a free democracy. We live, work, volunteer, shop, paddle the river, and vote in San Marcos. We value peace and justice, and we celebrate cultural diversity. I ask that you please listen. In a desire to uphold the kindness in our community, I humbly ask that you do not pass this resolution. I know that San Marcos can do better by many in our city. We must address Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-immigrant hate, and all other forms of xenophobia. We must prioritize the needs of our unhoused and those who have food insecurity. We must keep our river clean. I invite City Council to turn their energies toward our local needs and drop this agenda, which is highly divisive. At a peaceful protest for democracy, my spouse and I were among many others at the historic courthouse last week when one young protester started shouting, "F Israel." The impact that it had on us was to feel unwelcome, and we left. Israel has been the name of the Jewish people for thousands of years. It became a name of a nation only 80 years ago. I ask that you take an interest in learning about your constituents' cultures, their religions, and their histories, and to promote compassion in this beautiful city. I have brought a petition signed by over 100 individuals with their emails and phone numbers. A copy was delivered to your chair. The full document, including comments by each of these people, were emailed to you. I will read the petition now. We, the members of the San Marcos Jewish community, stand in solidarity against the anti-Israeli resolution before the San Marcos City Council. Although we may differ in our views, and we do, regarding the Israeli government and their actions in Gaza and the West Bank, we agree that the city of San Marcos is not served by this resolution. Council members have a right to take personal political action to protest the U.S. support of arms for Israel, the state of Israel. But their use of their seats on the city council to amplify their personal view is misguided and alienating for many. The document contains statements which are not established factually, language that is imprecise, and bias that is blatant. We urge our local elected officials to vote against this resolution and to promote mutual respect and understanding among our diverse community members. Thank you.
Okay, Kenneth Goldberg, who joins us remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not able to get my picture on. Anyway, I'm in Dallas and my flight was canceled today, so I'm sorry I couldn't join you guys today live. I chair the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Commission at the appointment of Governor Abbott. I wanted to thank Matthew Mendoza for bringing this issue to my attention about a month ago, and to Governor Abbott for his consistent support of the Jewish people in Israel. We need to deal in facts here, and you people that propose this resolution don't seem to be able to do that. The facts are that Hamas's charter calls for the destruction of Israel. Israel left Gaza in 2005. So how is there an occupation when there are no Jews other than soldiers since October 7th there? Palestinians in Gaza elected Hamas in 2006. Hamas has consistently fired indiscriminate missiles into civilian populations in Israel for nearly 20 years from Gaza. Hamas's attack on October 7th killed 1,200 people, mostly civilians, raped, brutalized, burned women, children, Holocaust survivors, and others, and to this day holds over 50 hostages, including Americans. When Hamas lays down its guns, its weapons, and returns the hostages, there will be peace as there was on October 6th, 2023. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Bean Shempa. Hillary, Kouhana.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Hillary Kouhana. I was born and raised Jewish in upstate New York in what is known as the Borscht Belt. I was married to an Israeli and have 2 sons who grew up visiting their grandmother, aunts, uncles, and cousins in Israel most summers. I also have visited Israel numerous times. My older son became a Green Beret in the Special Forces here in the United States. For many of you who are familiar with the Peace Corps, I was a Peace Corps volunteer who served in Liberia, West Africa for 2 years. Some of you may recognize me since I worked as an assistant principal at San Marcos High School for 6 years and was also the district attendance officer for the entire San Marcos School District for about 3 years. As a member of the San Marcos community with ties to the local Chabad,
I think you need to step back just a little bit from the microphone. Thank you.
I was disturbed by the resolution set forth here in San Marcos. I feel that we can exist as community members having diverse views on the Middle East conflict without our points of view being brought forth as a bone of contention written into a resolution within our community for others to dwell upon. Being Jewish and pro-Israel, I feel like I have a target on my back because of my faith and political views. That is not what the board members of San Marcos were elected to do, to decide for the community what my views need to be aligned with. You need to stick to your lane and decide on issues such as housing, water, safety, and other community issues that directly affect San Marcos, not issues that are thousands of miles away that you have no control over. Governor Abbott signed a letter to the mayor on April 29th of this year saying that the state of Texas is on the side of Israel and condemns anti-Semitism. He also stated that if the resolution is adopted, our community will have all active grants terminated that are not in compliance with state law. Again, I do not support any resolution that you want to adopt and believe that this is a slippery slope that you don't want to go down. In conclusion, I want to restate 3 major points that I have expressed. 1, I hope you do not vote for this resolution getting involved in issues that are not within your direct purview. 2, Governor Abbott from the state of Texas has warned you that adopting this issue could cause money and contracts to be taken away from the city of San Marcos for things that are important for our community. And 3, If you adopt this resolution, it will be made clear why you chose the Middle East and Israel issues and not others. You intend to open a Pandora's box, releasing the evils that each of you as board members will be known, labeled, and identified as the purveyors of anti-Semitism, not only in the city of San Marcos, but also in the state of Texas and the entire country. Thank you.
Next will be Jessica, but after her will be Shelley Acree, Jennifer McGinty, Sam Benavides, Munar Nasser, Lana Murad, and Gregory Mendoza, and I'm hearing chatter. And if you're in the chambers and you're chattering, I'm going to ask you to leave. Ma'am? I'm going to ask you to leave if you're going to talk in here. Ms. Cosano.
Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Jessica Cusino. I work and worship here in San Marcos. I'd like to believe that the community I spend so many hours of my life in welcomes both me and my family. But tonight, I am again left wondering if that is so. On the agenda is a highly divisive resolution, one that calls into question who is welcome here in the city of San Marcos. Due to the limits of time, I have three main points I would like to make. First, your narrative begins on October 9th, 2023, within the resolution. It intentionally ignores the murders, the rapes, the kidnappings that took place and were unprovoked on October 7th, 2023, only 2 days earlier. In your resolution, you state, whereas on October 9th, 2023, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant stated, we are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. Again, not once in that statement do you reference what prompted the anger within it. Second, you speak of the Jews in Gaza. You state, whereas for the last 18 years, Palestinians of Christian, Muslim, and Jewish faiths in Gaza have endured deplorable conditions. The last time I was here, I spoke of a Jew currently in Gaza. Omri Miran is still a Jewish hostage in Gaza. He has been there since October 7th, 2023, an unwilling guest of Hamas who never asked to be ripped from his wife, Lishai, and from his daughters. The released hostages have discussed the torture he and the other hostages have and will continue to suffer. They've spoken of the starvation. They've spoken of the torture. He certainly never asked to be used as a pawn by the Hamas propaganda machine. And your nod toward the mention of the hostages in the resolution does nothing to change the impact of ignoring his pain, his family's terror. Finally, you spoke of the City Council's fundamental First Amendment rights towards free speech. You are voting here tonight not as individuals, not in your personal capacity, rather as a representative of the city of San Marcos. As an individual, you and everyone here absolutely has the right to speak on this subject in any way you wish. But that's not what you're doing. You're speaking for the members of your community. If you are so motivated, go home and use your personal voice to speak whatever message you wish to advocate. But tonight, please use your public voice to vote against this resolution. Thank you.
Amanda Smith, the two folks at the end, if that sign is in front of your face, that means that people behind you can't see it either, but we can see it just fine if you'll lower it, so thank you. Shelley Acree. Now, I'm sorry, was Amanda Smith online? Yes. Okay, I'm so sorry, Shelley, we'll get right back with you. Amanda Smith. Amanda Smith. If not, we will go ahead with Shelley Acree, who is here, and we'll come back if it's your turn to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Shelley Acree, and I'm a homeowner here in San Marcos. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. Last meeting, I discussed why San Marcos needs to completely divest from Israel.
Baby divas stay with their parents until they are old.
Okay, somebody's online and you need to be muted until we call on you.
Last, I asked why we need, or I explained why we need to completely divest from Israel. If some of you on city council don't want to divest, if you want to keep spending $4.4 million on Israel, then it's even more imperative that you support this ceasefire resolution so that the record will show that San Marcos does not want to provide financial support to foreign nations actively committing war crimes. If we are funding them, we have a right, if not an obligation, to call out the heinous acts occurring, or at least demand a stop to them if we're going to continue funding. Our own governor, Greg Abbott, is trying to intimidate our community by threatening to withhold funds from city contracts if the resolution is passed. Abbott took an oath to office to preserve, protect, and defend the U.S. and Texas constitutions. Betraying that oath for foreign interests could lead to impeachment and removal, criminal charges, or civil penalties for him. Our own Congressman, Greg Casar, said that the governor's statement is absurd and violates the U.S. Constitution. Are you going to let the governor's empty threat silence us? Anyone who wants to defund San Martians in order to fund Israel is a traitor in my book. Abbott also falsely claimed this resolution is anti-Semitic, but that couldn't be further from the truth. As an individual with Jewish ancestors who had to change the spelling of their last name and flee their home because of oppression, I want nothing more than the safety of the Jewish community, but not at the expense of the Palestinians. Killing innocent civilians as a claim to establish peace has not worked in the past 77 years, and it will not work now. While the passing of this resolution may not enact immediate action, it will put pressure on Israel to stop committing war crimes without impunity so that we can get back to spending our tax money on progressive or sustainable ventures for our local community instead of spending it on foreign entities committing war crimes. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Jennifer, silence please. Jennifer McGinty, who joins us online. There she
Good
is.
evening, Mayor Houston. Hey, I don't know, I hope y'all can hear and see me well.
We can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Houston, council members, and fellow San Marcos residents. My name is Jenny McGinty. I'm a proud 2014 graduate of San Marcos High School and now an aunt to 4 children currently enrolled in the San Marcos School District. I'm excited to watch them grow up in the same vibrant, diverse community that shaped me. Mayor Houston and Councilmember Scott, I had the pleasure of working with you over a decade ago on the San Marcos Youth Master Plan. And Amanda, I'm so proud to call you a childhood friend. It's truly a joy to see such dedicated community members serving on our council. Tonight, I want to share a personal story to offer a human perspective on why I believe the ceasefire resolution matters, not just globally, but right here at home. Years ago, as a speech and debate student at San Marcos High School, I discovered a passion for international affairs that led me to study Arabic and Middle Eastern studies at UT. That journey eventually took me to Jordan, a country that borders Palestine and where millions of Palestinians have lived as refugees since their displacement in 1948. In fact, more than 60% of Jordan's population today is of Palestinian origin. When I first arrived in Jordan, I was nervous and completely out of place, alone in a foreign country with no friends or family. But within just a few days, I met my first friends abroad, Murad, Ala, and Rashid, young men from Gaza who helped me navigate a new culture and made me feel at home even thousands of miles away. Despite the challenges they faced as stateless refugees, they welcomed me with warmth and generosity. They brought me into their community, hosted me in the refugee camp, and introduced me to a culture rich in resilience, kindness, and dignity. The hospitality they showed me reminded me of San Marcos, the same values of care, community, and standing up for those in need. Those friendships and that experience changed the course of my life. I've since returned to Jordan several times, built a career in international development, and remain committed to the values I learned right here in San Marcos. Speak up for the vulnerable, challenge injustice, and always lead with compassion. I pray for the Israelis killed and hostages every single day, but please consider and remember the 50,000 Palestinians who have been murdered and the 18,000 children who have been blown into pieces. This ongoing genocide must end, and we cannot stay silent. Never could I have imagined having to convince people that people like my friends don't deserve to die. Imagine our own city, San Marcos, being mercilessly bombed, our hospitals, our schools, and our homes reduced to rubble. And imagine the world staying silent. This resolution is not just about foreign policy, it's a moral stance. And San Marcos has always been a city that stands for justice, that nurtures young leaders, and that dares to speak truth to power even when it's uncomfortable. This is our opportunity to live those values out loud. So please consider passing this resolution. And I truly appreciate the council members sitting here for probably hours and hours listening to all the citizens' comments, period. But I'm very, very proud to have worked with all of you, and I hope that y'all do consider taking a moral stance on this resolution. And I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Our next speakers in order: Sam Benavides, Munar Nasser, Lana Murad, Gregory Mendoza, Patricia Rodriguez, Aaron Brown, Valerie Michalecki, Saeed Aman O'Day. Is Sam Benavides online? I don't see her. Is she here? Oh, she's here. Oh, good.
Before I woke up this morning, Israel had already slaughtered 11 people just today alone. Before I woke up yesterday morning, Israel had already killed 54 people. Yesterday, the Israeli military called up tens of thousands of reservists to expand its assault on Gaza, where Israel has already killed at least 52,000 Palestinians over the last 18 months, which is likely to be a vast undercount. They've killed over 2,400 people since they broke the ceasefire in March. Over 66,000 children in Gaza are suffering severe malnutrition due to Israel's total blockade on food and aid, now going on its 9th week. More than 9,000 children have been admitted for treatment for acute malnutrition. At least 57 have already starved to death. I read all of this because these are the headlines and images we are forced to grapple with every day and feel so powerless while doing so. And these are all only within the past week. And yesterday, Israel's finance minister spoke at a conference of Israeli settlers, saying, "We are finally going to conquer the Gaza Strip. We are no longer afraid of the word occupation. We are conquering Gaza, clearing it out, and taking control every area we enter." They are stating their intentions and plans so loud and clearly. Whether this is a genocide or ethnic cleansing is no longer up for debate, and it doesn't need to be, because we as a country have already shown them that no matter what atrocities they commit, we will continue backing them. And it is because we have stayed silent as cities, as elected officials, as nonprofits, as leaders, afraid of rocking the boat and standing up to injustice, that we have enabled this genocide. It sickens me to my stomach that my tax dollars go towards aiding this genocide and war crimes. It is criminal, and it makes me feel so powerless that despite my disgust with the actions of the IOF, my tax dollars enable them, and there's nothing I can do about it. But that is why I am so proud and so grateful for the local organizers who made this resolution possible, because it gives me a glimmer of hope that my tax dollars can be diverted to meet the needs of my neighbors instead of the war crimes committed by the IOF on a daily basis. It also gives each of you, as leaders of the city, the opportunity to take a stand against this genocide. I am here tonight because I cannot stay silent, especially as people I love who are in more vulnerable positions than I am cannot speak due to fear and intimidation. I know that me giving this speech alone will not end the genocide, and we know that the ceasefire resolution alone will not end the genocide, but our community has given you an opportunity to bravely vote with your conscience and not stay silent and not be complacent and not enable this genocide. Please take this opportunity and be a leader, because as I said last time, I believe that courage begets courage, and the state and even nation's eyes are on San Marcos tonight, and you have the opportunity to be leaders and start something bigger than each of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Munar Nasser. Lana Murad, who I believe, are you Munar?
Yes, I'm Munar.
Okay, you're next.
All right. Thank you, City Council, for being here tonight. My name is Munar Nasser. I am a recent graduate from Texas State University, where I have been active with on-campus efforts of Palestinian solidarity. While you have the choice to look away from the genocide in Gaza, as a Palestinian, I am unable to. I have family in the West Bank, my dad travels back and forth constantly, and I personally have experienced the harsh reality of what is happening on the ground. The truth is, Palestinians are unable to live fully and enjoy life in the same capacity as Israelis, despite living on the same land. This is not the fault of Palestinians, but rather that of the oppressive policies instituted by the Israeli government and enforced by the IDF, which is why I urge you tonight to vote yes on this resolution. When visiting the West Bank in 2023, I experienced this oppression firsthand. I can't decide if I should tell you about the time we went a week without water because the IDF would not allow our tanks to be refilled, or when my sisters and I got interrogated at the airport where we were corralled into a holding pen reserved specifically for Palestinians, or the time my older sister had her passport taken away by an IDF soldier as collateral for her cooperation during a papers check on a bus to Jerusalem, or the time my dad was intentionally hit by another car due to the color of his license plate, which denoted his Palestinian identity. These are just my firsthand accounts from the 60 days I spent back home, and it is tame in comparison to what others have experienced. You talk to any Palestinian, and they will be able to share similar stories. The truth is, this ceasefire resolution is not just a call to an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. It is about advocating and supporting the right for Palestinians to live a life free of fear, oppression, and pain. Many are saying that San Marcos should not be concerned with something that is happening on the other side of the world. However, in a world that is growing increasingly connected through technology and social media, we are seeing the most documented genocide in all of history play out. We are witnessing death on a tragic scale. The other day on Instagram, I saw the body of a little girl who is the same age as my niece and are both Palestinian, eviscerated from an American-made bomb. This is not normal. And to make matters worse, my tax dollars are funding this. I want to have control over where my money goes. We should not have unhoused people and those going without meals in San Marcos when children are being slaughtered in Gaza. It is shameful that the governor of Texas is willing to exacerbate ongoing social problems in the name of protecting far-right interests. Is it not morally just to advocate for the end of a brutal genocide? I love San Marcos, and I love living here, and I love the people here, which is why I ask you, City Council, what do you want the legacy of San Marcos to be? Do we buckle under the pressure of an authoritative governor, or do we stand strong in our values of peace, love, and justice? I concede the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is online, is Lana Murad, and if you are online, be sure that you accept that prompt that says we need to move you to a panelist in order for you to be able to speak. Go ahead, Lana.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Lana Murad. I'm a Palestinian American. I'm in support of the adoption of this resolution. We should stand with humanity unwaveringly and not succumb to the intimidation by politicians who have built their careers on bloodstained handshakes. Not only do I support a ceasefire, but the complete arms embargo on Israel. Our tax dollars are being funneled to fuel the annihilation of innocent people. The situation has far surpassed the definition of a genocide. This has been a Holocaust in the making since 1948, when nearly 1 million Palestinians were ethnically cleansed and displaced from their homelands by Israel. It is important to highlight the voices in Gaza, the people underground, under siege, enduring massacres, who have been enduring massacres for decades and are in constant fear of their decimation. The victims from Israel's US-funded genocide are mainly women and children, and water, food, and aid has not entered Gaza for 10 weeks now. Nearly 300,000 children, among adults of course, face death from starvation. It's extremely urgent that our tax dollars are halted from supporting this. And we know this is wrong. San Marcos knows this is wrong. 70,000 locals in San Marcos have to forego opportunities for their own development as a community to aid a genocide, provide free healthcare and free education to citizens of a foreign country. I know there's outrage amongst the community, and it is justified, and we should not normalize the killing of innocent babies, women, and men, and families. I stand with San Marcos in adopting this resolution because I stand on the side of justice and support the locals living in this city. Adopting this resolution will have us one step closer in the right direction to the sanctioning of Israel and the recognition of a free, sovereign Palestine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gregory Mendoza, Patricia Rodriguez, Aaron Brown, Valerie McCulley. Come on up. It is your turn if you'll state your name.
My name is Gregory Mendoza.
Thank you.
And I'm from Austin. The title is Stop Killing Non-Combatants. I can't emphasize enough the importance of cutting off the flow of American tax dollars to Israel enough. Our tax dollars is quite literally a vote to keep bombing innocent men, women, and children in Palestine, and it's fueling the annihilation of the Palestinian people both in Palestine and Gaza. And to be honest, I'm embarrassed by the city of Austin for being complicit in the funding of the Palestinian genocide, the ethnic cleansing. Ben-Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu are both known racists, extremists, and it has been documented in the past. We must say no to war with Iran. We must refuse to fight Israel's wars for Israel. If they want a war with Iran, then Israel must solve its own indifference with its own enemies. We were dragged into a war with Iraq because, like fools, we believed in Benjamin Netanyahu's lies and emotional manipulation. We went in blind, and we got there. And when we got there, our soldiers were scratching their heads. I have personally heard stories of ex-military soldiers who fought in Iraq, wondering why we were there in the first place. Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, and we failed to realize the brilliance of the collaborative efforts of the Zionists. We cannot condemn anti-Jewish expression, but tolerate pro-Zionist rhetoric and agenda. I have seen Jewish individuals criticize the state of Israel, but have yet to see Palestinians criticize Palestinian efforts. Yes, I condemn Hamas's efforts on October 7th, and it was wrong, blatantly wrong. Yes, I here and now condemn what Hamas has done, but how long must they be subject to the Israeli apartheid state that has been recognized as Palestine throughout modern history in Bibles, geography books, and international communities abroad? Also, you cannot be anti-Semitic if you indeed support Palestine because the Palestinians are Semitic peoples. We must also hold accountable any and all American companies funding this genocide. We must sacrifice and refuse to buy their products and services. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Rodriguez, Aaron Brown, Valerie McCulley.
My name is Valerie Michaelecki. I'd like to thank each of you for your willingness to consider the possibility of passing a ceasefire resolution. It speaks volumes about your courage and your commitment to upholding the values that we hold dear. I must also acknowledge the heavy burden this vote brings upon you, especially in light of the pressure from Governor Abbott. His threats to defund San Marcos are nothing short of an aggressive overreach, a bullying tactic that undermines the very fabric of our democracy, much like the violent and oppressive government of Israel, to which he has pledged his unwavering loyalty. It's shocking to see a leader of Texas threaten the welfare of his own citizens in the name of supporting a foreign government's genocidal vendetta. Governor Abbott's tenure will not be remembered kindly. History will judge him. It is time for every Texan, regardless of their political affiliation, to stand together in anger and in solidarity against such blatant misuse of power. At a time when so many cities across the state of Texas are struggling with financial shortfalls, we must ask ourselves, why are we as a state sending $1.4 billion of hardworking Texans' tax money to starve and murder children and families in Gaza? Let us remember the principles enshrined in our laws, including the U.S. War Crimes Act, which makes it clear that committing or aiding war crimes such as the willful killing of civilians or intentionally directing attacks against civilian populations is a felony. We cannot allow our state government to ignore these principles in the name of misguided allegiance to a foreign government. Moreover, the Foreign Assistance Act prohibits any country from receiving U.S. security assistance if it engages in a constant pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. It is our responsibility as citizens to hold our leaders accountable to these laws, demanding that they align their actions with our fundamental values. This is a pivotal moment. By supporting this ceasefire resolution, you are not just casting a vote, you are choosing to stand for justice, for humanity, and for the principles that define us as a community. Together, let us raise our voices to ensure that compassion prevails over aggression and that San Marcos stands as a beacon of hope, not just in Texas, but globally. Thank you. Mina Maya Lil Maya.
Amanda Smith, who joins us remotely. It's now your turn.
Can you see and hear me?
We can see and hear you very well. Thank you.
Great. My name is Amanda Smith. I am a resident here in San Marcos. I have been now for many years. You all, I'm sure, recognize my face. I've been here over and over this last year calling for this ceasefire resolution to be passed. I'm very concerned today about the resistance against the ceasefire resolution, specifically coming from the state, threatening to take away funding from the city that we have already paid for with our taxes. They are threatening to take away our money that we have paid for that's supposed to be allocated to our city for using our voices to condemn a genocide of all things, which should be a moral no-brainer. I am very concerned about the members of the City Council who are reluctant to vote for this resolution, even though the residents of the city have been here over and over and over for the last year calling for it, because the state politicians are threatening us to take away our money we've already paid for our city. The City Council members, Mayor, I am urging you to do what your constituents have been asking for the last year, and to stand up for us, stand up for the city of San Marcos, and don't allow the city to take away our funds for using our voice. Do not allow them to bully us, not only into being silent, but continuing to pay for a genocide that we clearly, as has been demonstrated over the last year, we clearly do not support. It is your duty to be our advocates at higher levels of government. And I want to see you, Mayor, you City Council members doing that job. Vote for this ceasefire resolution. Stand up for us against the state. Don't let them bully us and take our money that we have already given away from us. And stand for what's right. This is a moral no-brainer. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Saeed, followed by Aman O'Day, followed by Luis Francisco, Sanjay Ravi, Ben Kusami, Dan Weber, and Carrie Acuna. Where'd he go? I'm sorry. Hold on. Aaron Brown.
Hello, my name is Aaron Brown. I live at 343 Hunters Glen Drive, San Marcos, Texas. I am here to speak about the resolution proposed to support Palestine. First off, I want you to think about the possible repercussions of these actions, to include loss of federal and state funding for supporting a terrorist organization. Is this the stand of solidarity with terrorists really worth the damage it could do to the San Marcos community? Mahmoud Abbas, the known leader of Palestine, on several occasions made concessions by the Fatah to Hamas, allowing Hamas, a terrorist organization, to continue to operate and have a controlling authority in Palestine. This authority led to the strike on Israel on October 7, 2023, where 46 U.S. citizens and 1,200 Israelis and foreign nationals were killed or severely injured, and 250 individuals were taken hostage. As we would later find out, several of these were women who were brutally beaten and raped by the Palestinian Sunni Islamist group, Hamas. Is that something that you as an American citizen can truly abide? I sure can't. Remember September 11th. This resolution will do nothing in a country torn by fanaticism and wars thousands of miles away. What it will do is further continue to damage our city of San Marcos by driving a larger divide between our own citizens, by possibly taking badly needed funding from our city and making the possibility of our city receiving necessary funding in the future harder. Look at the response it has already caused. You only need to go to any of our local news sources and read for a few minutes to see the massive divide this is causing and the seething disdain San Marcos citizens are starting to show for one another. Remember September 11th. You were elected by the people of San Marcos to have the best interest of the people of San Marcos at heart. Ask yourself, is this international interest really within your purview? Is it worth the possible repercussions at the state and federal levels? Remember September 11th. Now, I got a few names to read out real quick, and I think I can get this done in time, and I got one last closing statement. CW2, Christopher Thibodeau. CW3, Rex Kenyon. CW2, Ruel Garcia. CW4, Matt Salter. CW2, Isaiah Santos. CW3, Michael Hartwick. Captain Timothy Mogier. PFC, Caleb Lufkin. Specialist, Christopher Talbot. Sergeant, Daniel Taluzzi. You're asking yourself at this point, who are these people, right? Those are the names of the men I served with, either as a firefighter before I served in the U.S. Army or as a member of my unit, all lost in combat to terrorists such as those currently running the country of Palestine. Remember September 11th. Remember when you go to vote, your vote in this resolution is speaking out against the people that have sat here and defended this country for the last 20 years in the global war on terrorism. Thank you.
Mr. Trevino, is Patricia Rodriguez online? I don't see her. Okay, next is Said.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, I'm Dr. Said Moshfaq Yagana, and I want to say to support the ceasefire resolution, you don't need to be a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jew. You just need to be a human. I am a Muslim, and I'm frustrated to see religion was used to justify a genocide, because genocide is not justifiable. My Jewish and Christian friends have also the same opinion. Holy Quran says, we send our messengers with clear signs, the scripture, and the balance, so that people could uphold justice. Tonight, I'm standing here for peace and justice for San Marcans, for my students, and Palestinian people. I'm standing for justice for 20,000 children who are slaughtered in cold blood in Gaza by Israel. I am standing for justice for healthcare providers who were killed and buried alive by Israel, and those who are starving to death because of Israel's total blockade on Gaza. This is not because of Hamas, right? This is blockade of Israel on Gazan people. To oppose Greg Abbott, who wants to punish San Marcans and cut our budget to send more weapons to Israel. We want our money back here to fix our public education, pay for teachers, and affordable housing. Jen Houston, this is not a war. This is a genocide. And we are paying for this genocide. So I have the right to ask the council member to vote for it. Saul, you told me that you agree that Israel has passed the boundaries by killing innocent children and women and bombing the hospitals. I want you to stay firm by what you said and say no to this bloodshed. And Lorenzo, we voted for you just for one single thing, to vote for the resolution. Please do your promise. Shane Scott, please don't sleep, listen to us, and do the right thing. And Matthew, you are working for an Israeli company, right? You have to recuse yourself from voting. And Elisa and Amanda, thank you so much. And Greg Abbott, your friend, the war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, couldn't eradicate Gaza from the face of the earth. You cannot break San Marcos. We stay strong, free Palestine, free Gaza.
Ms. Trevino, is Amin O'Day on? I can't find him. Okay. So we will go on to Luis Francisco Osorio, Sanjay Rabi.
All right. So the reason we're all here today is because the Israelis have basically...
State your name, please.
Oh, I'm Sanjay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as I said, the reason we're here today is because the Israelis have provoked the entire world into this movement, right? They have not been shy about their crimes. They're bragging about it on TikTok. They're making dances. They're dancing over bodies. There's a lot of conflicts in the world, but you might be wondering why we're giving a lot of attention to this. It's very simple. We're funding it. Israel's basically like our 51st state. And even if it's on the other side of the world, we're all humans. Borders are man-made. Citizenship, passports, these are all just pieces of paper. So they're humans too. They're just like us. They wanted a future. They wanted education. They wanted a job. So it doesn't matter if they're a different culture or different religion. They all had similar dreams just like us. And because of some political upheavals, they cannot live that life. Now, even if you're insistent that it has nothing to do with the city of San Marcos, I'll tell you what has to do with the city of San Marcos. One, as many people have mentioned, we're obviously giving like $4 million indirectly to Israel because we're coerced by the state of Texas and Greg Abbott and a bunch of AIPAC donors to give it so. The other reason is because our federal income tax is going to Israel. Our paychecks are being cut to fund these bombs. And beyond that, our politicians spend so much time dedicating not just money, but their congressional resources towards Israel. Go look at the tweets of any of these senators in the federal Congress. They're talking about Israel nonstop. They put a blindfold to the crimes in Gaza, but if one rocket's going towards Tel Aviv, oh, we got a siren towards Tel Aviv. Now that sucks too. No one wants to be having sirens in the area. But the fact that you're like blind to the injustices in Gaza and then you're gonna cry about it, all of our politicians in the US Congress are talking about Israel nonstop. Why are we slaves to a foreign nation? Now, what does that do to our own development? They don't care about your roads or your hurricanes or having to repair like the infrastructure because they're too busy focused on Israel. They spend all their time there. So that's why we're here today. We're here to free not just Palestine from Israeli occupation, but the United States of America from Israeli occupation as well. We want our politicians, our governments to actually work with us, not just in the tax money, but also resources and time. Now, what can the city of San Marcos do today? Today, you can set a huge precedent. We're one of the first cities in Texas to pass a resolution to stop the money from like our city funds to go towards Israel. There's a ridiculous law in Texas that says that if public contracts cannot be given if you like boycott Israel. Why? There's no other country that does that. And Greg Abbott, he is playing with the intelligence of the American people. He's calling it anti-Semitism to say, stop dropping bombs, stop giving our money there, stop wasting time for Israel, stop being a slave to Israel, the government. And he says, anti-Semitism? We're not stupid. So he's insulting our intelligence. Free Palestine from the river to the sea.
And audience, remember, we're not cheering out there. Ben Kasami.
I'm actually Luis Francisco. He just
Oh,
cut
you
in
go
front
right
of me.
ahead.
Yes.
I'm going to call for a break in a few minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Usually I would say that 3 minutes was enough time for us to settle this issue. All we'd have to do is come here and reaffirm what I think is a pretty commonplace opinion that genocide is bad and we should not cooperate with it. But you've been here for a long time and you're probably going to be here a long time more. These last 20 months of the most televised genocide in history have proved to me that this was never about denying genocide because it's simply undeniable. It is a decision between opposing it in every single way that we can or being an accomplice at it. In a time of widespread access to information, no one here can ever deny that they didn't know what was happening. I guess it's easier to pretend it doesn't matter when the numbers are so absurdly high that we just can't really process them. Israel's genocide, occupation of land, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing, they have been going on for over 70 years, and even though it never stops, there are times like these when things get worse. It's easy to lose our sensibility, even when every single day I look at the news and I see starving children looking like skeletons, because the colonizer won't let the food in. When I see bodies torn apart, piles and piles of dead bodies, massacred UN and Red Cross responders, and worst of all these ill-intentioned people who have a vested interest in the existence of Israel, the American government included, trying to justify colonization. All of it for land. All of it for a settler colonial project, just like the one that exterminated millions of native peoples in this very soil. As a historian, I have to point out that this is the most complete form of violence simply because its premise, its starting point, is that one people has to disappear to give way for another. The ways in which the natives disappear doesn't really matter for the colonizer. They can be assimilated, exterminated, expelled, or simply enslaved. But the objective is to get as much land as possible with the least amount of native people. For us, this might sound like something of the past, but less than 70 years ago, there was only one independent country in Africa. And many of those were colonies that were settler colonial projects. Think of Algiers, Angola, and of course Rhodesia in South Africa, the biggest examples. Think of the Nazi project for Lebensraum in the Eastern Europe, killing 30 million people to get land and settled that with Germans because they said that they were better than all of us. I've seen it. I was there. Long before the current genocide began, I've seen how they come at night, how they kill the flocks, they burn the crops, they armed to the teeth, covered by soldiers and tanks, and taking tens of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, including one of my countrymen, a 16-year-old Brazilian who was tortured to death in an Israeli torture camp. That was not 60 years ago, that was last month. That wasn't in Gaza even, that was in the West Bank. This is the barbarism that we are now taking a stand against. This is the trial of anyone who claims to care about human life. San Marcos is what, 70,000 people? But this is sending a message. Our community, our people, they won't stand for barbarism. This is a message to Greg Abbott and the White House that we would not be threatened, that our elected politicians would not be threatened. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Cosme. I don't see Ben, so Dan Weber will be next. I'll circle back and look for all of the folks who did make it earlier in a bit.
My name is Dan Weber, and I condemn Hamas. In 2009 and 2011, I fought with 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines in Afghanistan, and I served as a deputy in Hays County from 2016 to 2020. When I left the sheriff's office, I dreamed that I'd never have to step foot in another government proceeding as long as I lived, that I'd be able to focus on just being a dad and find peace by sticking my head in the sand against all the suffering I know to be in the world. I did not want to speak at protests on the Capitol steps, but I am. I did not want to help organize nonviolent protests and know your rights training, but I am. And I have no desire to be here today, yet still I rise. What this city council is doing, what each of you are doing this evening, is an act of government which stands aside from those which have been descending like a mudslide from both Washington and Austin. Government exists to facilitate needs which communities can't sustain themselves. Government does not exist to suffocate the governed, to wring their values and savings dry, or to dictate what nonviolent statements and policies which a council appropriately representing its citizens may take. By standing up against this official oppression, you are helping to show the country that you don't need to be Chicago, New York, or LA to make your voices not just heard, but respected. Trickle-down tyranny can stop in this room. Gaza is the most densely populated place on the known universe, with over 14,000 people per square mile. The city of San Marcos would need to grow from 90,000 residents to over 475,000 to feel how densely packed these real human beings are. I have called for 2,000-pound JDAM bombs to be dropped with my own hand and my own tongue. I have seen the limbless bodies with my own eyes, smelled the burning flesh with my own nose, and felt the concussions with my own body. These same bombs are now being used to indiscriminately kill the most impoverished and oppressed humans on the planet. People who are, at this moment, protesting against Hamas in the streets of Gaza at the very high risk of being tortured and killed for it. You may feel like you have a difficult decision, that the people who live in this city will suffer because of the holding of funding which could do so much good to so many. You are right in thinking that Greg Abbott can hurt us. He wants to hurt us. Greg wants us to cower, and he wants to do it by making an example of you, by silencing you. You may feel that you have a difficult decision. I imagine your stomachs are roiling and you want to be here even less than us, but still you rise. These impossible decisions are made easier when you remember why you're making them, why you specifically. No different than the on-scene commander of an active shooter event or a Marine squad leader calling for fire. You are leaders, and to be a leader makes this decision an easy one. Leaders can't be bought. Stand strong, San Marcos. Let this be your first fight, not your last. And Greg Abbott, if you want our First Amendment, come and take it.
Our next speaker is Carrie Acuna. And after Carrie, we've got Gina Fleming, Mohammed Khan, Samuel Lange, Madeline Teo, Jack Thornton. If I called your name, if you would come on in and line up at the podium, please. Go ahead.
My name is Carrie Acuna. I'm a resident of San Marcos. I stand here today as a Gentile believer in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the creator of heaven and earth, and am a follower of Yeshua. God promises to bless those who bless Israel, as well as curse those who curse Israel. And through this nation, all of the families on earth will be blessed. We are also instructed to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Israel is a modern-day miracle, and on May 14th, 1948, became a nation once again. The Lord God Almighty brought his chosen people back to the land he promised Abraham to give for his descendants. The Hebrew language was restored, and they will exist as long as the sun and moon exist. Our salvation exists because God brought forth the Savior from among the Jews, his chosen ones. We must obey Scripture and continue to bless the Jewish people and nation. God's blessing has been on our country because we have blessed and stood with Israel. I'm Israel Hai, in Hebrew meaning the people of Israel live. Bring them home now, and I'm Israel Hai. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jenna Fleming, but I think she said she was unavailable between 6:30 and 9. So that brings us to Muhammad Khan, joining us remotely. Is that person online? I don't see them. Okay, Samuel Lange or Lang?
Hello, my name is Samuel Lang. I stand before you today to call for a ceasefire resolution on behalf of the city of San Marcos and to call for the complete divestment of our resources from the apartheid state of Israel. I stand for a divestment of Israel as it is currently instigating an ongoing ethnic cleansing of the beautiful people of Gaza, the beautiful people of Palestine. I will never forget where I was when I first saw a father carry the remains of his own child in a plastic grocery bag after removing what was left of it from the rubble. That father's name was Salim Antez. He was 29. I will never forget where I was when I saw 19-year-old Shaban al-Dalu burned alive while still connected to an IV drip in his hospital bed. There are so many stories like this. I've seen it, you've seen it, and we will not ignore it. $4 million of our hard-earned money has been used against the wishes of so many in this community, making you, me, and every person in this room complicit to an ethnic cleansing against our will. This is completely unacceptable, and that's not even mentioning the countless public resources that have been allocated away from the community. A decision to divest is a decision for peace, co-signed by the wonderful and courageous people of the community of San Marcos, who do not stand for the aggressive actions of Benjamin Netanyahu, the IDF, or any settler state. We will benefit greatly from a divestment, and our actions today will have a cascading effect throughout history. Please, I urge you to consider the humanity of the Palestinian people, who have been, for near a century, under the thumb of oppression. To City Hall, I urge you to stand up for the people of Palestine under the midst of Governor Greg Abbott's attempts to dismantle political dissent. Picture your face in the history books next to the word genocide and act accordingly. Vote for a ceasefire for the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Next is Madeline Teo, to be followed by Jack Thornton, Rochelle Wilson, Thomas Wolfson, Tom Alter, Ali Alamin, Chrisley Doyle, Sam Young, and Yancy Aravallo. If I just called your name, please come on in and be ready to speak.
Good evening, committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear us today. I don't understand how citizens of San Marcos, of any U.S. city, are required to use their own tax-paying money to fund a full genocide instead of increasing support for perhaps educational systems, homelessness, emergency services, science institutions, and research. There's a whole array of ways to use San Marcos's funds, and funding hate, corruption, and violence is not that. We're here before you, council, to hear our voice. Please don't ignore it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Thornton.
I'm back, still a resident of San Marcos. Good evening. My name is Jack Thornton. My colleagues have done spectacular work illustrating the historical and financial data surrounding the apartheid state of Israel. So I would like to focus a moment on the incoherencies of the support for Palestinian eradication. There is dissonance between Abbott's words and his supporters. Some citizens in this room say that the genocide has nothing to do with Texas. Abbott tells us that the support of Israel is Texan in its very nature. Which is it? These same supporters of Israel will offer empty platitudes like freedom isn't free, but they fail to tell us which freedoms we gain with each new dead child. And they certainly can't tell us what freedoms we would lose if we stopped the killing. I, however, can tell you what freedoms we will lose if we don't stand up to this tyranny. Maybe a few of these people in this room want this particular genocide, but there will be a future war. There always is. If we falter on this today and allow Abbott's threats to deter us, then we disarm our children when they too are forced to protest against the slaughter of innocents. San Marcos has caught the attention of the governor and eyes all across this country because we are on the cusp of history. The United States knows that the people do not support this genocide. The governor knows that Texans do not support this genocide. It's why they had to write laws to redefine speaking against Zionism as hate speech. It's why they worked to relabel anti-war protesters as terrorists. It's why they illegally detain citizens like Mahmoud Khalil for speaking out for what is right. They know that Americans don't want their money going to the killing of innocent families overseas. They know that if we step out of line, that Houston will too, and San Antonio, and Austin, and the rest of the country. The Israeli lobbying group AIPAC has purchased nearly every senator and representative in our country. They won't let us take this to the ballots. Our only choice is resistance right now, right here. We must have the strength of the revolutionary thinkers that came before us. And remember, they too were once pariahs, and now we name holidays after them. The people are behind you. If Abbott retaliates, the country will not allow it to stand. You hold more power than you realize. If you do what is right tonight, you will see the rest of the nation follow in your footsteps. Help the community take our finger off of the trigger. Thank you.
Next is Rochelle Wilson.
First and foremost, I would like to thank this council for your, I'm Rochelle Wilson. First and foremost, I would like to thank this council for your bravery. What you are doing here today will stand as a beacon of hope, not only in Texas, but around the world. The legacies you leave will be ones of peace and compassion. The last 19 months have changed me in ways that I have yet to fully understand. I'm a Texan, a mother, a small business owner, a taxpayer, and an active member of my community. Instead of focusing on the pain and grief and horror that I have witnessed over the last 19 months, I would like to focus on what I have learned from it. Lessons taught by Palestinians, lessons they did not consent to teaching. Gaza has taught me that there are more heroes in this world than I could have imagined. Gaza has taught me that seemingly ordinary people do extraordinary things from places of kindness and honor. Palestinians have taught me that fear and joy can exist in the same breath. Palestinians have taught me that evil lacks the steadfastness of love. They have taught me that you can lose everything and not be without hope, that faith can carry you when your legs give out, that joy is resistance, that love is resistance, that art is resistance, that education is resistance, that the strength of belonging and community is greater than the blast radius of 2,000-pound bombs. Palestinians have taught me to smile like you mean it, to cry and wail like you mean it, to live like you mean it. Palestine has taught me that sometimes freedom is only a place in your mind, and that place cannot be occupied. I watched a video where an old Palestinian man tasted the dust where his home once stood. It contained the parts of his family, their body parts. I recognize this as the ultimate act of love. It is a global necessity for Palestinians to exercise their right of self-determination. To return is victory. To remain is victory. To remember is victory. This is genocide, and it will be remembered as such. It will become another dark chapter of human history, a modern Holocaust. Our future generations will condemn those like Governor Greg Abbott, who blindly support the mass slaughter of civilian populations. They will also remember the brave souls who stood against it, those whose voices were steadfast enough to demand justice. By the end of tonight, I truly hope that we will be able to count your voices among those with the moral fortitude to do the right thing, even in the face of egregious threats and bullying. When our tax dollars pay for it, genocide becomes a local issue, and it remains a global crisis, a shared responsibility that we must confront. Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas Wolfson.
Mayor, council members, I'm Thomas Wolfson, U.S. Army veteran, Department of Homeland Security retiree, center-left independent, registered voter in San Marcos for more than 4 years. And while I think the Netanyahu regime is abhorrent, and I am a financial supporter of J Street, I think that the residents of our city must be surprised that the council members they elected are now focused on international affairs, while voters are concerned about overdevelopment as the aquifer dries up, blockbuster monthly water bills, record-setting traffic crashes and fatalities. As long as you've decided to weigh in against the only majority Jewish country on the planet, how about also directing your concern to, for example, the people starving in Africa as a result of the cutoff of USAID nutrition programs, the genocide in Darfur as the Sudanese civil war spirals, Russian airstrikes targeting Ukrainian civilians, the humanitarian crisis in Ethiopia's Tigray region. I could go on. It's a long, long list. But I guess this resolution must be a safer, more politically correct bet for you. Because as my favorite comedian, Bill Maher, says, the Jews, they're always up to something. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Alter.
Good evening. My name is Tom Alter. I am a member, I'm a San Marcos resident and a member of the Texas State Employees Union. My union has adopted a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine and an arms embargo against Israel. And I urge the City Council to represent the majority of our community's residents and pass the resolution in front of you tonight. Palestine, at this very moment, is suffering under a US-backed genocide funded by our tax dollars. The genocide in Palestine is a moral outrage. It does not take much effort to see the images of children in refugee tents being blown to pieces, the mass graves of Palestinian medical workers buried with their ambulances, or the countless atrocities against the Palestinian people too numerous to list. Now, those opposed to this resolution cry, "What about Hamas?" as they spew proven lies about 40 decapitated babies in microwaves, and mass rapes, when it's Israeli Zionists who have done the raping, torturing, and murder. Standing here in San Marcos, I stand with the Palestinian people's rights to resist the occupation of their homeland and their refusal to be genocided. I take my lead from them. I also take my lead from the countless Jewish people around the world and here in the United States who say, not in our name will this genocide against Palestinians be carried out. In a way, I want to thank Governor Abbott for his letter threatening our town. It has elevated our message of Palestinian liberation from this council chamber to an international audience. Abbott has shown the realities of so-called democracy in the United States and capitalism itself. Masks are off, lines have been drawn, fascism has shown its face. If this resolution is passed tonight, Abbott and other government officials have said they will cut off funding for our city. Not just lawyers, but anyone with a basic understanding of how government is supposed to function knows Abbott's threats are illegal and unconstitutional. Yet the threat is real. The funds that Abbott said he will cut comes from the wealth produced by working people in our community, the state, and across the country. Wealth we, the working class, has produced, but it is controlled by capitalist-controlled politicians. This resolution is a useful but symbolic gesture in opposition to a genocide. It does not boycott Israel or enact an actual ceasefire and embargo. It is an exercise in free speech, and this is what Abbott is attacking. Whether one wants to acknowledge it or not, Palestine is the axis around which all other issues revolve around in the United States. Democratic rights, education, housing, immigrant rights, queer rights, and opposing needless wars. None of us are free until Palestine is free. Pass this resolution.
Our next speaker is Ali Alamin. Chrisley Doyle.
Hello, my name is Chrisley Doyle. I'm a resident of San Marcos. I'm speaking to urge the City Council to adopt the ceasefire resolution. I'm very concerned when elected officials like Senator Donna Campbell and Governor Greg Abbott use intimidation tactics to silence their constituents from voicing dissent. When dissent is penalized, we are all at risk. The right to voice dissent should be fervently upheld in democratic societies. During the last citizens' comment session, someone stated, quote, "Israel has a right to defend itself," unquote. Israel has defended itself. It is now acting on the offense, and its destructive acts are harming not just Hamas, but the Palestinian people. For more than 2 months now, Israel has blocked all humanitarian aid to Gaza, including medical supplies, food, and fuel. These are not defensive measures. Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." Nobel Peace Prize winner and Archbishop Desmond Tutu said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." Holocaust survivor and Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel said, "We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." The consequences San Marcos may face in adopting the ceasefire resolution are far smaller in comparison to what those men faced in their opposition to injustice. And the consequences we may face are minuscule in comparison to the suffering that the Palestinian people are experiencing. Again, I urge the City Council to push back against intimidation, to speak up against injustice and for humanity, and to adopt the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Next is Sam Young.
I'm Sam Young. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The question before us is why this resolution? It appears that San Marcos is attempting to do the foreign policy of the United States. No one wants to see innocents killed. There is a series on Netflix that you can go home and watch called Fauda, F-A-U-D-A, or Chaos. The storyline reflects the conflict between Gaza and Israel, and one of the actors in the film was in the IDF reserves and was injured in battle. And I've been thinking of a way to speak on this issue in a polite, thoughtful manner. I have not found one. This resolution is full of lies and disinformation. Many of the facts are cut out of whole cloth. This is an extremely divisive issue. Israel has enemies on 4 sides. The Israelis did not start this conflict. Hamas did. Israel was attacked by terrorists showing no mercy. If Hamas attacked this building tonight, most would be killed and the women raped and killed, and regardless of what side you're on. Let's talk about Hamas as a terrorist organization who takes full advantage of the innocents in Gaza. Hamas has taken money for humanitarian relief to build secret tunnels and buy weapons. It has directed food supplies to its advantage and not to the people of Gaza. Who supplies the weapons to Hamas? Not the United States. I have heard both sides, this especially last time, use the Bible. The Bible is the Word of God. Humans can and do pick and choose what they want it to say. The devil walks the earth just as God is here. Hamas is the devil incarnate. There is no defense for Hamas. Hamas is not to be trusted in any way. Let's look at the council and the number 7. 7 is an important number in Judaism. A coincidence, perhaps. Let's cut to the chase and count votes. 2 of you who do not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance are most likely to vote yes. 2 others are likely to vote no. Out of the remaining 3, do at least 2 of you have the courage and intestinal fortitude to vote no? Passing this resolution would make San Marcos look like a podunk town and will be a joke with possible economic consequences. How about a resolution we condemn China for enslaving the Uyghurs? That's real slavery. And they're making stuff that you buy in Walmart. Closer to home would be a resolution condemning Tren de Agua. That is a terrorist organization that's been in Hays County and possibly in San Marcos. I pray this resolution fails and the City Council of San Marcos focuses only on its duties to the citizens of San Marcos. Thank you.
Sir, what is your name? Not you, the gentleman standing at the back door. Are you one of the people I called?
Ali Element. I was too before.
Yes, come on up. I'm trying to keep up as best I can up here.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you.
Peace be upon you all. A peace that the Palestinians have not seen since their land was colonized and the imperial British and French divided the Middle East to pander to the Rothschilds family in order to give land that they had conquered to the Zionist movement. To all those who say that this has all happened as a result of World War II and the Nazis following Zionist propaganda, remember that the Balfour Promise was endorsed by the British government in 1917 when Hitler was 18 years old. The British made the promise to give land they had conquered by force to a people who had no claim to it. This was an ethnic cleansing project from the start, as shown by an Israeli historian, Ilan Pappé, who wrote a book called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. I want to be brief on purpose because I wanted Israeli officials to speak for themselves. The Guardian, Tuesday 6th, May 2025. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. Gaza will be entirely destroyed as a result of an Israeli military victory, and the Palestinians will leave in great numbers to third countries. It continues saying, raising fears of ethnic cleansing in the occupied territory. Israeli Defense Minister, this is the New York Times, November 15, 2023. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. The defense minister said 2 days after the attacks, as he described how the Israeli military planned to eradicate Hamas in Gaza. In the same New York Times article, it cites Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who says, "You must remember what Amalek has done to you," says our Holy Bible. We do remember, said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, referencing the ancient enemy of the Israelites in scripture, interpreted by scholars as a call to exterminate their men and women, children and infants. In another quote from the same article in the New York Times, the idea of a nuclear strike on Gaza was raised last week by another right-wing minister, Amichai Eliyahu, who told a Hebrew radio station that there was no such thing as non-combatants in Gaza. Eyal Golan, an Israeli pop singer, erase Gaza, he says. Don't leave a single person there. Do we want to live in a world where people publicly proclaim they are erasing and ethnically cleansing and committing genocide and actively doing it? There are over 52,000 Palestinian victims today, and barely a building remains standing in Gaza while the people of Gaza are literally being starved to death today, this moment, as we speak, by the Israeli army. Why should this matter to us? Because we are human, first and foremost. Because we care about justice. Because we are complicit with our taxes in what the Israeli army is doing.
And your time is up. Okay, we're going to do two more, and then council, are y'all ready for a break? A very short bio break. Okay, Mohammed Khan is next.
Mayor?
Yes,
Could you tell us what number you're at after the last two speakers?
I will. Let me calculate it up, or add it up. So is Khan on and ready, Ms. Trevino? And I see an Amir Khan, did you say that's the same person? Okay, and then Yancy Arvalo, is Yancy here? That will be our last speaker, and if she's not here, then we will take a break after this next speaker. Okay. Is Khan in? Amir Khan, Mohammed Khan, we're ready for you? Okay, then we will wait. We'll let Yancy Arvalo speak next. We're going to take our break, and then we'll see if we can get Mr. and Ms. Khan on.
Good evening. My name is Yancy Arevalo. Council members, as you know, the stakes are high. Our grants and bonds are at play at the whim of a governor and state that would rather back a foreign country at our own expense than back its own people. That tracks for Greg Abbott. I know that you care about the people of San Marcos, though, and that you wouldn't put state funding at risk because it would impact the very people you care about. But when are we going to say enough is enough? Of course, he came for our money, for our funding, because money is what keeps this country going, and it's what keeps our programs running. Money is what's allowing Elon Musk to continue doing business in Texas, allowing him to create his own city in Texas. Greg Abbott, if you actually cared about anti-Semitism, then you would condemn Elon Musk and not our city. Greg is retaliating against a resolution that is symbolic and legally non-binding. By threatening to cut our funding over a non-binding resolution written by community members, that's censorship. He swore to protect, uphold, and defend the U.S. Constitution when he took office, and he is violating that oath and the Constitution by attacking our protected rights to criticize our government. Our intention was never to put state funding at risk when we wrote this resolution. We never even expected this to be national, possibly global news. I get it that you're scared of what passing this resolution means for our money because it's going to impact very real people. But what will it mean for us if you don't pass this resolution? Will you allow Governor Abbott's threats to dictate how you represent our city, how you represent us? I hope you vote yes on passing our resolution. Matthew Mendoza, I respectfully ask that you abstain due to your employment to NICE, an Israeli surveillance technology company. By voting yes, you are giving us a voice that says stop funding genocide with our tax dollars. Just recently, an aid ship en route to Gaza was bombed, preventing Palestinians food, water, and resources. Israel is imposing a man-made famine on thousands of innocent families. But even if you decide that this fight is not worth it, that your people are not worth being represented, I want you to know this. La única batalla que se pierde es la que se abandona. The only battle that is lost is the one abandoned. Palestina, nunca te abandonaré. Viva Palestina.
Okay, folks. Council's now going to take a very brief break. I think y'all know what that means. It's a bio break. So if you can make sure that we could get through between here and to the restrooms. Also, I've noticed that the microphone's doing some odd things. I'm going to suggest that if your voice carries like mine carries, don't get really close to the microphone. I think that's where some of that extra noise is coming from. So we're going to take a break at 7:51, and we will reconvene at 7:56. Returned. We are late. It is 8:01, but we are going to press forward. Our next speaker, here's the next group. Please come forward and be ready over here. Helen Carter, Sharice Miles, Lucretia Burton, Clinton Scott, Louay Abu Arama, Susan Neiman, Matt Parks, Katie Buchanan, David Garcia. If you're on remotely, when we send you the prompt to be promoted to a participant, that's where you get in the group that's going to let you speak. So are any of the people that I just called here? If you'll go ahead and step forward. I've got like 9 people that I'm expecting to come on up.
Lucretia Burton is sick tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, then after you, I'll start calling a bunch more names.
Okay. My name is Sharice Miles.
Okay.
I am a local trauma therapist who has lived, worked, and gone to church in San Marcos for over 45 years. I'm going to tell a story that any therapist that works with veterans has likely heard. It is horrifying and heartbreaking and will be triggering for some of you. The veteran says, "I was on guard, making sure that nobody crossed a certain line near our encampment. My instructions were to shoot to kill as soon as anyone crossed the line." Anyone. Here the story differs just a bit. I saw a 5-year-old boy. I saw a boy about my daughter's age. I saw a woman who appeared pregnant. I saw them walking towards the camp. Once they reached that line, I had to, and here the veteran breaks down and cannot finish the story. Their orders were to shoot to kill anyone. A pregnant woman, a 5-year-old child. I wonder who suffers more, the soldier who has a story they feel they can't tell to anyone in their lives, who carries so much horror and shame that often they end up dying by suicide. Or maybe the family whose home has been invaded and bombarded, who had to choose which family member might get past the invaders. I wonder if the U.S. is invaded at some point, which one of our family members we would choose to carry explosives across the line into the enemy encampment. War has no winners. Is the blood of 16,000 Palestinian children not enough to appease the God of Israel for the 1,200 Israeli lives lost? I support calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you.
Our next speaker, the snapping, no. Silence is okay. I had to go out there to tell people we're going to have quiet. We're going to have quiet. If you're disruptive, I will be asking you to be removed from the chambers or remove yourself. Your name, please?
Matt Parks.
Okay.
I'm here today because Israel has just greenlit a plan to seize and permanently hold all of Gaza. They announced that they are going to be forcing every person in the Gaza Strip to move into the tiny corner bordering Egypt. Millions of people, if there are even that many left, forced into this space, while Israel takes the rest and plans to do God knows what with the survivors. And we're paying for this. Millions of San Marcos tax dollars are going to fund this. We have a giant abandoned school sitting in the middle of our town. Our roads are falling apart. Our sidewalks just stop at places. Rent cost is becoming unsustainable. And this is what we're funding instead? I joined the Army when I was 17 because I believed in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. And I can't stand by where my country and my tax dollars do the exact opposite. Greg Abbott says that supporting Israel is more important than supporting Texans. And he's a lost soul. I don't ever expect Greg Abbott to have a come to Jesus moment, but that's why I'm here in front of my city council. I know y'all are getting a lot of dissenting emails from people who would never actually come out to a town hall meeting. And I know our governor is threatening us if we pass this. Let him threaten us. Let him retaliate. Let him and every other city in this state see that we don't put up with intimidation and that we don't sacrifice our morals and the well-being of our neighbors out of fear. I think the people saying that this isn't your job or to focus on other things have a very dim view of local government. You aren't just here to argue about zoning laws. You are our frontline representatives, and your actions matter. Abbott and the rest of the people who are flooding your inboxes with threats know this too. So please, show them what a local government is capable of. Thank you.
Your name?
David Garcia. David Garcia.
Okay.
My name is David Garcia. I've always been an advocate for thinking for yourself and coming to your own conclusions based on verifiable facts and evidence. In that vein, I'm simply going to state a list of verifiable facts, and you can come to your own conclusions. World Health Organization logged 624 killed healthcare workers and 1,813 separate attacks on Palestinian clinics and ambulances. UNESCO confirms 102 cultural heritage sites, ancient churches, mosques, and historic homes bombed to rubble or burnt to the ground by Israel. UNICEF says that 534 of 564 school buildings, nearly 95%, are cratered, leaving 660,000 children with no classroom to return to. UNICEF counts 1.9 million people, nearly 90% of Gaza's population, who have had their homes turned to rubble by Israeli bombs. Save the Children reports that in the first 11 months of 2024, 15 Palestinian children a day were maimed for life from Israeli munitions. UN data shows an Israeli strike has ended a Palestinian child's life every day for 40. UN data shows an Israeli strike has ended a Palestinian child's life every 45 minutes, about one kindergarten class a day for more than 500 days. UNICEF reports that Gaza has the highest rate of child amputees in the world and that children account for 70% of the civilian death count in Gaza. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity, including the use of starvation as a weapon. The Palestinian Bureau of Statistics puts the amount of Palestinian children who are completely unaccompanied or separated from their family at 39,000, described as the largest orphan crisis in modern history. UNICEF warns Gaza has, quote, become a graveyard for thousands of children, unquote, and Save the Children has logged 13,800 child deaths. This surpasses the number of children killed in all global conflicts combined over the last 4 years. Gaza's health ministry reports more than 50,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 2023. UN confirms at least half of the victims are women and children, with some verifiable, credible accounts as high as 70%. Article 54 of the Geneva Convention deems the intentional starvation of civilians by blocking life-saving aid as a war crime, yet UN reports Israel is still blockading food, water, and medicine from entering Gaza by force. The Committee to Protect Journalists records 176 reporters killed, making Gaza the deadliest conflict for journalists since the CPJ started tracking fatalities. Israel is now before the top judiciary body of the UN, the International Court of Justice, on charges of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention. In January 2024, the court issued binding measures demanding Israel immediately halt all attacks on civilians, medical workers, and aid shipments. Thank you very much.
Still looking for Helen Carter, Clinton Scott. Some of these are online, and I'm not finding them there either. Luay Abu Amara. I believe Susan Neiman is online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. On August 29th, I was on a flight from Rome to Tel Aviv. The Palestinian Liberation Organization thought that the Israeli ambassador was on board, but he decided to take an earlier flight. Shortly after takeoff, the pilot came over the intercom and stated that we had a problem. The hijackers grabbed the intercom and came on stating that there was a bomb on board and that the plane was going to blow up. No timing was given. There were 120 innocent people on board. We were told to sit in our seats and keep our hands on top of our heads. This lasted for a couple of hours. My dad noticed that there were 2 Israeli jets on both sides of our plane. If anything were to happen, we would be shot down. After the hijacker was finished shouting obscenities at the Israelis, we started to make a turn and flew wherever she wanted us to go. We had no idea where until we landed. We made our descent into Damascus, Syria. The attendants instructed us to put our shoes into the bags they carried down the aisle and get into the crash position. The pilot came over the intercom and stated that it was going to be a very quick landing since there was still a timer on the bomb. I've flown a lot in my life, and that was definitely the quickest landing I've ever had. The attendants told us to head to the closest exits. My father, being a pilot, helped with sending people down the chutes on both sides of the plane until there were just 2 people, he and the lady hijacker. My dad went ahead and went down the side that my brother was taken out on or sent down, and went and got my mom and told her to go get my little brother. And then he came around the plane, and about that time, the plane's fuselage, the front end of the fuselage blew off. The whole cockpit was gone within 2 minutes of him getting off. They took us into Damascus. The next afternoon, we went back to the airport, and that evening, El Al flew us back out on our way to Tel Aviv. So now I feel that the Israelis are not the only ones at fault. Hamas has blended in with the Palestinians. I understand that there are not all Hamas, but there needs to be control over there first. For Hays County to assist the Palestinians and getting us involved is not good for this county. Our city council needs to be more concerned with San Marcos and our own politics/agendas. Hays County is already close to $6 billion in debt and only want to take more money from we the people. And lastly, if people are going to run for office and they are from this country, I would think that they would stand for the pledge. It is so disrespectful seeing this at our meetings in San Marcos. I would also think that the people in the council would stay awake so they can figure out which way they want to vote. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Buchanan, who also joins us online. But before Katie speaks, here's our next group. David Abugaber, Crystal Silva McCormick, Eric Martinez, Brian Weldon, Randy Schultz, and Harrison Wright. If I just called your name, please come on in and be lined up at the podium. Katie Buchanan, you're next.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Katie Buchanan, and I urge you to support this resolution in solidarity with the people of Palestine. A recent report estimated the actual death toll of Gaza is 40% higher than the official number of over 52,000, with approximately 60% being women, children, and seniors. Aid workers, healthcare staff, and press are constant targets. Cultural sites are gone. There are more child amputees in Gaza than anywhere else in the world. Humanitarian aid is being withheld, and the Palestinians are starving before our eyes. Calling for an end to the genocide of Palestinians should not be a divisive issue. In the simplest of terms, it is wrong. Our tax dollars are contributing to this death campaign, so this should absolutely be considered a local priority. Palestinian sovereignty is not anti-Semitic. Settler colonialism has made its mark across the globe, and it's our moral obligation to acknowledge it and dismantle the oppression it's caused. This is not bold, this is simply true. This is humanity. Let us be light in the darkness. Let us not be silent on this issue, no matter what sort of threats we receive from so-called leaders. As Representative Kassar said today, this is the oldest trick in the tyrant's book. We're proud Texans and San Martians for many reasons. We should be proud to support Palestinian independence, proud to stand against genocide, proud to show solidarity in the face of authoritarianism, and proud to be on the right side of history. That's all of my comments. Thank you, and free Palestine.
David Abugaber.
Hi, everybody. My name is David Abugaber. So I'm here to speak in favor of the Gaza ceasefire resolution. To those who say we should not pass the resolution because the city council meeting should be about local issues, I say that the $4.4 million that San Martians paid to the Israeli military could instead go for a year of solar electricity for 12,000 households, a year of free or low-cost health care for 1,500 children, a year of salaries for about 50 elementary school teachers, etc. It affects us locally that our tax money is not being spent on infrastructure and social services that help my local community, but is instead being spent on bombs to kill women and children 7,000 miles away. So can we please stop letting our money be funneled away from public services to feed a civilian killing machine? To those who say we don't have resolutions about other conflicts around the world, why Gaza? I say that look at the statistics. For each Israeli that has been killed as a result of this conflict, 55 Palestinians have been killed. That is a 1 to 55 ratio. That does not sound like a typical war. That sounds more like systematic state-sponsored killing of civilians. Here, I'd like to quote a recent New York Times article titled, "As Gaza siege grinds on, Gazan children go hungry and patients die." It has been more than 60 days since Israel ordered a halt to all humanitarian aid entering Gaza. No food, fuel, or even medicine. The severity of the siege means it now affects nearly every part of the lives of the roughly 2 million people trapped inside Gaza. As supplies of clean water, food, and medicine dwindle, preventable diseases and illnesses are surging, and so is the likelihood of dying from them, doctors say. Aid groups are raising the alarms in increasingly drastic messages, warning that the humanitarian support for Gazans is on the verge of total collapse, end quote. So this is not a typical war. This sounds more like a recreation of the Warsaw Ghetto, paid for in part by San Martian tax dollars. Can you please be brave enough to speak up about this? Now, to those who say, well, the governor threatened to cut off funding for San Marcos if we pass the resolution, I'd like to quote a letter from Congressman Greg Casar that was issued this morning. All Americans must be allowed to express their views without punishment by the government. That is the core of the First Amendment. San Marcos' leaders must be allowed to express their views, whether Abbott agrees with them or not, without government retaliation. Abbott knows that San Marcos has violated no law and deserves no punishment, but the governor spreads his lies and his threats because he hopes to intimidate you. This is the oldest trick in the tyrant's book, end quote. So will you allow yourself to be intimidated by this attack on our constitutional rights? Lastly, I invite you to ask yourself, if San Marcos were a small town in Nazi Germany and we were talking about a resolution to speak out against the mass extermination of Jews, would you be the city councilor who says, oh, well, the Holocaust isn't a local issue because the death camps aren't located here? Or, oh, we haven't passed resolutions about other mass deaths around the world, so why talk about the Holocaust? Or, oh, the Fuhrer threatened to cut off our funding if we speak out against the Holocaust, so let's not do it. So can you please take a minute to really think intently about what it means to be on the right side of history? Thank you.
Crystal Silva McCormick, Eric Martinez. I saw him just a second ago. He had to leave. Okay. Brian Weldon, Randy Schultz, Harrison Wright. I called your names earlier. You should have been over here ready to go. I'm calling the next group. Just a second. The next group is Amina Qureshi, Safia Haider, Thomas Doyle, Zanib Al-Hatri, Reza Atay. If I called your name, please come on in and be ready to go.
Thank you for putting this item on the agenda. I'll try to keep this short. You've all seen the videos.
State your name, please.
Sorry, yes, Brian Weldon. Thank you. So yeah, you've all seen the videos, seen the pictures, heard the testimony in this very chamber of the horror wrought upon Gaza and the West Bank at the hands of the Israeli military. You know in your hearts that it's wrong to bomb schools, hospitals, refugee camps, and soup kitchens. And that's exactly what the money that this city sends to Israel is being used to do, directly or indirectly. And yeah, incidentally, look at who's been on each side of this debate. On one hand, you have opportunistic culture warriors, disingenuously self-interested Zionists, weird apocalyptically motivated religious fanatics, and of course, Greg Abbott. On the other hand, you have people begging for the lives of their friends and family, citizens rightfully concerned about unconstitutional attacks on free speech and how our tax dollars are being spent, and people who believe that a better world is possible, that a better world must be possible. As elected officials, you are the stewards of what the city is and what it will be. In a very direct way, you are responsible for the decision of what kind of world we live in. Therefore, I urge you to pass this resolution and keep that $4.1 million in San Marcos where it belongs. These tax dollars should be used for the embedment of the people of the city, not for the enabling of the genocide of the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Amina Qureshi, Safia Haider, Thomas Doyle.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Thomas Doyle. I'm a professor of political science, and I teach international security and international law at Texas State University. The Hamas-led attacks on October 7th, 2023, killed about 1,200 people, and about 250 other civilians were taken hostage to the Gaza Strip, some of them American citizens. Israelis who were traumatized called this the worst day in Israeli history since the Holocaust. As one who is familiar with relevant international law on the matter, I believe it must be admitted by all concerned that Hamas's actions constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. Hamas's actions cannot be excused nor papered over. Indeed, the chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court issued 3 arrest warrants for Hamas leaders for war crimes and crimes against humanity, including murder and rape. It must also be admitted that Israel has a fundamental right of self-defense. But here's where international law also speaks. International law does not permit self-defense to include indiscriminate military action, and we see in the news media mass protests happening in Israel against the Israeli government's decision to continue the war, leading to reoccupation and settlement in Gaza. This is truly a complicated issue. There is nothing that can make this simple. Such protests have reached into the Israeli military, and reservists are refusing to serve in increasing numbers. Perhaps this is a subtle way of calling for a ceasefire to prioritize the lives of the Israeli hostages. Now, it should be acknowledged that since October 7th, almost 62,000 Palestinians have been killed and almost 112,000 have been injured. This also should not be papered over or ignored. So how should a city council respond to this? How should any governmental unit in the United States respond to this? Your job is nothing to be envied. You have a divided populace. You do have a public voice and you do have a private voice. But I want to recall that it's never an error to side on the right, on the side of international law and international right. Thank you.
Amina, Sophia, Zanab.
Hi, I'm
Yes,
Sophia.
hello. Okay. State your name for us, please.
Sophia Haider. I'm speaking in support of the ceasefire resolution. This comes at a critical time as Gaza has been under complete siege for over 60 days, with no food or medical supplies entering, children starving to death every day. Israel declared that it would forcibly relocate the people of Gaza who have already suffered genocide and occupation. Only international pressure can stop this ethnic cleansing, starting right here by refusing complicity. We are materially propping up Israel. Missile manufacturing facilities are nestled in our neighborhoods. Our roads are veins for weapons used to kill Palestinian families. Millions of tax dollars from people in this town are going to the Israeli military while our social welfare is being cut. Palestine is not a faraway issue. It's everywhere here. I thank San Marcos for being the first city in Texas to be considering a ceasefire resolution. Greg Abbott's threats against San Marcos continue a long lineage of support for Israel from Texas. San Marcos bravely subverts this. Greg Abbott signed in the unconstitutional anti-BDS law in 2017 that he is using to threaten suspending funding. I encourage the council members to stay firm in supporting the resolution. Under this law, a Palestinian mother from my masjid was fired from her job as a school speech therapist over refusing to boycott Israel several years ago. The local court hearing we attended ruled in her favor, ruling that the law was unconstitutional. Individuals like her have already been facing consequences for their pro-Palestine views. We need governmental actors like San Marcos to back up their residents' right to free speech by not giving in to Greg Abbott's intimidation. With that, I urge the San Marcos City Council to stand on the side of humanity. Vote yes on the ceasefire resolution.
Our next person, what is your name?
My name is Zainab Al-Hadari. I speak in favor of the ceasefire resolution. The last time I came up here to speak at Citizen Comment, I stood in the lobby and heard so many people regurgitate Israeli propaganda, years worth of it, and I'm still hearing it now. Israel has the money to generate all of this false information and put it on our social media and censor Palestinian voices. 100 ex-IDF members work in Meta, and where are they getting this money? Millions of our dollars are being sent overseas when they could be fixing our local city's infrastructure. They're already defunding our schools, libraries, programs essential for our city to thrive. The Central Texas Food Bank reports that 1 in 6 adults and 1 in 4 children in Hays County experience food insecurity. Shouldn't our tax money be going to that? It should be going to the communities at home that need it most. Criticism of this genocide is not anti-Semitism. Criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Mind you, Israel is bombing Syria and Lebanon now too. Israeli officials admit themselves that they will not withdraw even if Hamas releases all of the remaining captives. The Israeli government is prioritizing land grabs over lives, including those of Israeli captives. No retreat from territories we have conquered, not even in exchange of hostages, said Finance Minister Smotrich. I don't think any of you who came up here to speak on behalf of Israel actually did your research beyond Israeli propaganda. This is one of the most televised genocides, and you're being willfully ignorant. I've seen videos of IDF soldiers laughing gleefully as they bomb homes and loot them, as they wear Palestinian women's intimates mockingly. They're the ones posting this material. I encourage you, those of you present today, to take the time to actually read. Palestine Remembered has a ton of archive materials because this all started way before October 7th, and Israel does not want you to know that. It's 1948, it's 1967, it's all of these many other dates for up to 80 years until now. No state in the world has the right to exist. Israel is no exception. This mythical right is invoked by Israel solely to deflect from its foundational and ongoing colonialism. We can care about Palestine while also caring about what happens in Sudan, Yemen, etc., because liberation can start with Palestine. In fact, in Sudan, the Rapid Support Forces is using Israel's template for genocide. Israel's genocide is an example. We should be the example of peace and call for a ceasefire.
Our next speaker is Reza Ataay. Oh, that's right. Hold on. Amina, you are next. Amina. Okay, we'll come right back. The next speakers in this order are Michael Sheeran, Clay Chip Smith, Quinn Cox, Alan Primrose. Is Amina ready? Nope, we'll come back. Are you Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
It is now your turn, sir.
Thank you. Michael Shiner, and I am from San Marcos. Things are horrific, absolutely horrific. But it doesn't mean that it's within your oath of office or the city's charter to solve these world problems. And I think just because you're loud and passionate doesn't make you more right. I think that this is kind of a litmus test as a city council on whether you're going to follow your oath and the city council's charter and take care of the residents, or you're going to follow Ms. Garcia's personal passion and pursuing something that is going to cost this city, well, look at what it's cost tonight. How many hours have you spent? How many thousands of dollars are we spending in security on something that probably should have never showed up on this city council meeting to start with? That's one issue. Second one is the resolution is horrifically written. There's a lot of horrors in the world, but I don't see anything where the city council passed a resolution on what the Palestinians did to the Kuwaitis in 1991. I don't see anything on Uyghurs, on Tibetans, on what's happening to sub-Saharan African Christians, Dhofar. The list of horrific things in the world go long and long, but focus just on this one seems very myopic and inconsistent with the way the city has behaved in the past. And the next one is, it does damage to all the residents. It's going to cost, how much are you going to spend? How much have you spent? How many millions? Set aside Government Abbott's, political posturing to try to make himself look good. How is your job to take care of the residents of this city and do what's in the best interest of them? Or is it to say, you know what, being a suburb of Austin isn't enough, we're going to be a suburb of San Francisco. And we're going to launch on all these passionate personal tirades that have nothing to do with city streets, infrastructure, and encouraging businesses. How many people do you think are going to flock to San Marcos after you pass this resolution? How many people are going to embrace? How many lawsuits are you going to start? How much damage are you going to do to businesses so one gal can have her personal passion go forward as some sort of noble thing? Follow your oath, follow the city council charter. That's what you were elected to do. Take care of all residents, not just some that show up that are loud and passionate about an issue. Thank you.
Next is Clay Chip Smith, and the next group of people is Tomas Diaz de Leon, Bridget Tobin, Tori Martin, Becky Harden, and Aria Summers Landsberger. Clay Chip Smith, you are next up.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Clay Chip Smith. I greet you with the greeting of the Muslims, Assalamu alaikum, meaning, may the peace of God be upon you. The Muslims of San Marcos send peace and blessings upon the Prophet and Messenger Muhammad, who was given as a mercy to the world, to all the worlds. And we ask God's guidance to Islam for the members of this, our fair city. San Marcos has had a house of worship for the Muslims since 2008. I have managed that mosque since that time. Moreover, the Muslims have been living here in San Marcos since the 1980s. In the 1880s, 100 years prior, there was the Chautauqua Educational Institution bought land to teach Christianity, science, religion generally, and recreation and history. Their textbook, which I have a copy of, an original copy from 1891, is a celebration of learning of world religions, including detailed history in this book about Muslims and the religion of Islam. That welcome legacy of appreciation for world religions has been captured in the title of a building here in San Marcos. The title of that building is Chautauqua Hall. It is on the Texas State University campus, and we have a long legacy of liberty and religion and teaching and education as a result of that Chautauqua Institution thing beginning in the 1880s. To proceed to the matter of the resolution, since we cannot change how things play out, that is, the outcome of international affairs in the Middle East, I would like to focus on what touches us the most, which is our being kind to our neighbors be they Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, or any other religion, it is indeed a beautiful goal for us to focus on the kindness amongst our neighbors. To whatever extent it's possible, to substitute a resolution that focuses on neighborliness and consideration amongst all of us, I would support that substitution motion. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your work. God bless you all.
Your name, sir?
Good evening.
What- Your name, please?
My name is Quinn.
Sorry, okay, thank you. You're next.
I'm a lifelong resident of Central Texas and a member of the Texas chapter of the American Communist Party. I speak tonight in support of this resolution and in opposition to the threats coming from Governor Greg Abbott, who's made it clear that he'll punish any city that dares to question where its money is going. Abbott isn't angry because this resolution breaks any law. He's angry because we, the people, are asking a simple question. Why is our money funding genocide 7,000 miles away while our own city struggles to provide basic services? In San Marcos, working families are being squeezed from every direction. The poverty rate is more than double the state average. Rent is unaffordable, wages haven't kept up with inflation, public services are under strain, and yet, while we're told there's no money for affordable housing, education, or healthcare, they expect this city alone to send an estimated $4.4 million in tax dollars every year to a foreign military committing genocide. That's not just immoral, it's economic theft, wealth extracted from the working class and handed over, no strings attached, to a terrorist regime engaged in the mass slaughter of women and children. And what is Abbott's response? Not concern for his constituents, but blackmail. He's threatening to cut state grants because San Marcos had the nerve to suggest that its own tax dollars be spent on things like small business support, job training, public safety, and homelessness prevention, things that actually serve the people. His willingness to financially sabotage a struggling Texas city over a symbolic resolution is not just cowardly, it is absolutely disgusting. Abbott is not a patriot. He hoards money, slashes programs, and demands austerity for Texans while defending billions in giveaways to foreign militaries and defense contractors. He'll pinch every penny when it comes to Texas, but open the tap for war. He's made it clear that his loyalty is not to the flag or his people, but to the warmongers on Wall Street. This is the logic of empire. Sacrifice your own people to preserve domination abroad. Let roads crumble. Let schools go underfunded. Let families lose their homes. Just don't question the war machine. But San Marcos has a right and a duty to say no. No to our labor funding imperialism. No to silence in the face of genocide. No to a bully governor who would rather cripple a city than let it reinvest in itself. We urge the council, pass this resolution. Stand with working people, not with empire, not with war, and not with those who sell out Texas for blood money. Do not be intimidated and do not back down. Thank you.
Our next speakers, Alan Primrose, Tomas Diaz de Leon, Bridget Toman online, Tori Martin, Becky Harden, Aria Summers Landsberger.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alan Primrose. I come here as a neighbor and a lifelong visitor of San Marcos, Texas. I come here to affirm the ceasefire resolution 83R. Since Greg Abbott calls this motion anti-Semitism, I'd like to make a distinction. We can honor and love Jewish people and people who practice Judaism in the U.S. and denounce Israel's occupation and crimes in the same breath. We can denounce the use of white phosphorus, which burns and melts flesh. We can denounce the restriction of food since March 2nd, which politically creates famine for the people of Gaza. It was reported in the resolution that $4 million in San Marcos taxes has gone to the state of Israel in 2024. Imagine $4 million going to the city and the river authority while Central Texas faces droughts and increased economic and residential demands. Imagine $4 million going to the health and well-being of people of San Marcos. Imagine no more money going to war crimes and ethnic cleansing. If passed, this would be a great benefit to the community of San Marcos. If Greg Abbott decides to cut funding for the state of Texas, then let him be known as an enabler of the crimes against humanity. Good night.
You'll step forward.
Hello,
My name is Tomas. I'm a San Marcos local. I've lived here 27 years. I'm here once again to express both my support for the ceasefire resolution and my anger at the lengths our state will go to suppress the autonomy of local government. I'd like to start by addressing a common refrain I've heard from the opposition, that this issue is more complicated than those in favor of the resolution make it out to be. I don't think there is anything particularly complicated about opposing ethnic cleansing. And I think that Israeli historian and political scientist Ilan Pappé offers up some useful commentary here when he says of Israel's occupation of Palestine, "The last paradox is that the tale of Palestine from the beginning until today is a simple story of colonialism and dispossession. Yet the world treats it as a multifaceted and complex story, hard to understand and even harder to solve. Indeed, the story of Palestine has been told before. European settlers coming to a foreign land, settling there, and either committing genocide against or expelling the indigenous people. The Zionists have not invented anything new in this respect, but Israel succeeded nonetheless with the help of its allies everywhere in building a multi-layered explanation that is so complex that only Israel can understand it. Any interference from the outside world is immediately castigated as naive at best or anti-Semitic at worst." I think that's a great point. Again, what exactly is complicated about opposing a genocide? But I've noticed that those that have spoken in opposition to the resolution before and today have had some difficulty even acknowledging what's happening as a genocide. Instead, they call it self-defense. Gaza is currently facing a famine as a result of Israel's 64-day-long blockade in violation of international law, and somehow that's self-defense. Israel destroys essential civilian infrastructure such as hospitals, schools, and sources of clean water, again, in violation of international law, using lies about Hamas hiding under every building as justification, and that's self-defense. Some Palestinians' family lines no longer exist exclusively as a result of Israel's indiscriminate bombing campaigns, and somehow that's also self-defense. Shame on the people that so easily and so disingenuously throw those words around. That these are crimes against humanity is immediately evident. And now, Greg Abbott himself rushes to defend these Israeli human rights abuses, declaring that Texas is a stalwart ally of Israel. But no Texans I know, whose opinions and morals I trust, would proudly claim to be friends to war criminals. Greg Abbott thinks that should be compulsory, though, so much so that he'll threaten your city's access to critical resources to ensure it. And if it's the case that he's willing to hold our town hostage for even a symbolic resolution, we're going to have to drop the pretense that these are really democratic institutions we're interacting with. A vote against this resolution, in light of that, is just an open acknowledgement of that reality. I hope that City Council will make the right choice this evening. And to everyone in support of the resolution that showed up here today and who might be watching this after the fact, I look forward to building the institutions that come next with y'all. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Okay, a reminder to everyone, if your voice carries like mine, stay a little further back from the microphone, and it won't make those weird noises. Our next speaker is Bridget Toman online. Just a minute. Are you there? There we go.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can see and hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Bridget Tobin. I'm in favor of the ceasefire resolution. I do not want our tax dollars being spent on the military support for Israel. I come here as someone with a bachelor's degree in international politics. I have firsthand experiences advocating for the end to other genocides throughout my education. I can tell you without question that today's advocates are being treated differently. Their speech is being targeted for its content, not because it is hate speech. I have to inform you all that responses to terrorist attacks still do not justify crimes against humanity or genocide. When I was a high school student, I was in Amnesty International, where we could educate other students about humanitarian atrocities, such as those in Burma or Sudan. When a government actor was named, it was never needed to be clarified that we had no hatred against the people of that country. When we learned about the genocides of Germany and Bosnia or in Rwanda in history class, the teachers were never accused of being racist against the people of those countries. As an undergrad, I was an officer with a group called STAND, Students Take Action Now Darfur. In all cases where I learned about genocides and advocated against them, it was understood that we were talking about atrocities committed by a government or in some cases a paramilitary group. Such was the case when I began to learn about the atrocities committed in Israel. When I was a freshman, I took a seminar on the history of Jerusalem in 2010. It was conveyed clearly to me by the professor who ran the Jewish Studies department, who took students on birthright trips, that it was not anti-Semitic to talk about how to resolve this deadly regional conflict. She valued our thoughts and our opinions and wanted us to express them. She believed it was important that this topic get a nuanced and long-form discussion like the one we were lucky enough to have. It is with these experiences that I address Governor Abbott's claim that criticizing the Israeli government is in any way anti-Semitic. The question of how to define anti-Semitism in Texas schools and universities was taken up at the legislature just last week. 1 week ago, on April 29th, Representative John Rosenthal, the only Jewish member of the Texas House of Representatives, addressed the chamber. He added an important amendment to SB 326. He began his speech saying, "Members, while Jewish communities have differing perspectives on this bill, we do overwhelmingly support the freedom of speech." He goes on to say, "Jewish tradition views it as both an ancient Jewish value and a cornerstone of our democracy." He then plainly states, "I am concerned especially for students expressing solidarity with Palestine or criticizing Israeli government speeches who could be punished for exercising the right to constitutionally protected speech." Governor Abbott's concerns mischaracterized the resolution and is part of his effort to mislead the public about HB 793. That was passed in 2019 and forced all businesses and government entities who receive a state contract, all businesses who've gone through the proper process to receive their contracts, to have to then sign a pledge stating they will not boycott Israel. All Texans should understand that Abbott is putting Israel before you and before your community. He is saying that if a business wants to have nothing to do with a specific foreign state, then they will have
And your time is up. Our next speaker, are you Tori or Becky? Okay, step forward, state your name.
Tori Martin. Hello, I'm the woman that lives right next door to the proposed data center that was originally on the agenda today. I know that the developer has pushed back the topic, but I still wanted to be here and speak against a data center in my hometown. I assume he pushed it back so that his lawyer and himself could be better equipped to try to stand up here and convince you that a data center is an acceptable idea for our town, but obviously not for our benefit of our community and our resources, just for himself. I'm sad and I'm scared because I have to equip myself to stand up here and try to convince you to care about me and about my land and my neighbor's land and our livestock. And the wildlife living on our conservational land. Because our future, my future, I can't see with tears in my eyes, I'm sorry. Because our future and my future will depend on the decision that you are responsible for making for us, for me. And I'm asking you to care more about loyal residents than you would care about whatever money you can make by allowing a data center in our town that has an already depleting water supply. You won't be able to fill up that river with however much money you get. It would raise our electricity and water bill, it would raise our property taxes and decrease our land value, and endless things that I will save for the next meeting. But please watch the 13-minute video that I emailed each of y'all. Please look into data centers, look into Granbury, Texas, and what they're dealing with. However hot you think data centers are, it's much worse than that. However much water they say they're gonna take much more than that. However loud you think they are, they're a lot louder than that. I will actually be going to Dallas to go talk to those people in Granbury, Texas this weekend. Thank you for listening to me.
Is Becky Harden on, Mrs. Trevino? Okay. Yes, I do see that Ara Summers Landsberger is on, and it is your turn. While we're waiting for her to connect, I'm going to read the next 10 names. Ethan Gwynn, Sloan Rucker, Mackenzie Peterson, Leon Ramos, Richard Wilson, Hathim El Zabri, Maya Jasser, and Lane Lowry. If I called your name, please move on into the chambers. Raya, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
There we go. Your turn, my dear.
Great. My name is Aria Landsberger, and I urge you to not pass this resolution. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. It's hard to imagine a more divisive issue than this one. Today, I come to stand for depolarization, caution, humility, and curiosity. First, this is not a ceasefire resolution. Your resolution reads like a mashup of social media posts that have been debunked that align with the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Daryl Cooper, and tonight we have heard so many classic anti-Semitic tropes, Holocaust and genocide appropriation, claims of Jewish control and power, centering Jewish people in every single social justice issue. I have heard few words of compassion for Jewish victims, but I do hear invocation of the Holocaust. Turns out, as Dara Horn says, people love dead Jews. This is called the horseshoe, where the far left meets the far right, and your resolution shares one very powerful thing in common with your new unlikely allies: a hatred and desire to erase the collective Jewish people. You've stepped into the oldest form of hatred as if it were a pair of comfortable shoes. It is so easy to do and so hard to see if you are not cautious, and it is monstrously destructive. Second, some of you are so convinced you are on the side of justice. I understand. Your social media algorithm circles confirm you. And just like the very harmful narratives on immigrants that we all know well, you have fallen for a master class in disinformation and division. Repeating words do not make them true. These tactics of mis and disinformation manipulate us into false binaries, fractured spaces. I look to thought leaders like Eric Ward to challenge us to hold the complexity and to be mindful of how we organize. It feeds the fire of divisiveness. Third, learning the history of this land and region is thousands of years of layers of tragedy, conquest, supersessionism, imperialism, and so on. Where does the word Palestine come from? 135 BCE, the Roman Empire conquered and occupied Judea, called it Syria Palestina, and the Jews they did not kill, they took as slaves to what we now know as Europe. Others fled and lived under oppression. Arab and Muslim imperialists occupied the land in the 7th century, and so on. 3,500 years of history of Jewish indigeneity to this land. The history is unimaginably painful, but not a resolution can erase it, reduce it, and not through this resolution. Today, we must depolarize. We want to fight for a world where we are not hated as Jews and that we do not learn to hate. This resolution does not advance this. It divides us, and I urge you to resist it.
Our next speaker will join us remotely, Ethan Gwynn.
Thank you. My name is Ethan Gwynn. I have lived in San Marcos for the past 4 years, and I am here to urge you to support this ceasefire resolution. I am Jewish, and there has been a lot of misunderstanding that has put pressure on American politicians to support Israel. I have been extremely disheartened by the other Jewish voices that I have heard today speaking out against this resolution. As a Jewish person, I understand the horrors of the Holocaust and genocide, and that is happening today in Palestine. This issue did not start on October 7th. It has been going on for almost 100 years. This statement of genocide has been supported by international organizations, including Amnesty International, which has found evidence proving that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is due to the political ideology of Zionism, which started in the 1880s before the Holocaust in Europe, which wanted to settle and colonize the Palestinian region that became the modern state of Israel. However, people were living in that area already in Palestine. This is supported both historically and in the Hebrew Bible, which states that there were groups such as the Samaritans in the same area where the ancient Jews lived. Today, the Samaritans, who are still alive and still living, they are in Palestine, and they are being killed by the Israeli government. I am urging you to support this resolution. More than 50,000 people have died in Palestine, many of them innocent women and children. The landscape has been leveled by Israeli bombs, financed by the United States, destroying hospitals, schools, homes, and ancient monuments. Please support this resolution. Please do not give in to pressure from the governor of Texas. Passing this resolution would be revolutionary for not only San Marcos, but also for the United States of America. It would show that we are finally taking a stand against the atrocities that are being committed in Palestine. We would finally be joining the international community and calling for a ceasefire, as in a recent UN vote, 124 countries called on Israel to end its occupation and call for a ceasefire. The United States was one of only 14 countries that voted against it. I would also like to remind you that when you are voting, know that this is not an anti-Semitic resolution. To call this anti-Semitic makes the word and the actions that are actually anti-Semitic lose its meaning. That is not okay. And I am imploring you to remember what I am saying right now and know that a Jewish San Martian who has lived here is calling on you to support this resolution as it is a humanitarian issue. Thank you and free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Sloan Rucker, who also joins us remotely. Okay, then I will go. Are they on? Sloan Rucker, we're ready for you. Okay.
Hello.
You're on. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Thanks, Ethan. That was really great. My name is Sloan Rucker. I'd like to quickly address an ignorant comment that was made tonight and say that you can reduce a keffiyeh to a rag, but you can never take away the resistance sewn in its seams. As y'all have heard, yesterday Israel unapologetically approved a plan for ethnic cleansing. We're approaching 10 weeks of aid blockades in Gaza, and we can't sit by any longer as Trump and Netanyahu displace a native population to build some stupid resorts on our dollar. Both of these politicians are fascists that I think folks of all backgrounds can recognize. Under Netanyahu, who a reported 3/4 of Israelis think should reside, the state of Israel is currently attacking not just Gaza, but Yemen, Lebanon, and Syria. Most opposition that I've heard against this resolution tonight has been focused on Hamas in Gaza, but I do ask, what would be your justification for bombing places outside their jurisdiction, like the West Bank? Like I said, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria. Israel needs to be stopped now, and criticizing them is not anti-Semitic. Abbott and others want to conflate the two to grant Israel total immunity from their atrocities. In the same vein, if you think about it, it's not Islamophobic when I criticize the UAE for their genocide in Sudan. And if the state of Texas, if the US were actively giving our dollars to the UAE, I would also be chewing y'all out about that tonight too. So just to address a few other comments tonight, I know accusations of sexual assault have been made on both sides. If you are at all concerned about sexual assault, you should take an anti-war stance as sexual violence increases during times of war, along with political extremism, which I hear is also a concern to folks. So it really would go against credited research to try to end violence by funding more violence, right? Also, I'd like to point out that the people of Palestine that are experiencing bombings and starvation should not be conflated with the actions of the PLO decades ago, or the current group of Hamas that most folks in Gaza are too young to have even voted for. I feel like some of y'all are trying to make it sound like we are advocating to send money to Hamas. Obviously not. We're simply saying what the late Pope was trying to say to J.D. Vance, right, which is ceasefire now. Enough is enough. I would also like to remind y'all that multiple cities across the U.S. have passed a ceasefire resolution, right? Like, we're not pioneers in this way. So multiple cities have passed a ceasefire resolution. Their cities have not gone up in flames. Everything is fine. I think folks are maybe being a little bit fanatic about the potential outcomes of what could happen. I don't think that we should cower against Abbott's threats. Like some of y'all said, I do think he's posturing. And we don't need to yield to war hawks at this meeting, right? We have the right to criticize our government, even if Trump wants to lock some of us up for it. This symbolic resolution doesn't violate anti-BDS law, though I'd honestly love if it did. I'd love to get to that point where we can divest in overseas atrocities and invest in Texas, right? When we've borne witness to folks' entire family lines being decimated.
And your time is up. Mackenzie Peterson. Okay, I only see 2 people up there, so I'm going to call the next group of names. You'll be the next speaker. Alan, I'm going to read these again. Leon Ramos, Richard Wilson, Hytham El Zabri, Maya Jesser, Lane Lowry. The new names, Alan Chesler, Sheila Hempel, Kara Naomi Utter, Molly Bexfield, Olivia Fatal, Cliff Clive, Arshia Papari, and Sam Montoya. If I just called your name, please be moving on into the chambers. Mackenzie, you're next.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Peterson. I'm from San Marcos. It's hard not to feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I'll beat it anyway. And you already know what I believe, but this isn't a debate hall. This is the city council hall for San Marcos, Texas, in the United States of America. And obviously, we're a reflection of the country that we're in. So whatever our country supports is emphatically what San Marcos supports. So the United States can't afford Medicaid, and we can't afford Medicare or Social Security and veteran benefits, but we can afford billions and billions of dollars to Israel. And Texas can afford to pitch in, and San Marcos can afford to pitch in to funding this country that most people from here haven't even been to before. Calling it a country is also a bit of an exaggeration. It's a settler colonial state that we get a lot of benefit from funding. Well, billionaires get a lot of benefit from funding. We don't get anything, which is why I'm confused why anyone would come up here and argue against a ceasefire resolution. I mean, I understand that it's because Abbott is threatening to not give us money anymore, which just seems kind of like a weird thing to concede to. But I fail to see how a ceasefire resolution is bad for San Marcos in any way. It seems to be actually the only logical next step to take. I would rather to have veteran benefits over a war overseas. But I shouldn't be surprised. The United States government hates veterans, and they hate Jews. Jewish people are treated horribly here in the United States. Anti-Semitism is a huge problem in the US. Jewish protesters who have been speaking out in support of Palestine have been brutalized more severely than a significant number of other protesters who are non-Jewish. White protesters obviously are fine, but it's just a little appalling. Thank you for your time.
Leon Ramos?
My name's Leon. I'm from Kyle, and just gonna try to keep it short. Throughout history, colonialism has been coincided with brutality, massacres, and violent oppression, dehumanization, erasure, and torture of indigenous populations. We like to believe that those days are in the past, and that we don't or would never support such actions anymore, or that we would never let a genocide happen again. But not only does our history show that this is not true, not only does the history and current state of Palestine show this is untrue, but our current state, our own very current state, shows that dehumanization is very much alive. This meeting also shows that what we have been saying about this genocide is true. We are all affected by this, and we are all complicit in this, whether we want to be or not.
Please continue.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'll
no
give you a
worries.
few extra seconds at
Sure.
the end.
Is ethnic cleansing something that we stand for? Is the slow starvation of millions what we support? Is intentional targeting of children something we want to stand by as well? You have an opportunity here to show the world that we can learn from history and prevent another unchallenged atrocity in someone else's history as well as ours. Because it's easier to apologize for the past than it is to stand up for the present. Please do the right thing and don't give in to the threats of a tyrant. Free Palestine.
Richard Wilson? Are you Richard Wilson? Are you Richard Wilson? Okay. No. But go ahead and pass those out. We'll have time to. Richard Wilson, Haitham El-Zibri, Maya Jast.
I'm Haytham Al-Zabri. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for enduring this long day and hearing us out. My name is Haytham Al-Zabri. I'm a Palestinian Texan, as you may guess from my Palestinian Texan hat here. I work in San Marcos, and I have a lot of friends and community here. As you know, you have a lot of constituents who are from the region, and they are directly impacted by what is happening in Palestine. My own uncle was assassinated by the Israeli army 25 years ago, and this was done with US-funded and provided missiles fired from a US-funded and provided helicopter, paid for with our own tax dollars, including money coming out from San Marcos, and with a green light from our elected government. Members of this community have lost loved ones in Gaza. Friends of mine have had their entire families wiped out. We grieve every day. Since October 7th, before October 7th, since 1948, actually. We grieve every day for our losses, every day since 1948. I've read the resolution. It calls for peace, compassion, and human rights. It condemns violence and upholds justice. Why would anyone oppose that unless they want the complete eradication of the Palestinians in Gaza? I know this does not represent the community of San Marcos or our city council, and we are now in the spotlight to make a statement about that. Either we're okay with genocide or we're against it. One of the earlier speakers said this is a litmus test. And I agree, it is actually a litmus test of the compassion and humanity of this city. And it will be remembered. Your decision today will be remembered. This is a very historic crossroads that we're at. And we know it's a difficult step to take, but we have a lot of hope in you to be courageous and make us proud. So vote yes, please, to the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Maya Jesser, Lane Lowry, Alan Chesler, Sheila Hemphill. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold that thought. Maya Jesser, you're up now.
Okay, yes. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Maya Jasser, and I'm speaking on the proposed resolution. I come from a family of Palestinians. My father came to America to give himself and his future family the opportunities they would have never received in Palestine. As most of us know, over $4 billion of San Marcos residents' taxes were sent to Israel. $4 billion that Israel uses to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. Instead of sending money to another country that they will use to do so much harm, imagine how we could be using $4 billion here. Y'all have already heard of all of the problems that y'all have been facing. I am from San Antonio, so I am a neighboring city. I'm hoping that y'all voting for this resolution can hopefully kind of provide a butterfly effect to other cities. On April 30th, Lisa Katz, the Chief Government Affairs Officer for the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, wrote to y'all regarding the resolution. In the letter, she brings up how the resolution does not make Jewish residents feel safe. I don't understand how a resolution calling for the end of relentless bombing on innocent civilians makes you feel unsafe. Imagine how Palestinians feel, as people are so against protecting them, against protecting people that are a part of me that it's just so heartbreaking. And this is my first time speaking at a government city council like this. It's hard not to let my emotions come into play, but it is just so heartbreaking. And to see the double standards, I don't understand how people are calling, and I agree, what Hamas did is, I don't agree with it, but how can you say Hamas is inhumane while failing to acknowledge what Israel is doing is inhumane? And this directly affects us. Our money is being sent to Israel. They have the money to do whatever they want. We are giving money to end the innocent lives of women, children, men. It's just crazy to me. People mentioning September 11th is blatant racism. stating the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all. For all. It's not just a certain subgroup of people. And another distinction I want to make, as many people have made, and I think people are just refusing to listen. I think people need to open their ears and listen to what people are saying. One, this issue did not start on October 7th. It's been occurring for over 75 years. It's a genocide. It's not a war. And Palestinians are not terrorists. Anti-Semitism is not anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. There is a blatant difference, and do your research if you do not understand. So I please call for this resolution. Many of your residents are being affected, and many people can gain from this. So please just listen to the people.
Lane Lowry, Alan Chesler, Sheila Hemphill.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Sheila Hemphill. I'm with Texas Right to Know. I'm a registered lobbyist only because I spend too much time down there by ethics not to be, because I have no clients. I say that I represent the people because I look for wrongs and try to make them right. And I'm also known as the weeping witness. And this is a particular issue that I think strikes at the heart of everyone. If it doesn't, it should. And if it doesn't, you should analyze your theology. I come as a new citizen of the heavenly Jerusalem that will come down from heaven according to my belief that I have a right to believe. And what brings me here today is about the laws I feel that are being infringed of our own U.S. laws. I started by looking at the anti-Semitism laws that we have currently at the state. There are 7 anti-Semitism laws and 2 Holocaust laws. When I went to look at the definition of anti-Semitism that was codified in 2021 by HB 3257 by then Phil King, it states the definition, anti-Semitism means a certain perception of Jews that may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. I went, perception? What are we doing with a law that is adjudicated on perception? That building is a real rich environment to get legal opinion. I asked, how do you adjudicate on perception? They said you can't. Do I have a right to express hatred? Yes, I do. In fact, I hate a proud look and a lying tongue and feet swift to produce evil is what I hate. When I went on to look, I looked at, it includes examples of anti-Semitism are included in the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. When I looked at here, I noticed that there are 11 of them, but I had to go to a foreign website to find non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism. This is included but not limited to. There are 11. When I looked here at number 9, it says, using symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus is defined as an anti-Semitism. I went, that is in my New Testament. I have every right to believe it. And then I got lectured that it really wasn't the Jews that killed Jesus, it was the Romans. I do not hold Jews today for what happened then, but the aspect that my speech and my belief is at risk because of what is happening with these anti-Semitism laws. That's why at the top of this, you will see that anti-Semitism laws equals to a First Amendment tyranny, which was not better depicted than the letter that Governor Abbott sent to San Marcos. It's clear that y'all do not have the power to cause a ceasefire. I don't believe that you are putting forth armament to Israel. So your resolution was ceremonial. And for it to come out with such heavy-handedness that we are seeing with President Trump and Abbott's intimidation, manipulation, and domination by threatening university and city funding and removal of 501c3 status will be the cheapest price 30 pieces of silver ever paid for surrendering our First Amendment freedom of speech rights. That is what's at risk here, is our freedom of speech.
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Kara Naomi Utter here. Molly Bexfield joins us online.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Perfect. Hi, my name is Molly Bexfield, and I would like to say hello to the San Marcos City Council. I know that many people are asking what a ceasefire would do for the local population of San Marcos. Well, I believe that on a local level, it would provide your constituents with the comfort of knowing that they can trust their elected officials with hard decisions. Many of us in the community elected you with the belief that you stand for the community and not the empire. When you cower at the feet of the powerful, it tells us that you cannot be trusted to take care of your constituents. In a time where the President of the United States can ignore the Supreme Court mandates to facilitate the return of an innocent man who was disappeared to CCOT, officials who can be trusted to be good and brave are needed more than ever. If you can truly bring yourself to ignore the slaughter of journalists, the massacre of a population that is nearly 50% children, and the fact that there are no functioning hospitals or universities left in Gaza, then I ask that you do not ignore your community and their ask for you to push this ceasefire. I would also, before I concede the rest of my time, I would like to note the awful, horrific rhetoric that is being spread about our Arab and Muslim brothers and sisters. I'm not sure what the term rags on heads is meant, but whether it is in regard to the religious hijab or the keffiyeh, which comes from a rich Palestinian culture, such a claim is completely hateful and racist and should not have been allowed to have been said, especially regarding the rules laid out by Mayor Houston. Soften your hearts, braves. Thank you, and God bless Palestinians and people utilizing their voice to speak for them.
Our next speaker is Olivia Fatal.
Hi, City Council and Mayor Houston. My name is Olivia Fatal. I am a Jewish San Martian. I just want to go over the facts. On September 11th, and October 7th, 2023, 1,195 Jews were killed and 251 were stolen to Palestine. Fact, there have been found 1,500 uncovered underground tunnel systems in Gaza that are accessed only by the government, aka Hamas. Fact, about 130,000 buildings sit on top of these tunnels and house 2.23 million civilians. It's a fact that Hamas is trying to get its people killed. If Hamas is the enemy, then Israel is a raging bull in a tchotchke's shop, and 2.2 million civilians are held between. We literally as human shields. Anyone old enough to clearly remember the Syrian independence will remember Gaddafi and how we basically universally condemned him for what he did to his people. And is this the type of behavior that we would tolerate if America was doing it? Now I want to address Greg Abbott's threats. In 2024, during the Palestinian protests on UT campus, Abbott was quoted as saying protesting should be illegal. Now he wants to silence local government. We should not be afraid of cuts in funding. We should be terrified about being silenced. Governments have become increasingly imperial, despotic, and aggressive against the freedoms of its people as of late. Me speaking and me being allowed to speak is a fight against totalitarian regimes. It is a fight for all of us constituents to win. We live in a city where our families and our neighbors are stolen from us in the middle of the night. Husbands without wives, daughters without mothers or fathers, a place where aggressive misgendering of trans people leads to psychotic meltdowns. Business owners' futures dreams hang on the line as old, white, misinformed men trade these dreams for status and pharmaceutical money. This is not a pretty place. It is already divisive. We have been told not to be divisive. Coming to City Hall meetings, I have learned that the most divisive topics are the ones that would give a less liked people more power than the status quo will allow. In the early 1980s, a man named Bob Marley lived in Jamaica. He was a Zionist. His view of Zion was of unity, peace, and love. That is a Zion that I believe in. The lion snuggles with the lamb. Basically, I just want us all together to get together and be all right.
Our next speaker is Cliff Clive. Are you Cliff?
Yes. Good evening.
A couple of days ago, Greg Abbott threatened this city council, saying that anti-Israel policies are anti-Texas policies. And my question tonight is, does Greg Abbott believe in democracy? Because this is a democracy, and the first principle of democracy is the right to free speech. We have the right to have and share our own opinions, whether they're popular or not, mainstream or not, official policy or not. We have the right to disagree. It's not a crime. I have the right to be anti-Israel policy. I have the right to be anti-Texas policy. Democracy doesn't mean that we vote for our leaders and then they can criminalize the ideas of the other side. My second question is the more obvious one. Anti-which Israeli policies? Which Israeli policies are Texas policies? Does Texas believe in destroying hospitals, schools, mosques, churches, and entire cities in war? It's not a war, it's a genocide, but let's play with that. Does Texas believe in starving entire civilian populations in order to put pressure on a political enemy? Does Texas believe that snipers should target children in war zones? What about Israeli policies that were in place before October 7th? Does Texas believe it is right to build a giant maximum security prison around 2 million people and enforce a total economic blockade? Does Texas support permanent military occupation and land seizures? Does Texas support imprisoning children for throwing stones at tanks, or even shooting children for throwing stones at tanks? Does Texas support apartheid? Does Texas still support apartheid? I mean, our state capital is on grounds called the Confederate Memorial Lawn, so maybe we're still grappling with that one. Look, I could go on, but here's my point. The word democracy literally means people power. Today, we're witnessing a horrific genocide, in fact, a new Holocaust, and I do not use that word lightly. Live streamed in real time, 24/7 for now almost 20 months. Genocide is not a crime that individuals commit against others. It is a crime that peoples or nations commit against other peoples or nations. This genocide is being committed by the state of Israel with the full support of the United States. All U.S. citizens who oppose this genocide and who believe in democracy have a responsibility to raise their voices wherever they are able, to influence whatever levers of power we have access to, and to demand an end to this nightmare. A majority of Americans condemn this, and we demand the right to be heard. We can't complain about our democracy decaying from the top down while calls for change are being blocked from the bottom up. Thank you for drafting this ceasefire resolution and bringing it to the agenda. Please do the right thing, stand on the right side of history, vote yes, and pass this resolution.
Next speaker is Arshia Papari.
Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council, of the San Marcos City Council. My name is Arshia Papari, and I stand before you as both a committed advocate for human rights and a university student. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Green Party of the state of Texas. I'm here today not only as someone who cares deeply about justice, but so too as a proud voice of solidarity with the growing movement calling for peace and accountability in the face of genocide. First, I speak to you on behalf of the Green Party of the state of Texas, a party rooted in the values of peace, justice, and human dignity. We firmly stand with San Marcos and its decision to allow its citizens to democratically decide on the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. This is not just a local political issue. It is a matter of global human rights. We cannot and must not remain silent in the face of ongoing atrocities that continue to unfold, nor should we bow to the pressures of corrupt and ill-meaning politicians. Governor Abbott's threats of retaliation against this resolution are nothing short of authoritarian, an attempt to silence voices advocating for peace and justice. The people of San Marcos deserve the right to make their voices heard without the fear of retribution, and the Green Party of the state of Texas is unwavering in its commitment to these principles and those of BDS, which we believe is an essential tool in holding accountable those responsible for perpetuating genocide, apartheid, and occupation. It is a call for justice, not just in Palestine, but for all oppressed people around the world. The principles of global solidarity demand that we oppose the militaristic systems that fuel these conflicts. systems that subjugate entire populations and create the conditions for violence to thrive. We must push for an end to the occupation and apartheid policies being perpetuated by Israel, and we must demand that our own government and representatives cease their uncritical support for such policies. San Marcos has the power to be a beacon for peace, human rights, and a global commitment to justice. Now, as a university student and as an advocate involved in youth leadership and campus politics, I understand the power that young people hold in shaping the future. The next generation, our generation, will be the ones to continue the fight for justice, accountability, and peace. Students across Texas are mobilizing, organizing, and demanding that their voices be heard. This resolution we speak of today would be a step towards bringing that collective action into the political mainstream. We, as young people and future leaders, recognize the stakes involved at this moment. We live in an age where global politics are intimately connected to our everyday lives. What happens in Gaza and Palestine echoes through our campuses, our communities, and our consciences. Thank you.
Our next speakers, I'm going to call Sam Montoya next, are Felix Augon, Colin Bickford, Anthony Thiessen, Sarah Syed, Madison March, Alan Dominguez, Michael Kaskowitz, Robert Eby. Your name, sir, that you've been... I called it a couple of times, but if you're Alan, if you'll step forward, and it's your turn. Is he here?
He is.
Okay.
I'm his son. Oh, perfect. Okay. Same name. I told him I could give him my slot. Would y'all rather?
No,
I'm joking.
Matthew, if you're the one who signed up, we're ready to hear you, and then we'll go back to Alan Chesley, who was actually before you.
Sounds good to me. So let's start. Honorable Mayor, City Council people, fellow neighbors. Did I die and wake up in crazy land or something? This is crazy, okay?
Would you state your name
My
for
name
the
is
record?
Sam Montoya.
Okay, thank you.
For the record. But this is crazy. So I've been doing a little bit of research on what's been going on here because, you know, we all have our different opinions, and I don't think anybody's here to change anybody's mind. To be frank, I don't think anybody in this audience is going to change their mind about how they feel. I don't think anybody on the city council is going to change how they feel. I had a lot of things written down. I'm not going to read any of it. I'm not going to read one thing because I think it's just better for me to wing it here, okay? I don't want to defend Israel. I'm not here to defend Palestine. Who am I here to defend then? Maybe I just came up here to just flap my gums. No, I don't think so. I'm here to defend the people, the citizens of San Marcos, Texas, because I don't think they've been fairly represented here tonight. Every single person has their own facts about Israel, about genocide, about Palestine, about babies dying, and I get it. It's not good. It's sad. I would even say 100% of the human beings in this building want that war to end. Does anybody disagree with me on that? No. I know nobody does. But I'll tell you what. What about that $4.4 million figure? Because if there's one thing I've learned about politics, when you think they're doing something good for you, that's when they take your money. Okay? So let's talk about it. Let's talk about that $4.4 million figure. Or, to be exact, because I did put it in AI, $4,434,675, a figure put in your resolution. How much of that are local taxes? It doesn't say. It seems like that's a benefit to your resolution, okay? So basically, you have no control over most of that money, and you know that these people do not understand that. You know that. You know that they don't know that the same amount of money is still going to go. What we do here tonight is not going to save anybody, okay, on either side, but it's going to cause us to be an embarrassment in the local in the local political community of Texas. It's also going to cause us quite a bit of legal fees. And I don't think federal tax dollars are going to pay those legal fees, are they? No. I'm pretty sure you're going to rob us
And
for
your
all
time
of
is
that.
up. Alan Chesler.
My name's Alan Chesler. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm here tonight to talk about purpose, words, tropes, and consequences. Firstly, let me say that this is neither an international issue. This is not a national issue. This isn't a state issue. This has nothing to do with the president. This has nothing to do with Benjamin Netanyahu or any of the other people that you've mentioned here tonight. The only people this has to do with is the people of San Marcos and the members of the city council. So let's get to words. We've used words like justice. Maybe some of the queer community should check on the definition of justice in Gaza. Most of you wouldn't last very long there. I'd like to talk a little bit about international humanitarian law and point out that the Geneva Convention states that when a hospital, school, clinic, or aid station is militarized, it is no longer protected under international law. It is a legitimate military target. Who makes it a target? Who chooses the targets? Hamas does. Hamas runs Gaza. Everything in Gaza is run by Hamas. Okay? You mentioned the United Nations and several UN constituent bodies. Who do you think runs their local affiliates in Gaza? Hamas does. You talked about apartheid. You haven't got the faintest idea what apartheid is. I can explain it to you. I was born there. My family lived there for 80 years. Leave apartheid out of it. It has nothing to do with Israel. You talked about genocide. 50,000, 20,000, 100,000, that is not a genocide. Okay? A genocide is millions, okay? Millions. Millions in Syria, where a dictator ethnically cleansed a country and turned 8 million people into refugees. The same goes for Sudan, Jordan. How do you think the PLO rebranded themselves as Black September? Do you know how that happened? They tried to overthrow Jordan, and the government of Jordan slaughtered them in the streets. That's your pals in Jordan, okay? You want to talk about starvation? There is no starvation. The people in Gaza are starving because Hamas has hoarded all their food. You can see pictures of them breaking into their storage facilities.
Your time is up.
Thank you for hearing me tonight.
Our next speaker is Felix Augen.
Yeah, hello, thank you. My name is Felix Uggen. I've lived here in San Marcos from daycare to grad school, so thank you for hearing me tonight. There will soon come a day, sooner than many will expect, when the world will look back in righteous indignation at the carnage to which many Americans have allowed themselves to grow numb. Future generations will see the extensive footage that is available to us right now, and every last one of us will be asked what we did about it. I hope that our descendants will be sympathetic to our most concrete limitations, but I will never expect them to justify or explain away any endorsement or acceptance of the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people. Such protracted horror would be impossible without the tacit blessing of the United States. Many of my peers were unaware of the extent to which our own community is enmeshed in this brutality. It is infuriating to know that we're funding an apartheid state that routinely massacres men, women, and children. It is saddening to see that so much deliberation must go into divesting from it. Now, if fury and sadness alone changed anything, then Palestine would need no advocacy from any of us here today. However, the bloodshed continues, and people just like you and me are being killed through famine and pestilence and genocidal warfare, while we weigh the costs and benefits of withdrawing material support from the ones carrying it out. Future generations will not care about the threats coming from the Capitol or the temporary hardships that might follow them. There will soon come a day, sooner than many will expect, when people will pretend that they always opposed this. We have a golden opportunity tonight to take a stand as a community and do something that future San Marcans will be proud of. We all know what's happening, and I hope that my city council has the heart to vote in line with the values of its residents in staunch opposition to genocide. Thank you. I yield my time. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Colin Bickford.
Good evening. My name is Colin Bickford. I'm a lifelong Texan and a student here in San Marcos. I was raised a Christian. My grandfather was a preacher. I grew up going to church twice a week, Sundays and Wednesdays, and I even went to a Christian school. I was taught that following Christ means more than just believing that he existed, but acting as he would act. Scripture calls us to live as Christ would live, to walk as he would walk, and to love as he would love. That's why today I am here to urge you to support the ceasefire resolution. If Christians are serious about asking what would Jesus do, then we must think about what he actually did. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, which today stands a walled city, occupied by Israel and heavily surveilled. Jesus was a refugee, fleeing violence at birth. He lived under Roman military occupation. He preached peace, healed the sick, and stood with the oppressed. Matthew 25, verse 40 says, "Whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you have done for me." Right now in Gaza, the least of his brothers and sisters are dying. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed, and tens of thousands more are being intentionally starved. There are more dead Palestinians on the ground in Gaza than living people in San Marcos today. The majority of dead people in Palestine have been women and children. Entire families have been buried under rubble. Hospital and aid convoys have been bombed, and hundreds of journalists have been murdered. Food and water are becoming increasingly scarce and being blocked from those who need it. It is a humanitarian crisis and a moral abomination, and still our country sides with the oppressive Israeli government. The Bible does not give us permission to look away. Proverbs 31, verses 8 and 9 say to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves and to defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Leviticus 19:34 says, "The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born, and you must love them as you love yourself." In Isaiah chapter 1, God says that even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. Seek justice and correct oppression. These verses are not symbolic gestures, and they are not meant to be taken lightly. They are direct commands which tell us exactly where our priorities should lie. Jesus, in Matthew 5, verse 9, says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God." And Luke 4:18 says, "To proclaim the good news of the poor and to set the oppressed free." If we ask ourselves sincerely, what would Jesus do? The answer is not wage war. The answer is not sit in silence, and the answer is not indifference. He would grieve for lives lost and call for peace. He would demand justice. And so I do too. If you consider yourself Christian but refuse to live like Christ, then you are living in contradiction. Deuteronomy 30:19 says, "I have set before you life and death, blessing and curse. Therefore choose life." Today I ask you, Christian or not, choose life. Choose compassion and choose ceasefire. Thank you, and one love.
Our next speaker is Anthony Thiessen. Sarah Syed.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Sara. I serve as the policy manager for Woody Juntos, an organization that supports multilingual communities. We helped co-create the Texas Language Justice Collective, which includes over 20 or more agencies dedicated to addressing gaps in accessibility that are not being met by public services, especially those impacting communities whose languages are often underrepresented. In particular, Semitic languages that are also including Afro-Asiatic languages like Arabic, Aramaic, Tigrinya, Maltese, and more are either excluded or overlooked in this public discourse and policy discussions. Speakers of these languages, along with those who are limited English proficient, LEP, or speak English as a second language, are often left out of important conversations that shape policies affecting their lives. This exclusion prevents them from understanding how laws, policies, and tax decisions directly impact them and their families. Right now, we're seeing troubling developments in state-level policies 40 minutes from you at the state capitol that will continue to trickle down into our local municipalities across Texas. On one hand, our state legislature is pushing to expand the powers of the Attorney General and Governor to mandate and enforce divestment from countries on the national security list like China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, by which any country could be added at any time. And on the other hand, there is a mandate that prohibits and criminalizes individuals, organizations, students, municipalities from boycotting or divesting from foreign entities such as Israel, which is currently listed in the financial policies for the state and local governments. Why is it that divestment is being allowed for some countries, but prohibited from others? This kind of selective policymaking is not only inconsistent, it raises serious constitutional concerns. It limits free expression, imposes uneven rules, and weakens the principles of transparency and accountability that government should follow. As leaders, you set the standard for how policies are applied to everyone, regardless of their background or faith system. When certain communities are excluded or silenced by unclear or selective policies, trust in public institutions is lost. Communities from occupied Palestine, Egyptian Northern Sinai, Southern Lebanon, and Syrian Golan Heights are already experiencing the brunt of this military war campaign marked by disproportionate force after use of our tax dollars. After almost 18 months, a resolution is a good first step to honor communities. Please consider additional ways to support those directly impacted, such as creating a mutual aid fund, a legal defense fund, to protect individuals and organizations facing consequences for exercising their rights. I urge you to ensure that San Marcos upholds fairness, transparency, and includes all communities in decisions that affect their daily lives. Thank you, and I welcome questions.
Our next speaker is Madison March, who joins us online. Madison March, we're ready for you. Okay, we'll circle back. Oh, there she is.
Sorry, me?
Your turn is now.
Okay. Can you hear and see me?
It's your turn. State your name. You've got 3 minutes.
My name is Madison March, and tonight I invite everyone here to think about grief and loss. We've all experienced loss in one way or another, whether it be a spouse, a sibling, a coworker, a friend, or even a beloved pet. I want you all to remember the pain of that loss caused you, your families, and your communities. The people of Gaza have experienced so much loss over the last year and a half, with entire families and lineages being wiped from civil registries. I experienced only a fraction of that loss when my father passed away this past January. When he was a missing person, I learned what it felt like not to know where your loved one was, whether they were safe, much like the families whose loved ones are buried under rubble of bombed buildings, or even those whose loved ones are being held hostage, many of whom also want the violence to end. Even one person's loss or absence is enough to evoke the mourning of entire families and communities. There are families in Gaza who have been forced to pick up the pieces of their loved ones after they've been blown apart by bombs, putting them in body bags, and denied the ability to put them to rest with dignity. My family was able to have a funeral for my dad in a church, a privilege that is not afforded to many families in Gaza, since some of the oldest churches in the world, if not the oldest churches in the world, have been destroyed by bombs. Families in Gaza are forced to live off of scarce, rationed food and go without clean drinking water due to the blockades against humanitarian aid entering to help them. Parents are watching their children starve to death. People are injured, sick, and unable to access medical care because hospitals have been destroyed. There are so many other ways that people of Gaza are suffering that I don't have the time to describe today. I implore everyone here tonight to remember how it feels to lose someone, how it felt to endure the grieving process with their friends, families, and communities, and then imagine if it were 10 times as difficult. Tonight, we have an opportunity to take a step towards putting an end to the deaths of thousands upon thousands of innocent people and to prevent more families from grieving their loved ones. For those who say this resolution won't do anything, I implore you to think about the purpose of symbolic resolutions and why they exist. They exist to send a message that we, along with about 100 other U.S. cities, do not support the atrocities and loss of life in Gaza. I urge my city council members to vote in support of the ceasefire resolution. Thank you, and I cede the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is Alan Dominguez.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. I earnestly appreciate you all for being here tonight and listening to all of our different comments. Before my remarks, I just want to make a single remark about a misogynistic comment that was made towards Amanda. I don't think that this ceasefire resolution is the personal project of Amanda, especially because it was written by a group to which she's not necessarily a member of. Furthermore, Amanda has been a tribune of the people and being consistent and understanding that we, as San Marcos, are demanding a ceasefire, and it's not a personal project. You simply can't deny this is a genocide, but it's not just a genocide since October 7th. Ilan Pape, Israeli historian who was mentioned earlier, explains that this is a genocide that began in 1948 with the dispossession and colonization of all of Palestine. Premised on the dehumanization of Arab people and Palestinian people particularly. It's a genocide that the world has looked away from for almost 70 years, but now has become the worst genocide in the 21st century, and no one can afford to look away. And it's not just a genocide abroad, but as Tom explained earlier, this genocide is the crux of the world imperialist system. This genocide is exposing the fascistization of the United States. We have Greg Abbott threatening our community. We have Donald Trump disappearing students. Mahmoud Khalil missed the birth of his son. For what? For representing students. Those who represent the people are punished. They're threatened, and those who protect the genocide of a population are treated as heroes. Zionists have threatened our arrest. Zionists take pictures of us, and we know that Zionists have used personal information of people who stand on this issue to threaten them and get them arrested by ICE. Zionist politicians threaten our city's funding, and I simply urge the City Council to not cede their governmental autonomy to these fascist pigs, these thugs who threaten us. We should become the first city in Texas who stands up on this issue. As Madison mentioned, there's hundreds of cities who have passed ceasefire resolutions, who have passed divestment resolutions. And it's important because this is the heart of the empire. None of this would have happened were it not for the financial, military, and political backing of the United States. The United States is almost the sole guarantor of this genocide. And it's disgusting because I'm an American. And this genocide does not represent me. Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez, I was at the Palestine Solidarity Committee meeting at Texas State when you committed to a ceasefire resolution and the arms embargo of Israel.
And
we remember it.
Your time is up. Michael Kaskowitz. The next, after Robert Eby will follow you. Following that, if I call your name, please make your way towards the chambers. Jason White, Ali Romani, Rebecca Garcia, John Billings is remote, Joseph Rosner, Chloe Dextra is remote, Richard Trevino, Karen Munoz Trevino, and Luke Kraft. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Mike Kaskowitz. I'm Jewish, and I live here in San Marcos. I would like to thank Mayor Houston and the City Council for allowing me time to speak and address the resolution against Israel that has been put forth, and I urge you to vote no on this resolution. It is hard to watch the wars transpiring in Gaza without feeling some emotion for all of the death and destruction that is being waged. This said, by choosing to support one side, the Palestinian, while demonizing the other, Israel, we are stepping into a quagmire that at best will make no difference and at worst will make matters worse. To put things in context, there are only about 17 million Jews in the entire world, 45% of whom currently live in Israel. When the Jewish state of Israel was created in 1949, from what the remnants of the Ottoman Empire, now referred to the Middle East, the lands were divided into our current Arab states and Israel, the Jewish state. During the years that followed, approximately 850,000 Jewish people in the Middle East were driven from their homelands in the Arab countries, so that today there are less than 10,000 Jewish people living in all 23 Arab countries collectively. Most of them have relocated to Israel and some to the United States. At the same time, the British Mandate of Palestine was divided amongst the existing Jews and Arabs population into Israel, the West Bank, which was part of Jordan, and Gaza and Egypt. It is important to note that there were both Jews and Arabs living in Palestine at this time. As part of this, some of the Palestinians were moved from their homelands into Gaza and the West Bank. In 1967, the Arab countries, displaced Palestinians, decided to try and eradicate Israel, which led to a war that lasted 6 days, with Israel taking control of the West Bank and Gaza. These are the so-called occupied territories. Since then, Israel has offered to give the West Bank back to Jordan, Gaza back to Egypt, and both countries have declined. In addition, Israel has offered self-rule and removed all troops from these regions in 1993 and 2005, respectively. On October 23, Hamas entered Israel at the Nova Music Festival, killed 1,200 Jews, most of which were young adults. They also took 251 hostages, 59 which have not been returned to date. Hamas' goal was simple. It was to spark a conflict in the region and bring world opinion against Israel, and unfortunately, San Marcos City Council fell victim to this. The primary issue at hand is that the Palestinians that were displaced consider Israel their land when they say they want the right to return to their land and self-govern, as called out in our resolution. What they are really calling for is the end of Israel and a Jewish state. They are not looking for a better treatment within Israel, nor are they looking for self-governance in Gaza. They want the elimination of Israel. Sitting here tonight, you have heard both the local imam of San Marcos and the majority of Jewish citizens in San Marcos speak out against this divisive measure and impact it's having on our local community. Simultaneously, the large support of Palestinian representatives here tonight openly deny Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state.
And your time is up. Next speaker is Robert Eby.
Robert Eby, 1007 Dell Drive. I don't always come to speak for it before you, but when I do, it's because I have something to say. I am very pro-peace. I've been for a peaceful nation of Palestine for decades. I have friends who are peacemakers in the region. I have friends who farm outside of Bethlehem. The Nassars are on the Tent of Nations. Outside their farm of the Tent of Nations in Bethlehem, they have a stone that says, "We refuse to be enemies." The key to understanding peace in the Middle East is to understand that to pick sides is to enter into the conflict. When we choose Palestine, we're entering in the conflict against Israel. When we pick Israel, we're entering in the conflict against Palestine. To be a peaceful mediator, you cannot pick one side over the other. I don't see this issue today before us as picking a side of pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, anti-Israel, whatever. The way I see this is the city of San Marcos entering into international politics. And my opinion is that we do not have a place in international politics. There are peacekeepers, professional peacekeepers who work at this issue all day and all night, and they have not been able to solve this intractable conflict that has been going on for decades. Have you been counseled by any of these peacekeepers that are professionals in Middle Eastern ideology? Do you know how Israelis think? Do you know how Palestinians think? Will this resolution change the conflict? Have you been advised by any peacekeepers that this is going to make a difference? What this is going to do is divide San Marcos. This is going to remove funding. This is going to remove time and presence for local issues that demand your attention. We have a growing city with growing demands on our resources. We need to provide additional city services to our population of San Martians. And yet we have a budget shortfall. We don't have enough money to provide the existing services we already have, and yet we're growing and we need more services. We're going to lose a lot, millions of dollars if we pass this resolution. And you're betting against Greg Abbott. You're playing chicken with Greg Abbott. And I don't think that's a fun game to play with millions of dollars on the line. Look, we need a community forest management plan. We have a grant to write a forest management plan worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have a grant for that. That's at stake if you pass this resolution and we lose all that funding. This is something that we need in our community and we've never had before. And we have the funding to do it unless that funding gets pulled because we make a bad decision. That's the reality of what we're looking at here.
Our next speaker is Jason White.
Good evening. Well, he stole a lot of my thunder. I'm
Excuse me
Jason
just a
White.
second. We're going to take a break
All right.
shortly. So just so y'all know, I'm sorry. Please continue.
You're okay. I'm Jason White. I'm the CEO of Opcon Defense Industries, located here in San Marcos, Texas. I also work with multiple veteran nonprofits here in San Marcos, Texas. San Marcos, Texas is my home. Unlike many of the people here today, they are not from San Marcos, Texas. They are here to promote pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, global politics. And this city council has no business being a part of this at all. You should not have brought it to our city. And shame on you for bringing it to our city, because we have a lot more to deal with than the global politics that have been going on for 60 to 80 years on the other side of the world. This issue does not belong here, but it's here. Somebody called this ceremonial. I agree. This was brought to the city council as a ceremonial issue. It's very ceremonial. Another gentleman called it crazy land, and he was absolutely right. To bring this to our city of San Marcos is absolutely insane, and it doesn't belong here. But it's here, so let's talk about what it represents. Those of you that vote for it, you're going to be a pro-Palestinian elected official. Those of you that vote against it, you're going to be an anti-Palestinian elected official, and you're going to get heat from the left or the right, no matter what you do. But it's here now. But if you do vote for it, as a United States Marine veteran with 4 combat tours, Iraq, Afghanistan, and a number of other countries, I can tell you, this is a dangerous and slippery slope to bring to our community. But here's what you're bringing. You're bringing a society that murdered thousands of innocent people at a music festival. So if you vote for it, this is what you will represent. You will represent murder of innocent people. No different than down here at the city park on Thursday Music Week. Imagine people coming in and murdering all of our San Marcos citizens, and then somewhere in Europe, in England, in Yorkshire, they vote to support those terrorists that killed our citizens. That's what you're voting for. If you go on down and you look at the many people that were taken hostage, a small baby mutilated and turned back over to Israel, a hostage for how long? That is what you're voting for. And let's talk about human rights as we get into it. I'm a part of the gay and lesbian community. I've been a gay man. I fought for gay rights in the Marine Corps against Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And I will tell you, many of us, if I landed in Gaza today and proclaimed freedom for gays, I would be murdered. So if you vote for this, you are voting for anti-LGBT rights. Let's look at women in Palestine. If you vote for this, you are voting against the freedom of women to walk freely in the streets without having to have a male chaperone by their side. Women to be able to travel across the world without having to have a man by their side, even if they get permission. That is what you're voting for. And those of us that live in this city will remember that, and we will rally against and vote you out with everything and every part of our being. Thank you. Have a great evening. Ms. Garza, have a great evening.
And those of you who keep holding your signs up, well, I think we've seen them, but you're keeping people from behind you from seeing. So, yeah, thanks. Okay, your name, sir?
Ricardo Trevino.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Rick Trevino, and I am one of the signatories to a letter you received this afternoon from 40 attorneys and support from the National Lawyers Guild, a few chapters here in the state of Texas. And we wrote you that letter so you can know that what the governor is doing is not grounded in an honest understanding of Texas law or honest jurisprudence. He's bullying you, and he wants you guys to be scared. And I'm happy that a couple of the speakers that just spoke aren't representing me, because they're scared. I expect my elected officials to be sophisticated enough to realize when my constitutional rights are being undermined by the behavior of Greg Abbott. And I don't know what kind of counsel you've been given by your city attorney, but what I know is that they're looking at the issue not for me, a U.S. citizen or citizen of San Marcos. They're looking at it representing the city of San Marcos, not the constituents. You might as well be speaking to your insurer, a risk-averse insurer. This is a political moment. I ask you, did the resolution that you guys were considering, did it contemplate doing business with entities that boycott Israel? No. Then why is Governor Greg Abbott mischaracterizing what the resolution intends? If you guys pass this resolution and he does what he threatens to do, which he can, well, then you take him to court. Because an executive just can't do whatever he wants. And we're imploring you, because look, there is a risk here, but risky moments require courage. This isn't a moment for a bureaucrat. This is a moment for leadership. And Mayor Hudson and the rest of the body, I don't know why you guys became politicians. I don't know much of your background, but I have an understanding you wanted to help people. And this is a political crisis that's going on. And sometimes big moments fall on your plate. If this is a scary moment, well, too bad. That's what you guys signed up for. And I expect you guys to stand up for my rights as a U.S. citizen. And if the governor had the threat, he would have called it out. He's using squishy language, folks. He knows that he's overreaching. And this is just in line with all the other type of executive overreach that we see right now in this moment. I'm asking you guys to be courageous and stand up for what the people want. And most of the people here are speaking on behalf of this resolution. And again, I am looking to you to be courageous, because a lot of the people that are speaking here are speaking out of fear, and that's exactly what Greg Abbott wants. So I hope you guys go with this resolution.
And your
the
time
laws
is up.
behind you, and come on, be courageous.
We're going to hear from 2 more people online, and then we're going to take another break. So, John Billings, you are next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thanks for having me online here. My name's John Billings. I'm a homeowner in San Marcos. Just listening the last several hours. Yeah, there's a lot. Well, I should say, to those who are pro this resolution, there's just a lot of emotion, a lot of inflammatory words. Just seems like, well, we know that high emotion makes for really bad policy decisions. And I hope you folks can hear this, that since there's a large population who disagrees with you, who are intelligent and have a heart too, maybe things aren't quite so clear as you think it is. It's really hard to see when there's a lot of emotion. And then I look at this resolution.
The executive session.
I know. He had those
Hold
questions. but
on,
the
somebody's on.
Can you, oh yeah, someone's not muted.
You just looked at the.
Oh, there we go. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry. Please
So I look at
continue.
this resolution, and so much of the context of like why the conflict started, that's been said a lot. The October 7th, the resolution starts October 9th. All that context is missing. It's not what I would expect from a city council resolution. I would expect something more like a well-rounded analysis of an issue. It comes off very emotional. Second, passing such a resolution, everyone has said this is not going to have an effect. Like Netanyahu's not going to do anything about some Texas town that said, hey, we don't like this. And the Gazan side isn't either. Neither is going to pay attention to a small city in Texas. And in fact, all it's going to do is cost this city standing and funding, as is very possible. It could also cost those who advocate for it, their position and reputations with voters. So I just wonder, who would make such a tactical error that gains them nothing and only costs them? It makes me think, whoever wrote this and whoever votes for it must be so blinded by emotion that they're not thinking clearly. And if you're so angry you can't see that and can't see consideration of both sides, it's time to just calm down and stop and realize that you're making a tactical error. So I really sincerely urge you not to vote on this. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Chloe Dykstra.
Hi, my name is Chloe Dykstra. Can you guys see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
I live in the San Marcos ETJ. Good afternoon or night at this point, Mayor Houston, City Council members, and all here today to speak on what you believe to be the best steps going forward for San Marcos. I appreciate your time and your commitment to our city. I'm here to speak in favor of non-consent item 5, the ceasefire resolution. I would also like to ask Matthew Mendoza to excuse himself from this vote due to his employment with NICE, an Israeli tech company. I would like to make one thing clear before beginning. Speaking out on the atrocities being committed by Israel as a country is in no way an attack on Judaism. This is not anti-Semitism. This is not a criticism of Judaism or Jewish people. This is a criticism of the Israeli Defense Forces. Please do not confuse the two. Actual anti-Semitism is on the rise. It's a real problem, but calling for a ceasefire is not it. Anyone speaking against Jewish people does not stand with us or with this resolution. Now, I think the most common thing I've heard inside and outside of council meetings is, how is this a local or community issue? I say, how can you look at the amazing turnout from the community and say this is not a community issue? More reasons, though, are that we have local Palestinian American residents, students, and business owners that are watching as their country, their state, their city of San Marcos sits back and watches as we actively fund weapons for Israel to wipe out an entire country, sits back and watches as not just their land, but their history, their culture, their identity, their entire bloodline is eradicated. $4.4 million in taxes from San Marcos are used to fund this genocide. Contractors cannot sign contracts over $100,000 with the city without signing away their rights to boycott Israel and boycott this genocide. This ceasefire resolution takes a stand against this genocide, directly impacts our community. So yes, this is a local issue, even if it doesn't directly impact you. Now I ask you, as others have asked in opposition, what can little old San Marcos even do? Well, let's look at what we have done so far. We've elected officials that have time and time again stepped up for their community, especially the minority populations, to hear them out and amplify their voices, pass items in favor of creating a safe community for everyone. We have come together as a community with our city council members to get this ceasefire resolution on the agenda. And we are here today in probably record-breaking numbers to show that although we may be little, we are strong. While sure, we may not have much say over an overseas genocide as just one small city in Texas, but what little old San Marcos can do is say that we will not be complicit in funding a genocide. We will not be bullied into silence. We will stand vocally on the right side of history. We will take a stand against genocide, and we will say never again, not for Jewish people, not for Palestinians, not for anyone. Mayor Houston, city council members, what will you say? What side of history will you stand on? Thank you, and free Palestine.
Okay, folks, we're now going to take a break, but a status report of the 162 we have on our list. We've been to, the next person will be at 108, and there are 18 who have not, were not here, didn't make it after all. So that's where we are. It is now 10:07. Council members, as soon as I have 4, I'm going to start this meeting up again at 10:12. We have returned from our break. It is now 10:17, and we will continue. And I'm hearing noise out there. Everyone, we're back to no talking, no noise. I will ask you to leave the chambers if you continue talking, Ms. Cusno. Thank you. Okay, we're on to page 5, and here's our speakers. Jim Keith, Karen DeLay Crane Denver, Dave Rosenthal, Anna Juarez, Alana Rosenwasser, Layla Dabakay, and Frank Netzer. And some of those are remote. Mr. Keith, you get to be first in this section.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I called him. You go ahead.
Hello, I'm Jim Keith. I want to remind you that war related to defense and invasion causes death. War itself is not genocide. It's a convenient word being used by supporters of this proposed resolution to tweak emotions. Israel could turn Gaza into a giant sheet of glass if they desired genocide. I think most of the proposed resolution supporters, and I hope everybody that will vote for this, has studied an accurate history of Gaza and Israel with an open mind. Most comments here tonight have certainly not been an accurate delivery of facts. In 1994, Israel agreed to support Gaza's sovereignty. At that time, Gaza was governed by the relatively peaceful Palestinian Liberation Organization. That all changed when Hamas took over Gaza and the West Bank. Hamas, backed by a government that has boasted about the desire to wipe Israel and the United States of America off the globe. Israel has been enduring missile attacks, mortar attacks, and suicide bomber attacks for well over 25 years. Much of the narrative about the issue coming from this podium is opinion voiced by people who want you to think negatively about yourself if you don't agree with their opinion. During the last council meeting, discussion attempts were made trying to connect local issues with this resolution, and the attempt to shame those who have differing opinions. Please don't give that method of attempted influence any traction. One thing to remember about opinions these days, no matter what you think about anything, you can find somewhere on the internet to convince yourself you're right. The resolution uses the words immediate, permanent, and sustained. Surely all of you know, probably only a few of you will acknowledge, that any immediate government action is very, very rare. Nothing is permanent, and you have no influence over anything sustained anywhere in the Middle East. I realize this agenda item by this very busy city council is a product of council members who choose to dishonor the flags and positive pledges of the state and country that they choose to live in. If you really want to make a difference, a hands-on difference, maybe you should consider an immediate, sustained, permanent relocation to Gaza. Have a nice trip.
Our next speaker is Karen DeLay Crane Denver. I'm sorry, I know I missed.
You pronounced it correctly.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. As a Texas San Marcos resident, I, Karan DeLay Crane Denver, I speak for myself, my Jewish and Scottish Irish family members who can't be with us today, to ask you to support the resolution for a ceasefire. In particular, tonight, I'm reading a note from my former Jewish husband, who's my dear friend, who lives in Houston now, and father of our 3 children. He writes, I salute San Marcos for having compassion and courage to stand up to Israeli genocide of Palestinian families alongside the United Nations, the International Court of Justice, Amnesty International, and many other leading organizations. As a nice Jewish boy growing up in New York in the 1950s, I went door to door raising nickels and dimes to support Israel's Jewish National Fund. I thought Jewish Israelis were the good guys and Arabs were the bad guys. I'm a slow learner. It took me decades to recognize the monstrous evil of Nakba or even its existence. But once I got it, I got it. And I'm just reminding you, this is what my former husband, Ira Denver, wrote. I cannot undo my longtime ignorance and naivety. It is what it is. By having eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, I cannot unsee. I cannot unknow, so I do what I can. Silence is complicity. I invite you to stand with me, not because I'm Jewish, but because I'm human. I try to do the right thing out of common decency, and I hope you will do likewise. Please join our family to have the courage to support the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Trevino, I don't see Dave Rosenthal on. Okay, next is Ana Juarez.
My name is Ana Juarez. Thank you so much for considering support for the ceasefire resolution. I want to counter the assertion that it is not a local issue. It absolutely is local because all social, cultural, and political changes begin at a local level. The only ways things have ever changed is when small groups of individuals and institutions raise their voices. As a Mexican American, I know our communities struggle for civil and voting rights. We achieved these rights because small but courageous groups of people at the local levels spoke up. We won at the local level long before we had state or federal level changes. Please join the over 100 cities around the country who have already passed the similar resolutions. I also want to explain why we are singling out Israel and ignoring other wars. Unlike the others, our country is largely responsible for arming Israel over the last 50 years. We also stand out because we have not condemned Israel for war crimes and blocking humanitarian aid. Next, I want to address the silence and blind spots around Islamophobia and anti-Arab discourses. I was shocked when a friend I've known and respected for decades posted that Palestinians are Arab mutts. I know he would never personally call me a mutt and still hope that he and others will come to recognize that dehumanizing enemies usually results in human atrocities. I am a proud mutt. You could call me a Mexican, Spanish, Jewish, indigenous, or African mutt, because these are all part of my heritage. I have heard these dehumanizing labels applied to many people, including Jews. Please stop. Finally, remember that most Israeli citizens want a ceasefire. Hundreds of thousands are protesting, and even Israeli soldiers are refusing to serve because they cannot ethically comply with the military's vindictive and cruel practices. In Pope Francis's last speech, he pleaded for all those in positions of political responsibility not to yield to the logic of fear. We cannot allow ourselves to forget that it is not targets that are struck, but persons, each possessed of a soul and human dignity. Israel has no official end game for this war. Please join the many cities and countries who have supported similar resolutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alana Rosenwasser.
Hi, my name is Elena Rosenwasser, and I am intimidated to follow Ana Juarez, as usual. Okay, so when thinking about Israel and Palestine, I think we should acknowledge that neither of these two peoples, both of which, by the way, are indigenous to the area, are going anywhere. A moral peace can only come, as far away as it may seem, through a two-state solution. That seems so far away, and yet can only come through an understanding between these peoples. Unfortunately, the resolution before council today isn't a resolution of peace, nor is the movement that brought this resolution forward a peace movement. You know how you can tell this isn't a movement about building understanding and peace between peoples? Well, just look, they only waved the flag of one of the peoples. This isn't a movement of peace, this is a movement of we're good and they are bad. This resolution reflects that. It's a resolution of bigotry wrapped in a thin coating of the language of social justice. We have so many people here tonight. That's great, right? But there's a formula that generates engagement that's being followed here. To have an us, we need a them. Rallying around a common cause by rallying against a common enemy. And boy, have we chosen a classic. What better enemy than a people who are a tiny minority in our community here in San Marcos and globally? The few voices of Jews are small when faced with the roar of anti-Semitism. There is so much anti-Jewish propaganda out there, and I can tell that many here tonight have been drinking deeply. Rallying people against Jews in the name of morality and justice has caused horrible violence against us over and over throughout history, for millennia. And I just want to note and acknowledge that anti-Semitism is a problem in San Marcos today. I'd like to remember Franklin Sechrist, a San Marcos man who in 2021 drove to Austin and tried to burn down Temple Beth Israel, a synagogue that my family has been associated with for a century. After that, they had to hire private security. I wonder how many of your congregations feel so threatened that they have to spend precious dollars that way. Well, okay, that was 4 years ago. What about more recently? On the anniversary of October 7th, I went to work. I work at Texas State, and I found that my place of work had been spray painted with a call for a genocide of Jews.
And your time is up. Our next speaker is Layla Debaki, I think, who joins us online.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Layla. I am, hold on, let me flip this. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for being here and listening. I know that it's a long evening for you. I do want to address a few things. The first being the veiled threats against you by the Zionists in the room. They did not go unnoticed, as well as undermining your intelligence. I think anybody with access to the internet can check the facts for themselves. We've been bombarded by images of Palestinians being absolutely genocided. In fact, let's call a spade a spade. It is a Holocaust. My issue here as a Palestinian American is that I thought I was born in the United States of America. However, it seems that we live in the United States of Israel. When you have a governor advocating so vociferously, for a foreign entity that is committing a Holocaust by the very descendants of Holocaust survivors, instead of advocating for American citizens, it boggles the mind. I don't know how this is become so contentious. It's not complicated. It's a very, very simple issue of occupation for over 100 years, as somebody else had mentioned, from the day the Balfour Declaration was signed, from the day that the Rothschilds decided that they wanted to give someone else's land to foreign people. It doesn't work that way. It will never work that way. This is not about Israel. It could be China occupying Palestine, and Palestinians would want their freedom. Does that make sense to you all? It could be foreign aliens with purple skin occupying Palestine, and Palestinians would advocate for their rights. It's not complicated, it's very simple. And again, sending our money, taxpayer money from hardworking Americans to support this Holocaust is a huge, absolute no-no. It is illegal in every sense of the word, from the Leahy laws to international law. So I think it's a very simple decision, and I would like to formally also request on the record that Matthew Mendoza recuse himself because of his conflict of interest working for an Israeli company. Thank you.
Ms. Trevino, I don't find Frank Netcher online. Okay, our next speakers, Miles Brownlee, Samuel Picnot, Leanne Staff, she's online, Monty Parker online, Nathaniel Harden, Karina Salmon, and Gerald Tesher. Miles Brownlee?
No, Luke Kraft. I believe I was skipped over on
page 4.
I called people at the end of page 4. I just don't know that they all came forward. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So there's been a lot of talk tonight about how this relates.
Need your name for the record,
Oh,
please?
sorry, Luke Kraft.
There you go.
There's been a lot of talk tonight how this relates to a local issue, and I want to reference what has been said earlier tonight, that San Marcos is not the only city where a ceasefire resolution has been placed for consideration. There have been hundreds of cities in the U.S. that have passed ceasefire resolutions. I'm just going to list a few. Long Beach, California, Glenwood Springs, Colorado, Iowa City, Iowa, Portland, Maine, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, St. Louis, Missouri, Durham, New Hampshire, Lebanon, New Hampshire, Union City, New Jersey, Dayton, Ohio, Charlottesville, Virginia, and it goes on. So San Marcos isn't a small town. This isn't like something that is totally absurd for us. We have one of the largest colleges in the state of Texas in our city. San Marcos is also located between one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. The I-35 corridor between San Antonio and Austin is rapidly growing with populations from across the U.S. and from the world. So this resolution does make sense for San Marcos. And with that said, this isn't the only time that we have had world politics play into the city of San Marcos. During the Vietnam War, there was a Occupy movement in both San Marcos and Texas State where 70 students gathered on campus to protest the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. And that demonstration resulted in 10 students being referred to as the San Marcos 10 being expelled from the university and went before the U.S. Supreme Court in 1970, which led to the creation of free speech zones in various universities. So the argument that this is like too broad for the city of San Marcos, I feel, is really disingenuous to a lot of history of both this region and the politics that have happened here. Thank you.
Our next speaker, what's your name?
Hello, my name is Miles Brownlee, and I've been a San Marcos resident for 4 years. I'm here to speak in support of the resolution for a permanent and lasting ceasefire in Palestine. I would like to thank Council members Amanda Rodriguez, Alyssa Garza, Saul Gonzalez, and Lorenzo Gonzalez for choosing to bring this resolution to a vote today, and I hope you all continue your support. For the other Council members, I hope that you will also choose to vote yes today. This resolution may not end the ongoing genocide, but it will make clear that the city of San Marcos refuses to be silent while our tax dollars fund the bombing and starvation of innocent Palestinian men, women, and children. This is money that should not be going to Israel in the first place. Both the laws of the United States and the United Nations prohibit military aid from being delivered to those committing human rights violations, such as live streaming a genocide. Just in the past 7 days, Israel used drones paid for with U.S. tax dollars to attack an aid ship in international waters and announced, in defiance of United Nations law, plans to permanently occupy Gaza. They have used hunger as a weapon against the Palestinian people in a clear violation of the rules of war. This resolution allows those in San Marcos to declare that we stand against genocide and we do not want our taxes paying for it. Unconstitutional threats from Governor Abbott should not stop us from choosing to be on the right side of history. The threats and opinions of people living outside of San Marcos should not matter either. This council was elected by the people of San Marcos to serve the people of San Marcos. This last election cycle, when I voted for those who spoke out in support of this resolution. And in the next election cycle, I will vote for those who vote yes today. I see the rest of my time. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Next is Samuel PICNOT. We'll go to Leanne Staff, who joins us remotely.
Good evening, Mayor Houston and City Council and fellow citizens. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Leanne Staff. I'm once again emphasizing the importance of San Marcos joining the number of other cities across the nation and around the world to support a ceasefire resolution now. And join over 70 U.S. cities in passing this resolution. It is unacceptable that this violence and devastation has gone on for so long. Thousands of innocent civilians have died, and entire generations of families wiped out, homes, hospitals, and vital ecosystems destroyed. And for those saying San Marcos has no role for dollars of our local tax dollars to contribute to military funding. That money could be reallocated to essential needs locally, like education, housing, and clean water right here at home. Let me be violence that happened on October 7th for the release of hostages and Palestinian of self-defense, and what's happening now clearly. In 2015, I visited Israel with private donors and shortly moved to San. While I valued the experience, I was left questioning, why is the Israeli government so invested in young Americans with European descent like me? Why are we encouraged to support a state that normalizes war as necessary? I was raised in a conservative Jewish community, and I've seen firsthand how American Jews are often fed one-sided narratives that frame Israel as a perpetual victim, while the suffering of Palestinians is barely mentioned. Today, with firsthand evidence of visible online, there's no hiding the brutal reality. And as a Jew educated on the horrors of the Holocaust, I also feel a deep moral obligation to say never again means never again for anyone. We must not be silent or neutral. We must stand for justice and humanity. Please don't let political pressure from Greg Abbott or fear-mongering from others stop you. And compassion, and it reflects the best of what San Marcos stands for. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monty Parker, who joins us online. Mr. Parker, are you there? Mr. Parker? Okay, I'll come circle.
How about now?
Okay, we hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Monty Parker. I have 2 comments tonight, and I will keep them very brief. Regarding the anti-Israel resolution, I ask that you put San Marcos first and vote no. Any possibility of losing state funding and potentially jeopardizing our budget should be sufficient to convince you to not roll the dice and support a resolution that has no chance of impacting the situation halfway across the world. One speaker asked you to be courageous. I'm asking you to not be reckless, because that's what I feel is happening. Secondly, regarding the marijuana ordinance that was just overturned by the 15th Court of Appeals, I want to remind each of you that your oath of office states that you will abide by the laws of both the state of Texas and the United States. Everyone who voted for this ordinance in the first place violated their oath of office. Don't double down and attempt to do it again and risk further expense to the taxpayers on the slim chance that somehow the result may change. Adhere to your oath of office, be fiscally responsible, and keep your word to the citizens of San Marcos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Harden.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Houston. My name is Nathaniel Harden, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the resolution calling for a ceasefire in the ongoing Israeli and Palestinian conflict. In the fall of 2019, my first semester at Texas State, I was taking a business law class, and one afternoon, our professor offered us extra credit to attend and take notes on a Q&A session with none other than the mayor of San Marcos. I remember thinking it was pretty cool to see the mayor of my new hometown in an off year come and take some questions from a few rowdy business students. And it made me feel proud to be where I was. I say all this to acknowledge and show appreciation for your service to this community. Now, many people at this meeting and the last have criticized this resolution as being meaningless and accomplishing nothing. I think that statement couldn't be more false. We are currently living in an era defined by what many economists are calling the attention economy, in which the amount of information available to us has never been greater, yet our attention spans have remained the same. Being seen and heard are of great importance, and narrative reigns supreme. In this moment, the eyes of the nation and the world are upon us, the city of San Marcos, and the pen with which to write the narrative of this community belongs to you, the elected officials. You have been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to write the story of a small town which stood up to a tyrannical state government that has previously shown an utter disregard for the will of this community. You have the chance to be remembered as the leaders who held strong in defense of the lives of thousands of people, even when doing so wouldn't materially benefit you in any way. You've heard many people before me list off the countless atrocities committed by the Israeli military, and there's not much I can say on that matter that hasn't already been said already. I will ask each of you to consider this. What do you want your legacy to be? Do you want to be remembered as someone who acted with what little agency they had to stand up in defense of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness the world over? Or do you want to be remembered as someone who stood by and did nothing as 50,000 people were slaughtered? All of you will have a place in the historical record. I will only ask that you consider what sort of story you want your actions to tell. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corinna Salmon, followed by online by Gerald Tesher. After that, if you'll come in and line up, will be Laurie Ramos, Randy Zarlinski, remote, Brandon Oles, Maxfield Baker, Casey Baker, and Beth Rogalski.
Good evening. My name is Karina Salmon. I was born here, I was raised here, I went to college here, and I live here now as a 38-year-old. I'm a lifelong member of this community, and I support passing the ceasefire resolution. My first point tonight, Israel is committing a genocide. This is an irrefutable fact, and entertaining it as anything other than fact is illogical, purposefully ignorant, and frankly pathetic. We all have eyes, we all have brains, we all have hearts. We all know what Israel is doing is genocide, plain and simple. Number two, Americans are paying for it. Each and every one of us works our butt off for the money we make and are required to give a percentage of that to our government with the promise it will be invested into our community. It is not. Instead of helping our veterans afford health care and housing, our taxes are buying bombs that are dropped on schools and children's hospitals in Palestine. Instead of protecting our own children in schools, we are buying the bullets that Israeli snipers use to shoot children in the head with. Instead of paying for our neighbors' cancer treatments, our tax dollars buy tanks that Israeli soldiers use to mow down refugees living in tents after setting them on fire. These are well-documented crimes Israel has committed with weapons we paid for. Our government has not only stolen our tax dollars and neglected Americans, but also made us complicit in ripping children apart limb by limb, complicit in the orphaning of 40,000 children in Gaza, complicit in the current weaponized starvation of the 1.1 million children living in Gaza now. Our ceasefire resolution may be but a small act of resistance, but it could create massive ripples of change.
Lastly, our state and federal politicians are trying to censor us. This is not a partisan issue. Both Bernie and AOC voted in favor of this law, and Abbott is now trying to use it to suppress our God-given right to call out injustice, corruption, and evil. The fact that this law exists should alarm every single one of us, be it Democrat or Republican. We are normalizing more and more every day that is not normal. Our government making it illegal to speak ill of a country actively committing genocide is not normal. We are frogs in a pot of boiling water, and instead of directing our anger to those lighting the fire, we are fighting the other frogs in the pot. Whether you support Abbott or not makes no difference. He is lighting the fire. It's time for us to unite and stand up for ourselves before it's too late. Please pass the ceasefire resolution. Pass it for Palestine, pass it for Americans, and pass it for the members of our beautiful San Marcos community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gerald Shetter, who joins us online.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for hanging in there. So I'm here to say it's not the city council's job to weigh in on divisive and controversial issues that have nothing to do with their responsibilities. But since San Marcos City government is contemplating this step, I'm here in opposition to taking the side of Hamas. This resolution calls for a ceasefire, but like the tango, it takes two to ceasefire. That brings me to my questions for the council. Are your calls where are your calls for Hamas ceasefire? Where are your calls for Hamas release of hostages? Where are your calls for an end to Hamas commitments to genocide of Jews? Where are your calls for Hamas to cease using civilians as human shields? Where are your calls for Hamas to end suppression and torture of Gazan citizens? Where are your calls for Hamas to love their own families more than they hate Jews? On October 7, the avowedly genocidal terrorist organization Hamas committed gruesome atrocities against Israeli and American citizens that they proudly took credit for. Israeli Defense Forces have every right to free the hostages and put an end to Hamas terror. And it isn't just Israel that will benefit from an end to Hamas. Gaza citizens are also victims of Hamas terror and corruption. Hamas confiscates food and medical aid that Israel sends to Gaza. Hamas makes headquarters in and launches strikes from hospitals and schools. Hamas tortures and kills Gazans, Palestinians who dissent. Hamas destroys infrastructure such as water systems that were left in Gaza by Israel and uses the scavenged pipes to construct terror rockets to lob at Israel. It is Hamas that has pledged to genocide, the genocide of Israelis. Hamas terrorists are not the people that our city should be aligning with. The very consideration of this resolution is shameful. Passing it would be a blot on the community and could communicate radical anti-Semitism. This resolution should never have been considered now that it has been rejected.
Our next speaker is Lori Ramos.
Hi, my name is Lori Wasserman Ramos, and I am a resident of San Marcos of Russian Jewish heritage. I consider myself well educated regarding Holocaust, Zionist, and Israeli history. That has led to a deep belief in never again for everybody. While Israel, funded by U.S. tax dollars, is following Nazi footsteps with its genocidal actions. The Warsaw Ghetto comes to mind. The liquidation of the ghetto has begun, funded by U.S. tax dollars. Here's a few statements that shed light on Zionist-Israeli intentions. In 1895, Theodor Herzl said, "We must expropriate gently the private property and the state assigned to us. We shall try to steer this penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in transit countries while denying it employment in our country." In 1948, Ben-Gurion stated, "We must do everything to ensure that they, the Palestinians, never do return," assuring his fellow Zionists that Palestinians will never come back to their homes. The old will die and the young will forget. Also, Ben-Gurion stated, "The present map of Palestine was drawn by the British mandate. The Jewish people have another map which our youth and adults should strive to fulfill, from the Nile to the Euphrates." Since the 80s, Gaza has been described by many as the largest open-air concentration camp, including Israeli elected officials. Netanyahu in early 2024 made the statement that he was proud of blocking the two-state solution all these years. And in early 2025, Itamar Ben-Gvir made a statement that in the last year, using our political power, we managed to prevent this ceasefire deal from going ahead time after time. So much for freeing the hostages. Protesting the oppressive apartheid genocidal policies of Israel is not anti-Semitism. It is speaking up for human rights and dignity. Enforcing silence, targeting and criminalizing those speaking up is not national security. It is fascism. The destruction of Gaza's infrastructure, healthcare, educational, agricultural systems is not self-defense. It's atrocious. The deliberate maiming and killing of non-combatant civilians is not self-defense, it's depraved. The withholding of essential food, water, and other aid is not self-defense, it's vile. Using religion to justify Israelis' actions is not holy, it is sinful. To the council members, I hope you can think deeply about what remaining silent means. We are not asking you to neglect San Marcos' needs. We are not asking you to take actions against anyone. We are asking you to speak out against fascist genocidal actions. Hamas, this was not an unprovoked attack. I mean, you look at decades and decades of oppression and aggression.
Time is up, ma'am.
Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker, I show Randy Zarlinski remote, but I don't see him on there, Mr. Trevino. Brandon Oles. Excuse me, ma'am, if you need to speak, I need you to go outside.
I was just clarifying a rule of the chamber.
Go outside. Brandon Oles.
Am I good?
Yes, if you'll
Fantastic.
state your name for your record, and you've got 3 minutes.
My name is Brandon Oles. I come before you today as a disabled Marine Corps combat veteran, an alumni of Texas State University, and a proud resident of the state of Texas and the city of San Marcos. I served in Afghanistan in 2011. None like the pro-Hamas supporters we've heard tonight, I've witnessed firsthand the horrors of the terrorist state operating under Sharia law. I once watched a woman get stoned to death for making eye contact with a Marine. We were told to walk by, that we were not there to change their culture. In these countries, women have no rights. Their sole purpose is to give birth and raise children. Children are then used as soldiers, and there are no homosexual or trans rights, because people in these countries are persecuted and often killed. And ironically, thus being here today, that's why these people often seek refuge in countries like Israel. So I ask the council today, are these the values that you're supporting? We're going to find out. It's nothing short of shameful to hear so many of these young voters support a terrorist organization like Hamas. These young voters talk about freedom, are fighting for freedom, rights, and world peace, and they do it from the comfort of our borders. But I bet they'd feel different if they understood the cost of that freedom they so readily take for granted. In the end, this resolution is a micro solution to a macro problem. Your responsibility is to this city. And pushing this resolution won't end this war. You're not going to fix the world. If it were that easy, Afghanistan wouldn't have lasted 21 years. Yes, Governor Greg Abbott has stated that if the resolution is passed, his office will not enter into future grant agreements with this city, and he will terminate active grants, which of course would have a significant impact on our community. So I ask, if you pass this vote in support of this terrorist state, how do you plan on replacing that funding? Granted, I recognize that in this city, we have many temporary residents, but that doesn't give you the right to ignore the voices in the best interest of those who live here, whose children go to school here, who pay property taxes and own small businesses. Voting in favor of this pro-Hamas resolution today does nothing but hurt the people of this city. It is a clear dereliction of your duty, and that is why I would remind each of you who are looking to vote in favor of supporting this terrorist state that in accordance with Article 6, Section 6.06 of the City Code, we are well within our rights to initiate a recall with the city clerk, and we are prepared to do so. Again, your job isn't to fix the world. Your job is to fix San Marcos. Your duty is to San Marcos. But like my fellow Marine stated, this issue never should have been brought to this council. It doesn't belong here, because no matter how this ends, you, the members of this council, lose. San Marcos loses. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maxfield Baker.
Hey, everybody. I dressed up for you. Look at my nice Texas shirt. It's a little ironic. My name is Maxfield Baker. Lots of people tonight that I've spoken maybe haven't read the resolution. Just maybe read it before you come up here and say what's in or not in it and what it's supporting or not supporting. You all went into executive session at 3 p.m. I was disappointed that there was not a public comment option for that. You all went in to get legal advice about something, and it would have been great if the community would have been able to impress on you what you need to know before going in there. Abbott's a bully. We've already heard that. You got these letters from lawyers that refute Abbott's claim. What I think is interesting about Abbott's threat is he also has laws that say you can't defund the police. And yet, some of those through grants do exactly that. They defund our police. So you go and do that, Abbott, I guess. People keep threatening to recall you. Guess what? If this fails, those of you that vote for the denial, you too can be recalled, right? Let's just throw around weird, empty threats, I guess. Look, I know that the biggest fear motivating you to maybe support denial of this is the grant stuff. And I would posit to you what's worse, losing some grants or losing the trust of our community. We already know that there's not a lot of faith and trust in our community from the community survey we did in 2022. Where do you think that that comes from? It comes from inaction. That's where it comes from. Don't be inactive. I'm having a hard time coming up with what to say because I'm just frustrated. I'm following a lot of really more eloquent speakers that are more well-researched on this. But something that I've heard in my research is, counterinsurgency 101 is every Palestinian that dies feeds Hamas. If you're worried about Hamas, stop killing Palestinians. Right? For those of you that are here in the audience and have been actively organizing for so long, pat yourselves on the back, buy yourself a nice drink, and then run for office. Maybe against some of these people we'll recall in the future. I don't know. Have you all ever stood up to the governor? Like ever? When I was up there during COVID and a lot of our community members were dying, it was hard pressed to get you all, Mayor, Shane, to get you all to actively step up and say something to the governor about helping our community. If this issue is enough for the governor to threaten our funding, he's going to just do it over and over again. So don't let the bullies win. Sometimes you got to stand up to a bully, and in our system, we do that by taking them to court. And I know that costs us money too. So thank you all.
Our next speaker is Casey Baker.
Hi. Hi, my name is Casey Baker. I feel like y'all heard a lot about the atrocities going on in the Middle East tonight, so I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about Star Wars. We just missed May the 4th, so May the 4th be with you. That is a day where they celebrate Star Wars in the spirit of overthrowing an empire that has been oppressing people. And so I've got my sign here. It says that Greg Abbott is Darth Hater, because Greg Abbott has pushed a law onto the Texan people that is also lovingly called the Death Star Bill. Basically, if a city like San Marcos wants to do something like decriminalize marijuana, or if we didn't want so many plastic bags in the river, or hey, maybe, just maybe, we don't want to throw our well-earned tax dollars towards a genocide, which, by the way, I can mention that I'm only funding one side of this genocide, so I don't see a reason to make a resolution to ask me to stop funding the other side that I'm not funding. So that's the whole purpose of this. Anyways, I feel like San Marcos needs to stand up to our bully. We do not need to be made an example of look who got scared and had to back out from standing against bad policies from the state of Texas. Instead, let's be the people that stand up to the state of Texas and work for what we believe in. I remember recently there was a passage at the federal level that was targeting trans people, and they were saying that any state that didn't follow these anti-trans laws were going to be under threat from our federal government. And then famously, the governor of Maine stood up and said, "I'll see you in court." And so I would like to see that happen here. Let's see them in court. Let's take Texas to the mat and tell them that we're not going to let them bully us. They're not going to boss us around. We are the people of San Marcos, Texas, and we stand for what we believe in. Thank you for supporting us in that, to our elected officials.
Our next speaker is online and will be Beth Rogalski. Following her will be Amina Ishaq, who's also remote, Amjad Rahukar, Sarah Garcia, Tice Gomez, Fletcher Terrell, and Zet Gambino. So if we'll get Beth on.
Hello?
You're on. We can hear you.
I'm attempting to let you see me too, but if you could hear me, I appreciate your time. My name is Beth Rogalski. I'm in Leander, Texas. My son, friends, children's friends have been to Texas State. I appreciate San Marcos and your community and what you've offered my family. I was with you earlier in person today. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak now. I came here today to bear witness for myself, and I appreciate the testimony of every military person, Middle East and U.S. citizen who have been there. I urge you to reconcile some of their testimony with what you think you are representing and make it make sense. I'm happy to see the peaceful communication that's happened here tonight. I stand with you all for our right as citizens of this democracy to speak to where our money is being spent. I stand for peace here and in Israel. I am heartbroken to see what I heard, what I feared, which is the very clear anti-Semitic speech. Are you speaking about other U.S. monies going to other nations? I challenge those who made accusations about an Israel propaganda machine that I see the anti-Israel and anti-Jewish propaganda machine. Proof of that is the outrageous protests on college campuses that turn destructive and violent, as well as at our other government and city council meetings all over the U.S. where opposing views to them might be on the agenda. I'm so confused as to those of you who have spoken to human rights and morality. Why is your reality different than mine? I'm 63 years old, and since I was 10 years old, my first memory of the 1972 Olympics, where they kidnapped and killed the Jewish Olympians, and everything that has happened before and since October 7th. Did you speak out against rockets and suicide bombers going into Israel, killing Israeli citizens, women, children, Jews, Christians, Muslims? Did you speak out to pressure Palestinian Arabs to come to the peace tables all those years? Did you speak out and take action to protect our American Jewish students on campuses across the country who are spit on and blocked from their classes, who are attacked during their community events? Do you speak out against extremist protesters who cross the line from free speech to destruction of property on those campuses and in our cities? If you're not doing any of those things, your cause is anti-Semitic. One last testimony I'd like to share with you that is not mine. I share with you the testimony of Rudy Bashal, an Israeli Christian Arab who visited with our community last week here in Austin. His family has been fighting for peace in Israel since 1948. He confirmed that the Palestinians are protesting every day against Hamas. Why do we not hear that on our news channels? Why? Every day, he said. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker who joins us online is Amina Ishaq.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sorry, it's just taking a few. It's saying that I can't show my video.
We're working on it, but you could start speaking if you wish.
Okay. Okay, yes.
Oh, we've got you now.
Okay, thank you so much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of God, the especially merciful, the extremely merciful. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amna Ishaq, and I am a licensed clinical social worker, school counselor, and mother, and I am a proud Muslim woman. I'm here to speak in strong support of the ceasefire resolution. And I wanted to thank Amanda Rodriguez and Alyssa Garza. I really appreciate the fact that y'all put this on the agenda, and I will be praying for y'all every day. In October 2024, I traveled to Cairo, Egypt with a local humanitarian organization on the ground. I met displaced Palestinians who had been evacuated from Gaza. As a therapist, I have worked with trauma survivors for years, but nothing prepared me for what I witnessed there. I sat with women who had lost their husbands, one being Noor, who talks to me till this day about the murder of her husband Ahmed, who was running to get medical aid and water for others when he was hit by the bomb that killed him. Then there was Safa, who mourns the death of not only her husband, but also her young 5-year-old son, whose body was burnt and charred. I met with children who had lost their parents and siblings. The grief was beyond words, and yet many of them still spoke of hope. Hope that they might one day return to their homes in Gaza. I'm still in touch with many of them. They are living in limbo, in pain, and in mourning. And while they suffer, our tax dollars continue to fund the weapons and violence that displaced them. I'm not speaking as a clinician. I'm speaking as a mother who endured secondary trauma after witnessing this horror firsthand. And I'm speaking as a counselor here in Texas who works daily with students and clients struggling under the weight of their own trauma, watching friends and family, people who look like them be killed. The mental health toll is real. The secondary trauma is deep. And it's affecting not just those with direct ties to Gaza, but entire communities across the country. I say it everywhere I go, wherever I can, even in my own masjids. Hind Rajab is dead. She's murdered like prey by her predator, the IOF soldier who hunted her down and shot 335 bullets into her little body as she fearfully hoped someone would come save her. She is dead, and she's never coming back, and we are complicit in this. San Marcos is not alone in taking a stand. Cities like San Francisco, Seattle, Atlanta, Detroit, Akron, Providence have all passed resolutions calling for a ceasefire and a commitment to human rights. We now have an opportunity to join them, to say our community sees this suffering and we will not be silenced. This resolution is not about politics, it's about protecting life, it is about truth, it is about haq, and it is about showing the world that San Marcos stands for justice even when it's hard. Please vote yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Amjad Kohar, Sarah Hay Garcia, Tice Gomez, Fletcher Terrell, and Zet Gambino. Your name, sir?
Amjad Kohar.
Name again?
Amjad Kohar.
Oh, okay, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to introduce you to my beautiful daughter. She's 2 years old. Her name is Summer. She's largely the reason I'm here tonight. You see, Summer's our fourth child. We had her after a little break. Being a little bit older now, we're definitely able to appreciate those precious moments that we may have missed earlier. I see Summer take her first wobbly steps. Can you remember seeing your children do the same thing? And when she does, I question, why will other baby girls that look just like her never be able to walk due to death or dismemberment? I see her making a mess of herself learning to eat. Remember your baby's face half covered with food that you had to clean up? When Summer does that, I question, why are baby girls needlessly starving and dying without food, milk, and water? Council members, remember fevers and the relief you would get when your children finally kept down the medicine and their fevers broke? I feel that with Summer too. And when I do, I question why other baby girls can't get the antibiotics they need and their lives will be cut short. Summer calls me at night from her bed. Papa, she says in the cutest way. You guys remember that? And when she calls for me, I feel heartbroken that other 2-year-old girls around the world have no one left to call for. Summer is worth everything to me. Your children are worth everything to you. Every child is worth everything to their parents. No one under any circumstance has the right to hurt an innocent baby, my innocent baby, your innocent baby, everyone's innocent baby. Never. For all the Summers around the world, please pass this resolution. Thank you for your service. Good evening.
Our next speaker is Saraje Garcia.
Good night, and good evening, and thank you for allowing us to come and speak. I want to especially thank Ms. Garza and Ms. Rodriguez for putting this on the agenda.
And your name?
My name is Sarai Garcia.
Thank you.
I'm here today because I'm here in support of the ceasefire resolution, but I'm here because I do believe that it is important for you guys to pass this resolution. It takes moral fortitude, character, to do the right thing in these times right now when everything is backwards. Right is wrong, and wrong is right. So we're all witnessing this genocide being live streamed, and we're being gaslit on a daily basis, being told that Israel is defending themselves. Killing people without any cause is not defending yourself. The people that are being killed are innocent. At this point, it's just a massacre. And I wanna emphasize something else. We're all living in a collective trauma. We're seeing these images, and and it's affecting our lives. So yes, it does matter. This resolution does matter. Your constituents are telling you that they want this passed because we are tired of going to our elected officials that have been bought and paid for by AIPAC and that are not standing up for us, that are not hearing our voices. So we're asking you here locally to do the right thing, to think about your future and how you will be viewed, okay? How do we view Nazi and Nazi sympathizers today? Well, that's how we're gonna be viewing Zionists and Zionist sympathizers in the future. So your family, your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren will one day see what you did here today. And this will follow you. Yes, it will follow you because someone wants to threaten you with a recall, that's fine, but you did the right thing. Do the right thing and pass this ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tice Gomez. How about Fletcher Terrell? Zet Gambino. Okay, after will be Monica Beauchamp, Daniel Ludmeyer, Ashley Prevost, Brad Hunt, and Matthew Dobbs.
Good evening. I hope you guys are comfortable. Thank you all for hearing us out. My name is Zet Gabino. I've been a lifelong visitor of San Marcos, and I am now a resident of San Marcos for 4 years. I'm here, like many of our community members, to urge you to adopt this resolution in solidarity with Palestine and Palestinian life. It is no longer a question, and it has never been, whether Israel is committing genocide. They have committed the worst of crimes against humanity, and every day we see and hear the screams and cries. We see the mangled seas of bodies burnt to crisp, completely dismembered. Through my phone, I have seen the insides of children, which is devastating because I've worked with kids my entire life. I do not need to know what is inside of their heads. I do not need to know what's inside of their stomachs. Where I should see the chubbiness of a toddler, a beautiful head of hair, and hear the laughter of a child, I see instead skin and bones, and I hear the most heart-shattering cries escape their small bodies. This holds true with all Palestinian women and men as well. As we speak on this, we have to remember that at the core of it all, we are talking about human beings, not numbers or statistics. These are real human beings with souls. They all hold a world inside of them in the same way that all San Marcos residents hold their world here. To those that say that this isn't a local, that it isn't a local issue, so therefore it should not be a priority, I disagree. Over $4 million of hardworking taxpayers' money has been sent to aid and abet Israel's complete disregard of human life. Taxpayers' money is meant to improve the quality of life within our community. We do not work and work and work to have our taxes sent to destroy and kill Palestinian land and life. With that being said, it is also your responsibility and your civic duty to listen to your constituents. Everyone here is in support of the resolution. You are here to uphold and protect our freedom of speech as well. Governor Abbott is no more than a bully who time and time again has shown that he does not care for his constituents here in Texas. He does not represent me or anyone in our community like many politicians in our current government. He is self-serving and he only cares about lining his pockets. His intimidation tactics should not deter you from making the only correct choice here, and that is adopting this resolution. History will not forget this point in time. Names, events, carnage will be remembered. Mayor Jane Hughson, Matthew Mendoza, Saul Gonzalez, Alisa Garza, Shane Scott, Lorenzo Gonzalez, Amanda Rodriguez, I ask you this: how would you like to be remembered from here on out? Thank you. I hope you'll have a wonderful night.
Our next speaker is Monica Beauchamp, Daniel Ludmeyer.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Daniel Ludmeyer. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Views are wholly my own. I come here as a member of the community, and I come here as a cousin. On October 7th, 2023, my cousin Daniel Levy Ludmir was with his wife and his 2 kids in Kibbutz Be'eri. The siren sounded and they did what they normally did. They went into one of their kids' bedroom that doubled as a bomb shelter. And then the massacre continued. That day would be the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. My cousin Daniel, he's a doctor. He got a phone call from paramedic Amit Aman saying, I need help. We have a bunch of wounded community members. I need help. My cousin kissed his wife goodbye, left the safety of his shelter, and went to the makeshift trauma hospital of Kibbutz Be'eri. And over the next 7 hours, Amit and Daniel tried to save the wounded. Unfortunately, Hamas militant terrorists eventually broke through. They shot and killed Amit Man. They threw a grenade and killed my cousin Daniel. Mayor, council members, this resolution is dividing the city. This is not unifying us. I urge you to vote no.
Next is Ashley Prevost.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ashley, and I am urging you all to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution. I just want to state for the record, do not disregard the students speaking here against injustice. These students also live here, work here, vote here. We support small businesses here. I see the same faces here tonight that I've seen doing real work in our community. People who feed their neighbors, who organize clothing drives so no one freezes over the winter. These are the same people that are now begging you to care about this genocide. And we're not just here to speak weightless words. We care about San Marcos, and we care about the innocent lives being terrorized in Gaza by the apartheid state of Israel, with full US complicity. Some claim that this conflict is too far away to involve us, but that's completely false. As many have said before, 4.4 million of our public money has gone to Israel, while our school district is in millions of dollars in deficit. We are not neutral. We are not uninvolved. Our tax dollars are funding their destruction. And it's not just another war. It is the most broadcasted conflict in our time. Over 30,000 Palestinians killed, entire families erased, entire neighborhoods flattened. For every 1 Israeli killed, 55 Palestinians have died. Does that sound like self-defense to you? Hate crimes are rising here too. The girls in Houston, for example, who were lynched by their classmates simply for being Muslim. This is local. This is not, I don't even know why that's up for debate. But yeah, we can see the same parallels that we've seen before in South Africa, where Black people had to claw their way out from the state-sanctioned apartheid. Today, it's the Palestinians. Israel has openly called for the annexation of Gaza. That is not peace, that is erasure. And in response to some of the comments made tonight, I don't want any of y'all to be distracted by the pinkwashing, okay? Pointing out to queer oppression in Palestine while ignoring the genocide of its people, while we are actively having a rollback on queer rights here at home, it's pure hypocrisy. These same people aren't protesting here at the Capitol when Greg Abbott wants to target our trans kids, all right? I'm gonna just leave with this. The resolution has already made headlines, and Greg Abbott is watching, bigger politicians is watching, and history is definitely watching. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Hunt, to be followed by Matthew Dobbs. And if I'm calling your name now, if you'll please come on into the chambers, be ready to speak. Daryl Correa, Daniel Gomez, Eleanor Lee, Kit West, Callie Hibbs. Your name, sir?
Matthew Dobbs, ma'am.
Okay. Yes.
Evening, y'all. I just wanted to say thank you for the law enforcement officials who are out there. They're being super diligent all night. I also wanted to thank the city council and the mayor for the time. My name is Matthew Dobbs. I'm an Army veteran. I'm the fourth generation of Texan to serve this nation in time of international conflict. I'm a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, 03-04. I'm a teacher, I'm a dad, I'm a husband. My family's been in Texas since the 1800s, for what that's worth. I've been a resident of this lovely city twice now in my adult life. First in 2007 when I moved here because I heard the river was a peaceful place to heal and collect myself after I got out of the military. I moved away to Houston and when I met my future wife, who is a Houstonian. We chose to move to San Marcos again after we sold our house in Houston after Hurricane Harvey. I love this town. I just completed my master's degree at Texas State. My wife and I have built a house here. We've been raising our son here. I'm here to have my voice heard and my name recorded, that I stand with my city government as they navigate treacherous waters. Our state politics is full of people that have no desire to govern, just the inclination to rule. I have read the City of San Marcos' resolution updated May 2nd, and I've read Greg Abbott's threatening letter to this city. I cannot wait for the day when my fellow Texans are done with the lies of small government. As the one party continues to rule us, they make a mockery of this republic. I care about human beings. I care about the people that were murdered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th, 2023. I care about the response of the Israeli government was to destroy the lives of men, women, and children for well over a year and a half now. I care that some people who support Israel call Palestinians animals. I care that Democrats gave lip service to the bombing of homes, the killing of children, and didn't attempt a thing while they had national power, national executive power, excuse me. I care that people laugh, I care that the Republicans stand in support of the cleansing of Gaza of the Palestinian people. I care that people laugh at President Donald Trump's AI mock-up of what he wanted to do when rich and powerful people would like to see Gaza become. I care when many people pretend it doesn't matter and then shrug when it's announced that Gaza is being stripped from the Palestinians. I dang well care that my city government is trying to do what it thinks it's right to do. I am proud of y'all for even having this forum. I'm proud of those who would stand with this resolution. I'm proud with the folks who came here today. I'm really looking forward to the day when my fellow Texans embody the myth of what Texas should be like. The myth of a Texan tells us we are independent, tough, and willing to do the hard things to get the dang job done. The myth of Texas tells us we aren't willing to be pushed around by government men. The myth of Texas tells us that we are homesteaders who are trying the best to build a better world for us, our families, and our communities. The myth of the Texan is that we're willing to do the right thing, especially when it's the hard choice. The myth that we're willing to stand up, be counted, and fight to keep what we care about for being safe, be exploited by the greedy. Is that
Your
my
time is up, yeah.
All right, thanks, y'all. Have a good evening.
Next speaker is Daryl Courier, Daniel Gomez, Eleanor Lee, Kit West. Your name, sir?
My name is Daniel Gomez.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. It's your turn.
Daniel Gomez. Good evening, council members. Today, tyranny is the word that comes to my mind when I think of Texas's Governor Greg Abbott and our supposed friends in occupied Palestine, the Zionists of Israel. The twin thumbs of our governments mean to bully us today. They mean to make us cower. One hand works the American side, molding us into good tax-paying pawns, no matter where the money goes. And the other hand, crushing Palestinians into oblivion with its American support. This is so much the case that it would be more sincere to call it the same hand. The hand of Abbott did not mean to protect a defenseless ally from quote-unquote pro-Hamas sentiments and resolutions when he sent you that threat, Mayor Houston. He is haphazardly protecting a genocidal trade ally because there's money involved. He is hoping that you are too bigoted, too foolish, to see that this unceasing death is just business to him. By the same token, the hand of Netanyahu has no intention of simply seeking to rescue the hostages or to stop Hamas. That has never been more evident than now, as we get daily reports of Israel's continued ethnic cleansing campaign. If one seeks to sincerely save their people in captivity, they do not bomb indiscriminately. They do not deny aid into the city. This conflict has been about continuing to oppress, exploit, and erase the people of Palestine, while Netanyahu gets to stay in power by placating the most genocidal members of his cabinet. This is the bloodied hand of war profiteering. We are footing the bill for the deaths of over 50,000 Palestinians. So the issue is not only local, but national as well, and more relevant than ever. Israel is ramping up its war machine to take control of all of Gaza, planning on moving the entire population to the southern half of the city. This will surely accelerate the death and suffering being perpetrated partially in our names. For this reason, I say this as clearly as I can. To pass a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire and an embargo on all arms dealing with Israel is not only a moral imperative, but the least we can do for our ailing brothers and sisters in Palestine. It will not wash the blood from our hands or from this room. It will not bring back the thousands of Palestinian family members lost in this conflict to Israeli shells or Israeli bullets, those which were purchased with American dollars. It may be only to say that we will not cower. We will not be intimidated by a bully's fist in the capital or the war criminal's boot abroad. I stand firm with my friends and allies and comrades in occupied Palestine. If to be anti-Israel in this conflict is to be anti-Texan, as our governor puts it, then today I stand a proud native Mexican in open defiance of the state and in solidarity with Palestinians. From Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go. I pity those who would hide behind the state when crimes as vile as these are laid at your feet. Do the right thing, pass a resolution, and free Palestine.
Our next speaker would be Eleanor Lee. And after Eleanor Lee, I'm looking for Kit West, Callie Hibbs, Wajahat Zaidi, Cheryl Sibley online, Max Warschauer, Lazarus Vasquez, Juniper Smith, and Shelley Ludmer. And those of you in the audience, please, if you need to talk, you can go outside, and that's outside.
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Lee. First of all, at some point this evening, I realized this was going to be an endurance race for you guys as well as all of us. So I'd just like to offer a free but unsolicited gift of advice. 3 beautiful movies. One is called The Seed of the Sacred Fig. The second one's called Universal Language. And if you like either one of those, then I suggest you try A Real Pain. Again, that's just 3 beloved movies. I'm here tonight, and I have to just say humbly, as somebody who has listened to everybody who came before me, I am impressed by the education in this town. I'm impressed by the rhetorical wisdom, the intelligence, the articulateness, and I don't need to repeat those things. But what I do need to do is I need to tell you a story. I believe that parables are not just things that Jesus said to try to get people to see something. I think they walk and they talk among us. And my own personal parable was that in 1998, I lost a beloved foster daughter. And she wasn't taken away from me in a foreign country. She was taken away from me in Pennsylvania. And I went to everyone in the state of Pennsylvania and in the country and asked for their intervention. And I didn't get that intervention, and I lost her. And from that point on, my conversation with the living God changed because I had lost a daughter who was alive in the world. And every day I begged him. I said, send someone to brush her hair. Send someone to sing a lullaby to her. Send someone to tell her a story at bedtime. And he said, okay, I'll do that. But now you see how prayer works. I go to someone on the other end of your prayers and I say, brush her hair. I bug them to brush her hair. But you're on the hook. The hostages, the orphans, the lonely little girls that come across, or young men, or old men, or young women who come across your path and someone out there is praying for them. I expect you to answer. Because I have a mother's heart. So I am talking to you, all of you, not just the amazing people who are sitting here in this room tonight as elected members of a council, but people who might be out in the parking lot and they may have checked out 45 minutes ago. I want you to think about your beloved, the person or people in the world that you would most miss. And then I want you to advocate for them, every last one of them, regardless of ethnicity or place in the world.
And your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Next is Kit West.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Kit, and I'd just like to share a little bit about myself with you tonight. I am a lifelong San Martian. I was born here, I was raised here, I went to school here. In a little ways down Hopkins Road here is our town's VFW hall. This was a place that was a second home to me growing up, as me and my family volunteered countless days and nights to that post in our community here in San Marcos. Every Friday, free breakfast is served to veterans and community members alike, a tradition that my father started 20 years ago and I'm proud to say is still continued. I encourage you to go for a breakfast taco in the good company. And while you're there, I'd like you to look on the walls where you will find a flag. A 48-star American flag riddled with bullet holes, gun smoke, and burn marks from being carried through war in 1945 by my great-grandfather as him and his infantry went to liberate the Dachau concentration camp. The people imprisoned there allowed him to take photos of them and the horrifying conditions they were forced to live, starve, and die in. He brought those photos back with a dire warning for the rest of my family. I took these photos so the world would never forget, and I'm giving them to you with the message to never let this happen again. Council members, genocide is here. It is happening again. And you don't need to see my great-grandfather's photos of Dachau. You can pick up your phone and watch it, the same horrors happening right now in real time in Gaza. I could not live with myself if I did not do everything in my power to stop this murder and destruction. And I'm here asking you to do everything in your power to stop it. This resolution may only be symbolic in nature, but symbols hold power. And as the eyes of Texas, the country, and even the world are on San Marcos tonight, I'm asking that you make us a symbol of liberation and hope for a better future by voting in favor of this resolution. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a long night. And the other veterans we have heard from tonight, I'd like to thank for their service. And I understand that their stories are true. My father was a Marine. I've heard the stories, but they are not the only truth that exists. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Callie Hibbs.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Callie Hibbs, and I am so sick of Zionists trying to strip us of our moral autonomy. I am so sick of the gaslighting. I admit I'm not Jewish, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Ashkenazi European. I'm just a regular schmegular white from Central Texas, and I was raised in the Catholic tradition. We have all, I'll speak for myself, I have witnessed such atrocities, not just in the forms of raw footage of people suffering immensely, but then horrifying justifications by those that want to convince us that there's just something that is beyond our capability to do anything about it or to even form any sort of opinion about it. It's just so complex. You don't get it. You're sipping the juice. You're just a victim of propaganda. You don't know what's best for you, and I'm sick of it. And Zionists are losing all the narratives. They're losing all the narratives because Americans are waking up and we see the sickness, and we see the death, and we see the destruction, and we know that we pay for it. We pay for it. And I'm sick of this notion of Israel having the right to defend itself when not one day in the existence of Israel has it ever defended itself. There has always been an empire either funding it, providing for it, or providing diplomatic immunity or protection for it. I'm sick and tired of that false narrative. American tax dollars belong in the United States of America for the wellness, safety, and prosperity of our communities, not for the death and destruction of Palestinians halfway across planet Earth. And I'm sick and tired because, well, the prophet Abraham said so 3,000 years ago. I just have to accept it, and I have to fund it. And who am I to question such a thing? And I'm sick of it. Palestinians have been suffering for decades upon decades. This needs to come to an end, and it is coming to an end. There's nothing self-sustaining about this sick situation. Zionism is coming to an end. And San Marcos could play such a pivotal role in this impactful time in our history, being one of the first major Texan cities to pass such a resolution, especially so close to our capital and so close to our treasonous governor. I was raised in a politically neutral home. Zionists could have had me. I could have been one of those Americans that didn't know much about anything and let me just support them because everyone else says I have to, or I'm a Jew hater. But I've woken up, and millions upon millions of Americans are waking up, and these narratives are failing. We're shedding ourselves of the fear. We're divorcing ourselves from the delusion, and Palestine is going to be free. Please make the move to be a part of that right side of history. Please pass this resolution from a fourth-generation Longhorn, from a multi-generational Texan. Thank you so much for your time here tonight. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Wajahat Zaidi, Cheryl Sibley. I believe she was going to join us online, and not on anymore. Max Warschauer. Max Warschauer? I know. It's your turn.
Thank you very much. Well, a little about myself. I am Max Warschauer, and I've lived in San Marcos since 1979. I had 4 kids here. They all went to school, elementary through high school. So I have long roots in the community, and I'm delighted to be here. And thank you for your patience in having such a long meeting. It has been a time. I just thought I would read a little bit of quotes here from the governor. There's lots been said about him. I just thought I would share a few things that were actually in the letter. Israel is a stalwart ally of the United States and a friend of Texas. I have repeatedly made clear that Texas will not tolerate anti-Semitism. Anti-Israel policies are anti-Texas policies. Over a year ago, following Hamas's cowardly attack and campus disruptions, openly celebrating terrorism, I issued an executive order addressing anti-Semitism in higher education. I have proudly signed legislation prohibiting government entities from supporting efforts to boycott, divest from, and sanction Israel. That remains the law here. The proposed resolution, the governor continues, seems calculated to violate this law by calling for San Marcos to limit its commercial relations with Israel. This public expression of a desire to do what state law prohibits is unacceptable. Whenever San Marcos enters into grant agreements with my office, it is required to certify that it will comply with all state laws, including laws prohibiting government support for boycotts of Israel. My office is already reviewing active grants from San Marcos to determine whether the city has breached terms by falsely certifying compliance with Texas law. If the city council adopts this resolution, the office of the governor will not enter into any future grant agreements with the city and will act swiftly to terminate active grants for noncompliance. I will further direct all other state agencies to review agreements with the city for possible breach. I've come to speak out in the strongest possible terms against this resolution that calls for San Marcos to boycott Israel and in full support of Governor Abbott. We elected our government city officials to solve local problems that are important to San Marcos. The proposed resolution is a distraction from what we elected our city council to do, namely solve local problems. This is not an issue that our city government should have jurisdiction in solving. Does council really want to hear a stream of resolutions on foreign affairs, or should they spend time fixing our local problems? I support the governor's position. The sponsors are showing no interest in helping San Marcos build a better and more inclusive society. We need to focus on our own local problems while building a society that does not support the type of hatred preached by Hamas.
Your time is up. Next speaker, Lazarus Vasquez.
Hello, I'm Lazarus Vasquez. I've come to speak before all present for the sake of peace, not only peace upon Palestine's people, but as well upon our own divided populace. I come without aggression towards any religion or creed who stands present tonight, nor do I employ doctrine to back the words I speak today. With solely an appeal to the empathy and humanity in this room, I ask you, City Council of San Marcos, to hear us when we call for a ceasefire resolution towards Palestine's occupation. Far too often have I seen videos and heard stories of martyred infants, mothers digging through rubble for their child's body, hospitals and schools reduced to dust. We're seeing firsthand not only the genocide, but mutilation and torture of the Palestinian people, yet still fight to even have such atrocities acknowledged. At what point does it become so obvious that to ignore would simply be an acceptance of ignorance? How loud must their cries become before we as a nation can all hear it together? I've heard many claim this isn't a local issue, as we have tonight. Yet I look to you and ask, when millions of our tax dollars go towards this occupation, do you find that to be a local issue? When this genocide has spread a wave of Islamophobic discrimination, now is it a local issue? Maybe when our own governor threatens to cut our funding if we're to pass a resolution for peace, an effort to control our local governments and silence the people, is it yet a local issue? We're the state of Texas, not Israel. Why do we accept our government's bended knee to Zionists when they hold no care for our lives nor Palestinian lives? Realize what's being taken from you for the sake of this genocide. The bombs are funded by the pockets of American citizens, by our pockets. And to those who rebuke with blame to Hamas, I ask, how do you believe Israel's actions are going to help your cause? Because I don't believe leveling homes, schools, hospitals, and more will be of any help, unless the goal is to massacre as many innocents as possible. Makes you think, doesn't it? Furthermore, to be on the receiving end of these bombings, if you're to survive, I doubt you'd harbor any appreciation for those who've dropped them. Sounds like a recipe to only grow Hamas's numbers, if that's your main worry. So I wonder, how does the support of Israel's occupation actually apply to Hamas? Doesn't much sound like it does to me. To close, I look to all in this room, no matter your opinion on my dialogue, and ask you this. Have your actions come from empathy, from kindness, from peace or humanity? Are you acting to fight against human suffering or combat the oppressions of freedom? I know to some these words may fall silent, and to those who've listened, I thank you. Just as I hope you realize the atrocities happening around us, and know it's up to our unified advocacy to resist it. This goes to the council as well. Let your heart speak in respect to this resolution, and hear the voices of San Marcos. We must become the first city for peace, no matter what.
And your time is up.
As forever we will.
Your time is up. Okay, the next two speakers would be Juniper Smith and Shelley Ludmeyer. Okay, after that will be Renee Aguilar, Jordan Oliver, Thomas Atnip, V. Patel, and Eli Doyle. If you're Juniper, it's your turn.
Thank you. My name is Juniper Smith, although my family used Schmitz and many other names before they moved to America and were forced to assimilate due to the anti-immigrant norms of the country. I would like to thank the City Council members for hearing us all out, as is a duty of servants of the people under democracy. I call on the City Council members to approve Resolution 2025-83R, also known as the Ceasefire Resolution. In the ICJ's Wall Advisory Opinion, the court found that Israel's settlement policy was in breach of the 6th paragraph of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which provides that the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies. That was from July 19th of 2024. My heart's racing a little bit. I might stutter. I refuse to call children terrorists, and I refuse to say that those who are resisting a genocide, resisting an occupational state of almost 100 years, are in the wrong. When my family and I celebrated Hanukkah last year, we added the 9th candle for Palestine. It's an old tradition of Syrian Jews, and one that I have respectfully taken on in this case. And I plan to keep that tradition going on for every year that there is not a Palestinian state. For every year, the Palestinian people do not have their land and lives returned to them, and for the rest of my life afterwards. This is one of many ways I can recognize what's happening and recognize all the wrongs that have been committed. And passing this ceasefire resolution is one of many ways you can recognize what's happening and recognize all the wrongs that have been committed. My prayers mean little when the taxes I pay to my city, state, and country are actively killing civilians. I don't expect us to agree on everything, council members. I'm not asking you to agree with me on everything. I'm asking you to value life over death. The money we spend bombing civilians could be spent benefiting the community we live in. This is a local issue because we are funding it. We are funding violence. Why would you choose to fund the death of civilians overseas when you can fund the livelihood of civilians here in San Marcos? Even if you have fear of funding being pulled, why is money worth more than the lives of children? Dollars aren't precious, life is. I have felt unsafe as a Jew before, and I have faced anti-Semitism. I've been called slurs and been assaulted by Nazis. I've been told to leave America by Christian Zionists who want me to return to a homeland that I have never been to, nor do I ever wish to be to. But I've only ever heard love and solidarity from Palestinians towards me and the Jewish people. Free Palestine, from the river to the sea. God bless Palestine. Matthew, please abstain. To everyone else, remember my previous questions. Thank you for those who stood against genocide, and thank you for those who will continue to stand, and in the future stand against genocide.
Shelley Ludmere is next.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Shelley Ludmere. I didn't plan to give you a bedtime story today, but here we are, united by fluorescent lighting and fatigue, and I'm proud to be your neighbor. I am here today not as a foreign policy expert, not as a political pundit, but as someone that believes in the power of this council to bring people together, not tear them apart. My husband and I came here today to share something personal. You heard him speak earlier about his cousin, Dr. Daniel Levy Ludmere, a doctor, a father, our cousin. He died on October 7th trying to save the wounded in his community, a community much like the one we have here in San Marcos. He treated the wounded in a dental office turned emergency room as explosions and gunshots rattled the walls, refusing to abandon his injured neighbors. For 7 hours, he held back death as long as he could, until a grenade crashed through the window. His life of service gone in a flash of fire. When we visit our family, we will watch his 2 young children grow up without their father. I am not here today to ask you to take a side in our story. I am here today to ask you not to choose sides at all. This is not the place for foreign declarations. This is a place for local solutions, and I'm asking you to honor that. This room was built for something grounded and in many ways sacred. This room was built for a fragile kind of trust, trust that lets people in San Marcos with different lives build a shared one together right here. It is where we decide to house the unhoused, where we vote on resources our local neighborhoods need to thrive, where people of vastly different backgrounds sit beside each other, like we see here tonight, bounded by a shared investment in this city. That is what makes local government special, and that is why this resolution is so harmful. Not because it expresses care, but because it asks this council to speak for a war it cannot fix instead of a city it can. When you reduce San Marcos to a political symbol, you don't bring clarity, you bring division. You flatten stories, you silence your neighbors, you send the message that some residents' grief matters more than others. Council members, especially those of you that might be conflicted tonight, I want you to know this. You can still care deeply about suffering abroad and still vote no on this San Marcos resolution. That is not apathy, that is wisdom. That is knowing that your highest responsibility is to the people in this room and the people of San Marcos, not to take symbolic stands on conflicts you were not elected to solve. In times like these, restraint is not weakness, it is leadership. The strength of San Marcos lies in its people, not its politics, in how we come together, not what we pick apart. Let's not take sides in someone else's war. Let's stand for our own peace. In this room, let's not be pro-Palestine or pro-Israel. Let's be pro-San Marcos. Please vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Renee Aguilar.
Hello, my name is Renee Aguilar. Yesterday, I saw images and videos of emaciated and battered children interspersed between live coverage of the Met Gala. I saw a Palestinian man reckoning with his guilt after only sharing half of his flour with a starving elderly man. He felt selfish for being so withholding. After all, he was fortunate enough to have eaten bread once the day before. I see men, women, and children desperately trying to crowdfund to survive in the midst of aid blockades, displacement, and bombings. How could I have forgotten that a few months ago I saw a man holding charred flesh in a plastic bag, which were the remnants of his son? How could anyone stay silent, much less continue on with their lives as if this is the cost of business as usual? I think about the numerous lives, ambitions, and dreams lost to the occupation. Our institutions, culture, and media outlets have decided that this is not enough to warrant disruption and have a vested interest in our collective cognitive dissonance. Our state has tacitly made us all complicit in the occupation and ethnic cleansing of Palestine by funding it. I cannot say with certainty that my taxes haven't abetted in the death of an occupied man, woman, or child. None of us can. It is also not lost on me that Israel, the supposed bastion of democracy in the Middle East, can only be maintained through violent occupation and billions of dollars of foreign aid. It is not enough to shed light, to avert our eyes to collective suffering, to stage candlelight vigils or demonstrations. We need to materially rectify with the devastation that we are complicit in as a city, as a state, as American citizens, and demand to stand for it no longer. Passing this resolution is the least we can do to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. You have the agency. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jordan Oliver.
Hello, I'm Jordan Oliver. I've been debating these past 2 weeks what to say to you council members. What could I possibly say to you to vote yes to this resolution? What could be said that hasn't been said? And that's when I realized nothing. No one thing I say could change your mind, but hopefully the fact that so many San Marcos residents came out in support of this does change your mind. It is midnight. How many more of us need to speak? Because alone we can't do much, but together we are unstoppable. And this line of thought is the same reason I consider this a city council issue. I can email my representatives all day long, but when a city comes together to call for change, it makes a difference. I don't expect this resolution to magically end the genocide tomorrow, but I do think this resolution will start a domino effect. Because if a tiny town in Texas can call for the end of violence, then any town can. Mayor, you made a comment last meeting quoting the Austin mayor stating that you believe this resolution will divide San Marcos. I disagree. San Marcos is already divided. It's divided by people who threaten to call ICE because people call for an end to violence. It's divided because people like Abbott want to take our city's constitutional rights. It's divided because certain members of our city would rather their neighbors be dragged away in unmarked police cars than call for a country to stop bombing children. If you vote against this resolution, then you are saying that this is what the city of San Marcos stands for. San Marcos is divided. Will you stand on the side of peace or the side of state-sanctioned violence? Will you stand with the vast majority of your constituents? Or will you stand with the bullying few? They say this isn't a local issue, but I asked the council if San Marcos tax dollars went toward killing me, how far outside the city limit would I have to be before it no longer became a local issue? Is it a foot outside the San Marcos border? Is it Kyle? Is it Austin? What if I was in Houston visiting my parents? What if I was in Alabama visiting my grandparents? What if I was across the sea? How far away do I have to be before it stops becoming a local issue? It's a local issue because Matthew Mendoza is employed by an Israeli company, which will no doubt affect his vote, so I ask him to recuse. Every single time I have spoken, I have quoted a Bible verse. Today I quote a verse very dear to me, Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Greek, slave nor free, male nor female, for we are all one in Christ the Lord. Take this to heart. There is neither San Martian nor Gazan, because we are all citizens in God's kingdom. I ask that you vote as such. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Atnip. Okay, we've got V. Patel and Eli Doyle. And after that, I'm going to call the names of the last 8, and then I'll go back for all those that weren't here before. So the next after Eli Doyle is Israel Delgado, Amber Lunsford, Trevor Smith, Christian Berardo, Marcela Marino, Aza Sagers, Jesse Bangs, and Peyton Hayes. If I called your name, please make your way on in. So I'm looking for Thomas Atnip, V. Patel, Eli Doyle.
I'm not Thomas. I just want to make sure we didn't skip him.
I don't think they're here.
Okay. Hi, my name is V. Patel Adams. I'm with Fort Bend Coalition for Justice. A group of us traveled up here tonight from Fort Bend County, Texas, to show support for your city and your resolution demanding ceasefire in Palestine and humanitarian aid, and also to put a stop to your own funding to Israel. Our group is here in support of the residents of San Marcos who stand on the side of humanity. Fort Bend Coalition for Justice is here in San Marcos tonight representing multiple cities, including, but not only, Sugar Land, Missouri City, Siena, Richmond, Rosenberg, Pecan Grove, Riverstone, Stafford, Katy, Fulshire, Spring, Pearland, and Houston. We stand in solidarity with Palestine and with the city of San Marcos as you become the first city in Texas to pass a ceasefire resolution. In our own cities in Fort Bend County, our representatives have not only stayed silent on the genocide in Palestine, but they have tried to silence us as well. They have had us removed from city councils, banned from the buildings, dragged out by police, all for peacefully asking for our representatives to stand for humanity as your constituents are to you today, and to stand with your Palestinian constituents asking to be heard, and to stand up against genocide. We are here to show support for this resolution and to stand with the community of San Marcos who have worked tirelessly, asking you to do something, anything, in the face of this genocide. We, the Fort Bend Coalition for Justice, say thank you to those in San Marcos whose hard work is why we are here today. We ask you, the City Council of San Marcos, to know that the rest of Texas is watching you. Please, we implore you to pass this resolution. Especially after Abbott's threat, the rest of the world is watching you as well. Which side of history do you want to be on? What do you want to tell your grandchildren that you did tonight on this date, when you probably have the biggest chance in your life to stand up for what's right? We have traveled here to also ask you to not cower to bullies like Abbott. Whatever you decide, you will be setting an example for the rest of Texas. And for those who say this is not your job, the first line of the resolution says, the San Marcos City Council affirms its unwavering commitment to the rights, health, safety, dignity, and freedom of all people. Affirms. That means you already believe and know that standing up for human rights is what you as the City Council of San Marcos are supposed to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eli Doyle. And may I say to the audience, you're doing fantastic on the noise, and we can see we can see when you agree.
My name is Eli Doyle. I have been a San Marcos resident for over a decade. I am reading a statement on the behalf of a resident of San Marcos who, because in light of the kidnappings going on across the country for people who speak against the genocide, was too afraid to come to the city council meeting and share this message to y'all themselves. Just let the horror of that sink in, right? Fascism is happening right here, right now. I'm reading this statement on their behalf. Good evening, council members. I'm here today not only as a member of the San Marcos community, but also as someone who deeply believes that our values of justice, accountability, and compassion must be reflected in how we govern and where we choose to spend our community's money. Today, we are asking you to listen, not just to me, out to the thousands of voices in San Marcos and, quite frankly, around the world who believe our taxpayer dollars should be used to uplift our city, not to fund Israel's violence and cruelty against the Palestinian people who are simply trying to survive. Every year, 4 million of our hard-earned tax dollars leave San Marcos. They aren't used to fix our roads, to support local or small business, to invest in schools or public health, but to be used in a way that makes us all complicit in the heinous genocide against Palestinian men, women, and children. That money could be building affordable housing, helping veterans, maintaining our river, or creating jobs right here in our community. We are calling for a ceasefire resolution, not only as it is morally imperative, but it is also the fiscally responsible and politically sound action. This is a moral and political win-win. Whether your priority is Palestinian liberation or simply ensuring that local funds benefit local people, this resolution has widespread support. Not sure if you've seen, but this resolution has gone viral, and one thing is clear. People across political lines agree. We deserve a say in how our tax dollars are spent. For many San Martians and myself, this resolution is about conscience. It's about empathy and integrity, which is why we refuse to stand by while our city silently finances genocide on our dime. Throughout our lives, we have been taught to speak up and not stay neutral in the face of injustice. Silence is complicity, and our community does not want to be complicit. Our little town of San Marcos has an opportunity to lead, to be brave, to show Texas and the country, actually better yet, the world, that we will not be intimidated by baseless accusations and threats from people like Governor Abbott, especially when we know that we are doing the right thing. Being real leaders means just that, doing the right thing even when it's hard. This community wants to do the right thing and pass this resolution so we can do our part for all of those who are suffering. And as an example to all those watching, we deserve leadership that we can trust, leadership that actually stands with their people. You are elected to do just that, not to passively rubber stamp federal or state level decisions that harm innocent lives here or abroad. Please pass this resolution. Show us, everyone, that San Marcos chooses peace, that you choose your community. Show us our city stands for justice and empathy. This person didn't feel safe enough to come here and say this themselves. What are you
Your
going
time
to do
is up.
in the face of fascism? What are you going to do?
Our next speaker is Israel Delgado.
Good evening. My name is Israel Delgado. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. I'm a first-generation education major at Texas State University. I'm from Arlington. I work 2 jobs, pay my own tuition and rent. And I hope to get a master's degree in public policy and later become the Speaker of the United States House. I like to note my car is currently being repaired, so I had to walk 40 minutes to be here, but the opportunity to voice my position was worth the extra steps. I understand when attempting to reach peace agreements in wartime, it's especially important to avoid divisive language. As you already know, our governor has sent a letter, which I won't go into. You already know about it. He would like you to provide certain concessions like condemning the violence and providing a statement on Israel's sovereignty. I believe that if the city council were to negotiate with the governor to create a new resolution that was less divisive, it could unite the city and similarly spark resolutions in other areas of Texas and the country similar to this one. I want to speak a bit to history. Sam Rayburn, our late Texan, was the longest serving Speaker of the House. He served for 17 years, 2 heartbeats away from the presidency. He ushered in New Deal legislation like the Rural Electrification Act. He did powerful legislation and got it passed through his master negotiation tactics. I would like you to negotiate with the governor to pass a new resolution that is, like I said, less divisive and includes some concessions. This government is one inherently founded on compromise, and I would like to see us find compromise and common ground to find consensus with the citizens of this city. That is all I'd like to say, and yeah.
Our next speaker is Amber Lunsford.
Thank you, Mayor Houston and the City of San Marcos City Council members. I come to you today not only as a resident of San Marcos, but also as a mother of 2 wonderful children. And only a mother will know how much love she has planted in her child since the day she has thought of conceiving them, during every day of her 9 months of pregnancy, throughout her hard-fought labor and every day her child lives. Only a mother will know how much she is willing to sacrifice for her children, how her daily love and hard work is like a new star born to become the universe of her love. So only a mother could truly understand that one child killed is an entire world destroyed. One child killed is a whole universe consumed. One child killed is far too many. And it's no secret that Israel has brutally murdered thousands of children in Palestine and is continuing to do so as we speak by means of starvation. When will the count be enough for governments and politicians to say that it's been too many? Mothers are speaking and saying even one is too many. And if humanity were not enough to convince you to pass this resolution, international law may. Israel has broken international humanitarian law by targeting innocent civilians, women and children, denying aid to basic necessities, food, water, and medical supplies, torturing civilians by means of starvation. Doctors volunteering in Palestine have reported seeing children shot in the head or chest every day of their residency. That is not a war tactic, that is erasure and genocide, and inhuman beyond comprehension. Thinking it's okay to kill children under any circumstance is a mental disorder that is spreading rapidly around the world. The UN has declared that all states and international organizations are obligated under international law to end Israel's unlawful presence in occupied Palestine. Amidst the ongoing genocide in Palestine, here in the United States of America, we are witnessing ongoing threats to our constitutional rights. Governor Abbott has not only threatened our right to free speech and our right to petition the government, but meanwhile, other state and federal entities seek to undermine the right of birthright and naturalized citizens to fair and public trial and to protection from unreasonable searches and seizures. Numerous college students who have publicly voiced criticism of the United States' aid to Israel have been targeted by immigration agents. One can only wonder when our constitutional rights apply. Is it only when they're convenient or when they fit the ideology of whoever's in charge? One can only wonder how long will it be until our own rights are on the chopping block if we do not take a stand today. Thank you.
And your time is up. Next speaker is Trevor Smith.
Hi, Council. Thanks for hearing us out today. My name is Trevor Smith. I'm a resident of San Marcos. I live on the east side in the Wallace Addition. Thank you for taking on lowering the speed limit. That's not what I'm here to talk about, but I appreciate you doing that. I'm here to express full support for the resolution calling for immediate and permanent ceasefire in occupied Palestine. It's a difficult time for me to find the right words today, as I've watched the suffering of Palestinians for months now, and it feels as though much of the Western world has turned a blind eye to this humanitarian crisis. For that reason, I want to sincerely thank the Council for introducing this resolution and for your thoughtful consideration on such an important issue. I read it, and I read it a few times, and it's not divisive at all. I think it's pretty clear and focused. This is about ceasefire. This is about saving lives. I'm aware that the governor has attempted to intimidate our community for even considering the resolution, which to me seems like a violation of our First Amendment rights. This isn't a binding law that we're talking about. But beyond that, I refuse to act out of fear when so many people have lost everything. Entire families have been wiped out in this conflict. Palestinian civilians have been killed virtually every day since the war began. We watch it every day. Just today, I saw a report from Al Jazeera that a Palestinian boy known for singing about life in Gaza and the siege was killed in an Israeli military attack. This is happening every day, and our government is funding it. That's why it matters to San Marcos. I've lived in San Marcos on and off for the past 15 years, and one of the things I love most about this community is the sense of care we have for one another. We are a community that values humanity, and I believe that this resolution is an expression of those values. Before I conclude, I want to highlight a passage from the resolution that stands out to me. Quote, "We believe in the shared humanity of all people, reiterate that all people are entitled to live life in safety and free from violence, and affirm that these as common values held by San Marcos residents and leaders," unquote. So I just want to say thank you for your time, and I hope you all join me in supporting this resolution.
Our next speaker is Kristen Berardo, Marcela Marino, Azaz, you are?
Kristen Berardo.
Okay, you're next.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kristen Berardo. I'm a San Marcos resident, and I'm going to keep it really short this evening, given the time. I'm here to ask you to pass the ceasefire resolution and support an end to the violence happening in Gaza. As you've heard from many people here this evening for hours, this is an issue that is important to many, many of us here in San Marcos. It is something that we care about deeply, and we have received threats from state officials, including Governor Abbott himself, claiming that by advocating for peace, we are breaking the law. I want to be clear that we are not. They have threatened our city funding, our students, and in turn, the residents themselves. So as our representatives, as those who represent us as people, citizens of San Marcos, I ask you to please stand up for us against these threats, stand up for our beliefs and our desire for peace and an end to this violence, and vote to pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Marcela Marino. Asa Sagers. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you Marcela?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Marcella, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution, obviously. I wanted to respond briefly to a speaker at the beginning of the night when I got here, who talked about how dismissively about the people here wearing rags on their heads. And I hate that because I love this scarf. This is from Palestine. And these are not rags. These are the heritage of a great people who deserve to be sovereign in their own land and who reject unequivocally their condition of being dominated. And it is because of that domination, of course, of the Palestinians that they have a right to defend themselves, and they have a right to armed resistance that's included in that. This part, if you can look at the scarf, this is the fishnet, which embodies the fishermen of Gaza, or of Palestine in general. And this is the olive leaves, which represents the farmers who were caretakers of that land for many, many generations, not rags. This process of dehumanization that this person engaged in, many people have tonight, and obviously is happening in Palestine that is, enabling all of this, of course. It's not just a condemnation of our country and its unquestioned support of Israel, But really, it's a condemnation on all of us, and it stains all of us. I pray for that person and for all the people who've expressed those sort of ideas, that this evil will leave their hearts. And as a Christian, I reject evil doing that attempts to separate human beings from their dignity, which is imbued in them by God. And in fact, I think it's important to say that our own nation was founded on a project of mass extermination of its indigenous people, which to make room for a new chosen people, European settlers in that case, Israel, in the same way continues to be established through a process of killing and expelling its own native inhabitants, those great Palestinian people that made this scarf. Here you have a chance to reject domination, to display moral courage that seems to be in such short supply these days, to say you won't be party to the worst kind of crimes human beings can commit against one another, genocide. When you're asked by your children, grandchildren, and by your creator what you did during the Gaza genocide, I hope you'll have a good answer. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Aza Sagers.
Hello, I'm Asia Sagers. I'm a Texas State student, and I'm here in support of the ceasefire resolution. In our country, we love to talk about American values, values of freedom, equality, family, and hard work. Americans take pride in these values and upholding them, which is why I'm confused that there is so much apprehension to back the ceasefire resolution. Time and time again, I see people in Gaza who fight for their freedom and equality to live in their own land in peace, to be seen as full people. I see hard workers who do not just work hard for themselves, but work hard for their communities. They use their talents as entertainers to lift children's spirits in the midst of this war, their knowledge of editing and social media to share their message with the world, their creative talents like charcoal drawing and interior design to raise money for their families, or continue school to build a better future for their families. And there is so much more they continue to do. Most of all, I see an undying commitment to their community and families. My friend in Gaza is my age, only 20 years old, yet he cares for his younger cousins, nieces, and nephews, 7 of them whose parents have passed away. It used to be 8, but unfortunately, one of the girls have passed. He provides for them shelter, food, emotional support, and works tirelessly to help them get the health care they need. I have yet to see anyone in the world with a greater commitment and value of family. I understand there's a cost to supporting the ceasefire agreement, but when has freedom and equality came without a cost? If you truly uphold these American values, you will support those who portray these values and support the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 speakers left. I'm going to run through the list of people who were not here the first time I called them. Y'all will be next. I know there's one lady online, and if these folks are here, it's time to step into the chambers. Marco Pena, Chaim Block, Alyssa Ramos, Beans Yempa, Matthew Garcia, Patricia Rodriguez, Amin O'Day, Ben Cosme, Carrie Acuna, Gina's going to be online, Helen Carter, Clinton Scott, Luay Abu Imara, Crystal Silva McCormick, Randy Schultz, Harrison Wright, Riza Atari, Becky Harden, Richard Wilson, Lane Lowry, Kira Naomi Utter, Anthony Thiessen, Ali Ramani, Joseph Rosner, Karen Munoz Trevino, Frank Netcher, Samuel Picnot, Randy Zarlinski, Fletcher Terrell, Monica Beauchamp, Brad Hunt, Daryl Corrier, Wahaja Zaid, Cheryl Sibley, and Thomas Atnip. If you're here, step forward. Jesse Banks.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Jessie Banks. I've worked at a few hospitals over the past 5 years, and I know we've heard of a lot of atrocities that are happening in Palestine right now. Just one that I want to highlight is that Israel bombs hospitals. it wasn't just one hospital, it wasn't just 2 or 3, it's repeated bombing of hospitals. It's a pattern that they have shown. And that fact alone is curious why we're not jumping to intervene with this atrocity. And I just want to thank y'all for putting forth this resolution. And I want to thank everyone who came out here to speak on behalf of humanity and on behalf of the Palestinians who have been continually dehumanized. And the ceasefire resolution is a bare minimum. Free Palestine.
Our next speaker is Peyton Hayes.
Hello, my name's Peyton Hayes. It's a boy, were the words shouted by Israeli soldiers as they happily did a gender reveal. This was not a typical gender reveal with cake, confetti, or fireworks. This took place just days ago in Gaza, the home of over 2 million Palestinians. The occupation forces bombed a residential building that was one of the few homes still standing. The building exploded with concrete flying and a plume of blue smoke rising. Does that sound like self-defense to you? Palestinians are so dehumanized that their suffering has become entertainment. Israelis have been very vocal about their amusement when they see Palestinian bodies fly into the sky during an airstrike. They talk about how funny it is to shoot thirsty children fetching water, or how exhilarating it is to bomb crowds of hungry Palestinians desperately gathering around a food kitchen to bring a meal home to their starved families. They compare the slaughter of Palestinians to an epic video game similar to Call of Duty. I encourage you all to listen to their commentary as they post their crimes online for us all to witness. Just hours ago, Israel ordered people in a refugee camp to evacuate from a mosque to a school for their safety, right? How considerate. If you don't know what a mosque is, it's a place of worship for Muslims. Not only that, it was their shelter after their homes were destroyed. Does anybody know what happened? Does anybody know the results? They bombed the school where the refugees were told to go. Found among the rubble of what used to be a learning environment for children are shredded body parts of the refugees that obeyed Israel's orders. Israel lies and lies and lies. Why are Americans encouraged to believe the people who have already destroyed their credibility? Some racists spoke before about not mentioning the hostages, but I must ask, have you kept up with the news? The Israeli government has finally been honest with the world about how its intentions are not to free the captives. That's why there are massive protests led by Israelis against their government to end the killing so that the hostages can be released. There are Zionists who are wearing shirts that read, "Bring them home," but I ask if you prefer they are returned in coffins after being shot by Israeli snipers or crushed by the rubbles caused by American bombs. Israel has admitted to killing captives, but Zionists who claim to care about the captives have long ago betrayed the hostages' desire to reunite with their families in one piece. Let's not forget the thousands of Palestinians in occupation jails held without charges, only being guilty of being born as Palestinians. Americans are determined to defend the Second Amendment and arm themselves for protection, but are we supposed to condemn the Palestinians for firing at the people, taking pride in disappearing entire bloodlines? It's been well over 2 months since aid and medical equipment has been entered into Gaza. That's why we're calling for an immediate, permanent, and sustained ceasefire. Will you allow your city to remain silent, or even worse, will you allow your city to support genocide? Beyond that, we demand an arms embargo on Israel, and we demand that the cruel siege on Gaza is lifted and allowed to allow the flow of aid. Thousands of aid trucks wait outside the Rafah border, and Israeli sellers are pouring out the bags of flour
And your time is
on the
up.
street, meant for starving Gazans. Pass the ceasefire resolution and do what's right.
Okay, who do we have lined up that didn't get to speak earlier? Anybody? Okay, come on up and let's get your name. Now. Your name?
My name is Bean Ziempa.
Were you on the list that I called earlier?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'm not finding your name, but go ahead.
I was one of the ones that were missed. So, yes, ma'am. Good evening, City Council. And for those who don't know me, my name is Bean Ziempa. I'm 22 years old. I was born and raised in Texas. Now, some of you must be thinking, what a strange name. However, I found this name when I finally decided to live life my way. A song by Frank Sinatra. When I finally decided to live life my way, which is a God-given right blessed onto me by true patriots of America. A quote by Ulysses S. Grant in 1875, in the next Civil War, the dividing line will not be Mason and Dixon, but between patriotism and intelligence on one side and superstition, ambition, and ignorance on the other. Hey Siri, play Big Iron by Marty Robinson's. In this town, there lived an outlaw. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I love that song. In this town, there lived an outlaw by the name of Greg Abbott. He is vicious and a killer. Here I stand today as a metaphoric ranger of justice and equality for all. There are a million things that I want to be in my life: a chef, star, singer, dancer, and writer. However, the most important qualities I want to continue having in my life is to live with integrity, compassion, and resilience. For majority of my life, I was taught to blindly respect all elders. However, elders such as Donald Trump, his First Lady Elon, J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, Donna Campbell, Greg Abbott, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very confidently, might I say very comfortably, threaten our community because we're exercising our constitutional rights, that being our First Amendment, free speech. This has absolutely showed me the very important lesson that not all elders are able to feel the capacity of morality, integrity, common sense, or value the truth. So therefore, my new perspective is not all elders deserve respect. However, I'm still cordial. But this generation will not tolerate your behavior. We will vote you out. And I want to remind all these elders today that here today, May 6, 2025, that threatening us will not work. Trump, I'm here to tell you I am not afraid of you or your millionaire friends. I'm here to beg our noble city council to stop any funding going to Israel's war. Stop bombing Yemen. Stop attacking the Houthis. Reject hate, embrace humanity. Reject hate, embrace humanity. Reject hate, embrace humanity. As somebody who was born into poverty, lived on Section 8, raised on food stamps, raised with hand-me-downs, raised with my shoes having alligator's mouth because they were broken apart and we couldn't afford new ones. Raised with the lights being cut off, the water's cut off, I know this pain. I beg you for the ceasefire.
Our next speaker, those of you in line,
Thank you.
your name, please.
Crystal Silva McCormick. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for putting forth this resolution, which has the potential to shape moral clarity and have moral imagination, not just in the city, but beyond. It is your responsibility as civil servants to shape moral consensus around issues, and that is what you are doing. And they say not to plead to people who don't have a moral compass, and so that is not any of you right here, right? You all have a moral compass and you do a right thing. I am a pastor and I am also a researcher of Christian Zionism, which I am here to wholeheartedly reject. The Christians who have unqualified support for a modern apartheid state that has occupied and committed genocide against a people for almost 80 years. This is in the historical record. It is undoubted. And it is not just in Gaza. This is why homes are demolished as they are right now in the West Bank. Children are in prison. And all of this, let me tell you something else. There are two entities, Palestine that does not have statehood, freedom of movement, or even humanity in the eyes of the world, and Israel that has the 8th largest military in the world and the backing of the United States. I reject Governor Abbott and his threats and his brand of Christianity that glorifies hate. I attempt to have consistency in my values. I have protested against President Obama for deporting people. I have protested against this governor, and I am protesting against this genocide that is happening before the eyes of the world. Have moral clarity. This is wrong. And I reject the Zionists who call me anti-Semitic and a Hamas supporter. It is them who need to to be ashamed. It is them who need to be fearful because they have lost their souls and are watching children, men and women be blown up every day to bits and pieces. This is something that is not complicated. Every single one of us should be up in arms that our funds, our money pays for this, and that we watch this Holocaust happen. My youngest daughter is 11, and I tell her all the time, baby, when you grow up and you read about this in the history books, remember what I told you. This is a Holocaust, just like they did to the Jews. And it is the truth. And I am not afraid to speak the truth, and I am not afraid of anything anyone is going to call me, because as God, as my witness, I seek to be honest and to be consistent in my values and to be consistent to the gospel. And that gospel says, thou shalt not kill. That gospel says to be with the vulnerable and the marginalized, and those are the people of Gaza. I don't wish anyone harm, anyone violence. I am not going to get in arguments about October 7th, because let me tell you, the Palestinians have experienced countless October 7ths for almost 80 years, and you will never, ever hear about it unless you go and see for yourself or you talk to a Palestinian. So I will not be silenced, and I will not be afraid of any governor or any Zionist that calls me anything. Free Palestine in the name of God and stop this genocide. Thank you, and please pass this resolution. It is on you to have moral imagination and clarity in this historical moment now.
Okay, I need to go to Gina Fleming, who is online, and then we'll come back to those of you in the room.
Good morning, I'm Gina Fleming. I'm a San Marcos resident. The ceasefire resolution being proposed by citizens of San Marcos is not about denying Israel the right to defend itself, and it is certainly not anti-Semitic. The same desire to end military operations can be found among a growing number of Israelis. Ever since Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu broke the ceasefire agreement and resumed military actions on March 18th, Israeli protests have grown, most notably among Israel's military reservists. Hundreds of Air Force retirees and reservists published a public letter in major newspapers saying the war mainly serves political and personal interests and not security interests. Within hours, the Israeli military announced that it had fired the Air Force reservists who had signed the letter. According to a recent poll from the Jerusalem-based think tank, the Israel Democracy Institute, the majority of Israelis support a ceasefire in Gaza. According to the Institute, quote, over 70% of Israelis support negotiating with Hamas for an end of the fighting and an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza in exchange for the release of the remaining hostages. On May 3rd, thousands of Israelis gathered outside the Ministry of Defense in Tel Aviv, urging the government to prioritize the release of captives still held in Gaza instead of escalating military operations in the Palestinian territory. Over 52,000 Palestinian lives have now been lost. According to UN agencies, more than 13,000 children have died. An estimated 25,000 children have been injured, and at least 25,000 are hospitalized with malnutrition. The United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and other experts have all concluded Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Unfortunately, we cannot blame the genocide on Israel alone. This level of destruction would not be possible without the billions of dollars in military aid supplied by the United States. As Americans, we find ourselves collectively complicit in this crime against humanity. For all these reasons, I must endorse the proposed ceasefire resolution by the City of San Marcos. By so doing, I stand in solidarity with the San Marcans who support this resolution, in solidarity with other U.S. citizens who have called for a ceasefire and an end to U.S. complicity in genocide, and in solidarity with Israelis and Palestinians who strive for justice and a lasting peace. Thank you so much for this forum.
Your name?
Thais Gomez. Okay, good evening, Council. First, I want to thank you all for your time and the grit it takes to sit through so much public comment. Just speaking for myself and my comrades, I know it has been grueling to listen to the dehumanizing language against Palestinians and the blasphemy of using anti-Semitism to shield and push the Zionist agenda. Instead of responding to these terrible comments, I would rather sit here in gratitude with everyone. Thank you, Councilwomen Amanda Rodriguez and Alyssa Garza, for always uplifting the voices of the community, especially the most vulnerable, and moving San Marcos closer towards collective liberation and a more just society. Thank you to both Councilmen Gonzalez y Gonzalez for your support in getting our ceasefire resolution here tonight. I trust that you will listen to your constituents again. All of you make me feel great pride in being a San Marcos resident and a Texas State social work alum. It was here in this city that I voted for the first time in my life and later discovered and keep learning again and again the power of community organizing. Here in this city, I learned of the phrase, think globally, act locally. I pass by that sign on Highway 80 every time I visit my family back home. We don't have to look far to see that Palestinian liberation is a local issue. Palestinians live in our city. Our international students are being targeted. Millions of our hard-earned dollars are taken from us and given to Israel, and our cowardly governor is paternalistically threatening our funding, threatening our First Amendment rights to lovingly ask more of our civil servants, and threatening our right to free speech and protest. What more is there left to say in this historical moment? What side of history will you be on? What do you want your legacy to be? For the remainder of my time, I want to honor Palestinian lives lost and Palestinian resistance with a moment of silence. Long live Palestine.
And that concludes our citizen comment period. We're going to take another break. Thank y'all for the continued peaceful, respectful time that we've had here today. We're going to take another break. Then we have some routine business to do. Then we will move on to this item. So, council, it's 12:44. Let's try to get back here at 12:50. Remember, the longer you take, the longer it is before we get home. From our break, it is 12:55 a.m. on the next day. We have completed our citizen comment, and so we are at our regular agenda, which is our consent agenda. The following ordinances, resolutions, etc., numbered 1 through 4, may be acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action is necessary unless desired by a council member. And I need to pull item 1. Yeah, we've still got business to do. Does anyone want to pull anything else? Okay, then I will accept a motion to approve items 2 through 4.
Motion to approve. Oh, second.
I'll give that one to Ms. Rodriguez and the second to Mr. Mendoza. Ms. Trevino, we got our little pushy button lights, right? Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, you need to push a button.
Okay, the
All right.
motion passes 7-0.
All right, would you read item 1, please?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Consider approval of Resolution 2025-79R, authorizing the naming of the small room, large room, and arts and crafts room in the Dunbar Recreation Center as a Marshall Room the Ola Lee Coleman Room and the Harvey Miller Room, respectively, as well as honoring a group of African-American women known as the First Five in the lobby area, authorizing city manager or her designee to install any signs and recognition plaques reflecting the new room names and declare an effective date.
Ms. Reyes, it's my understanding that staff would like to pull this one for more time, and do we have an idea when they would be ready to bring it back?
The information we have is to postpone indefinitely.
Okay.
So if something comes back later, it would come back later, but no need to
So
postpone
y'all-
it to a date certain at this time.
Y'all will let us know.
Correct.
That's perfectly fine. I will make that motion to postpone indefinitely.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
All right, so that takes care of items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we are to item 5.
Consider approval of Resolution 2025-83R, calling for immediate, permanent, and sustained ceasefire in occupied Palestine, arms embargo on the State of Israel, recognition of Palestinian sovereignty and protection of constitutional rights, and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rodriguez and a second by Ms. Garza. Boy, it's late.
It's not Garcia, though.
For approval. And, I just pulled the wrong page. So, as I did last time, I want to explain just a little bit about how we get items on the agenda. Any two council members can propose to put something on the agenda for discussion. It wouldn't be voted on at that meeting, and that is what Ms. Garza and Ms. Rodriguez did. It was on our last agenda. At the discussion time, we determined if there are 4 council members that wanted to come forward for a vote, and so they were joined by Mr. Lorenzo Gonzalez and Mr. Saul Gonzalez. That made 4, and so that's why it's on this agenda. And I'll turn it to the two of you.
So we do have, I posted new language on May 2nd on the message board, and so I guess my first motion will be to move that, I guess I make a motion to amend with the language that's on the message board.
Is it amend or to substitute? Just so
It's an
that I'm
amendment,
clear.
considering it still has some language that, or certain parts of language that existed in the initial.
And Mayor, I reflected on that, just my view of it was that if it was a 100% new document, I would say it's a substitution, but I think the cleaner way and what council is used to, because some of the language is retained, that I do consider it an amendment.
Okay.
And we could treat it in the normal fashion that we do other amendments.
Okay, that's fine. My internet was out over the weekend. But I've got a copy of it in front of me, but I don't see track changes to see the changes, and so that's why I thought maybe it was a substitution. But thank you for clarifying that for both of you. So your amendment is to?
Amend, or, well, it's the language on the message board. So I didn't know if we could pull that up for people to see if they needed to, or.
That would be good if we could do that.
I don't know if anybody's here.
Can you go, there it is, and maybe we can get it blown up a little bigger. So I'm not sure what the changes are.
So, you know, we had a lot of conversation last time. There was some concerns on whether organizers and supporters, including myself and my colleague, Ms. Garza, were supporting the targeting of civilians. This resolution explicitly says in the second line, whereas we unequivocally condemn targeting civilians, as to make the record straight. The scope of this resolution, while it does take most of it, it really helps organize and explain the intent of where we're coming from, and keeps it to the scope of the last 18 months. But with the attacks from state leadership, I wanted to make it very clear, as you do in public policy, to explicitly define your intent. And so if we can scroll to the very bottom, this is really the largest change. And that is that whereas this resolution does not require, request, or encourage the City of San Marcos to violate any applicable state statutes, including, and I went ahead and did the governor a favor and copy and pasted the statutes that he cited himself. And furthermore, the resolution intends to express the City Council's position on human rights and international affairs as an exercise of free speech, while fully respecting and complying with all legal obligations under Texas law. In addition, based on the conversations that we had as a body last time, there was some concerns on, well, what about other wars? What about other violence? And so I did want to include language specifically that says that we condemn all wars, acts of violence, and human rights violations around the world, recognizing that the loss of innocent life, regardless of geography, race, or religion, is a tragedy that demands our collective outrage, compassion, and commitment to peace. These are the most significant changes, as well as explicitly naming the international and federal laws that govern arms shipments. So those are going to be some of the largest changes, and just wanted to sort of work with what my colleagues had brought up the last time, as well as, like I said, explicitly define the intent of this resolution, since there seemed to be some miscommunication.
Have we had a second on?
On the motion? On the amendment?
Oh,
You know, you're right.
I'll second it.
Okay, got you, thank you. Okay, I'm still where I was at the last meeting, and I'll do the Kirk Watson quote again. The proposed, and this is what he said in Austin, the proposed resolution of the Austin City Council will not realistically end the violence on the other side of the globe, Watson said, nor will it stop federal taxes from being used to implement U.S. foreign policy. That is not in our power. The resolution, however, has the power to divide Austin and will. Notice that it wasn't that it would, but anyway, said it has the power to divide. So I still feel the same way, even though what is happening overseas is absolutely horrific. I just want all the killing to stop, Gaza, Ukraine, many other places in wars and conflicts. But I don't believe that a statement by the City of San Marcos is going to fix that. And I don't believe that this is the business of the San Marcos government. I'm not going to say it's not of interest to people in San Marcos. And if folks in San Marcos want to do whatever petition they want, or is change.org, is that still a thing? Whatever people want to do that they feel in their hearts they need to do, I would encourage you to do that. I just don't believe that it's the business of the city government of San Marcos. And that's where I was last time. That's where I still am.
So if I can just take a point of privilege and sort of speak my piece, and then however y'all decide to move after that, it is what it is. Last time I spoke to you all, I went off the cusp. I didn't want to do that because I felt like there are some things I really want to say, but listening to you all, there are many things I don't know. I do not know what amount of death will finally be enough to quiet the screams in Gaza. The screams of children crushed by bombs, of doctors carrying the limbs severed without anesthesia, of stomachs howling the hunger while this country turns away. I do not know how many more nights Palestinians must dream of meals they will never taste, or how many days must pass where the only thing that briefly drowns out the screams is the sound of bombs falling. I don't know how many more years and decades need to pass for our government to care more for all of us and our loved ones, more than their cravings for funding death, deceit, and suffering around the world. I don't know how many more years we have to watch our loved ones working till their bodies wear down and give up to be able to survive. I don't know how many more years we have to spend nights scared of the future we will leave our children. But if there's anything bringing forward this resolution has taught me so very clearly, our democracy is dying, if not dead already. The past few days have revealed something deeply disturbing. We've witnessed in real time the methods of collective punishment this state is willing to use to force a city to bend the knee. Not because of violence, not because of lawlessness, but because of speech they disagree with. To everyone here and to those watching, do something for me. Set aside the contents of this resolution just for a moment. Your governor and the political machinery behind him threaten to defund you, your neighborhoods, your city. Why? Because your neighbors, as we so clearly see today, dared to courageously ask this council to speak out against the targeted and indiscriminate killing of Palestinians in Gaza. The very neighbors we are taught by faith, by conscience, by shared humanity to love. We didn't arrive at this moment by accident. Generations of misplaced energy, of silencing dissenters, of confusing comfort with justice have led us here. To a moment where the foundational right to speech is not just under threat, it is being dismantled before your eyes. And all of it is happening against a backdrop of rising hyper-individualism and deepening apathy, where too many have been taught that someone else's suffering is not of their concern. Know this. Whatever your stance on this resolution is, that is no longer the question before us. The real question, the only question, is whether you can walk out of these chambers tonight and carry on with your life, knowing that the right to dissent now belongs only to those in power and those who pull their strings. That our ability to speak truth has become conditional, granted or revoked at their convenience. As those before me have used their power to raise alarms, so shall I. And I don't know where the camera is, but to Governor Greg Abbott, how dare you? How dare you use your energy to perpetuate collective harm against those who are already suffering due to the shortcomings of this state? You have the power to protect, yet you wield it to destroy, to punish, to fuel the suffering of those you were sworn to serve. Your actions scream louder than any words ever could, and for that, I do not hate you. I feel sorry for you. It must be so miserable being that cruel and vindictive. As a child, I used to ask myself and God how horrors like chattel slavery were ever allowed. How could genocides unfold across the globe with no one stopping them? How could some live in unimaginable wealth while others starved in silence? How could humanity bear such cruelty? But I understand it now. I see the truth in the crushing silence of our leaders. I see a media too afraid or too complicit to show us the truth of what we're funding. And I see the dangerous weaponization of Judaism to justify violence, not just against others, but at the expense of Jewish safety and integrity. Despite the atrocities of today being live streamed, we still are left to confront the crushing weight of our tax dollars contributing to the suffering without our consent. And I'll end with this. Despite this constant assertion that local governments should stay within their carefully crafted lanes, history has shown us something entirely different. Local governments have always been on the frontline defenders of the most marginalized and oppressed in our society. They have been the first to sound the alarm when the system falters, when justice is denied, when communities are left to suffer. Local governments should never be passive bodies that wait for the perfect moment to act or hesitate while injustice takes root. They should be bold and courageous because that's what this moment requires. To everyone here today, I ask you this, not just the people who came to speak for this. Do not sit idly by as this country continues its spiral into destruction, thinking you have no power to change the course of things. The power has always lied in the hands of the people. And that's exactly why they work tirelessly to keep you from realizing it, to keep you from knowing what you're capable of. But the truth is, your power is real and it's undeniable. It took you a year to get here, and we got here because you didn't give up. They fear you, and that's why they try so hard to suppress you. I plead with you, whatever happens tonight, get involved. Engage with your communities, talk to your neighbors, learn from each other, listen. Share your stories, your knowledge, your anger, and your hope. Do not let them strip you of the strength that lies within us all. It doesn't have to be just death. Death can mean rebirth. And that happens because of you. So I thank you. I thank you for coming here and displaying such courage that for so many people, they are not willing to show. And I love this city, despite what people may say. For the people who are sitting here and not condemning the fact that our own governor, who you are all constituents of, has threatened to defund you because he cares more about silencing you than protecting you. And I want to end with one quote. When words offend people more than babies buried under the rubble, something is very wrong with our society. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'll go last.
I thought you were going to go with,
Did you want to say something?
not now.
I want to go
Garza would
last.
like to go last, and I'll give her that. Ms. Garza would like to go last, and I will give her that option. So if anybody's got something to say, now would be the time to do it. So,
Well, I guess I can go next. You know, this topic has drawn so much attention in San Marcos, and it is dividing our community in ugly ways. You know, they're just, I hate to go back to the way it was years back, but as for my decision, I decided to, after talking to several of my constituents, to stay in my lane and deal with the citizens of San Marcos voted me to do and the responsibilities that come with that. Therefore, I be voting no in this one, Mayor.
I'm not seeing anything
Okay.
here, so
Unless you'd like to go.
she would like to go last. And I've made that clear, and I'm going to let her do that. So that's why I'm asking, now's the time if you have something to say.
Okay. So, first and foremost, I've already run through my company, and I've already asked them if there's any kind of conflict of interest, and they flat out told me, we don't even know who you are. I'll make it very clear. I don't have security clearance even for the United States, let alone security clearance for any other organization, so I'm just a peon. in a corporation that I want a job, and I'm sorry if people feel like I shouldn't work for that company, but guess what? It's one of the few jobs in the world that allows you to use a skill set, which, by the way, I don't have college, so I busted my ass to get to where I'm at right now in the IT company. So I'm going to work there, and I'm going to work there because it's a company that provides me with funds for my family, funds for me to be able to stay home and be able to contribute to our great community. I go back 8 generations in this family. I'm first-generation non-migrant worker. Okay, so to sit there and pretend like I am compliant to all this crap is ridiculous, and it's insulting for you to sit there and call me that I'm willing to go ahead and contribute to genocide. That's just, come on, you're human beings. Why would you claim that to somebody else who does not have that power? So that's done. Now, I was elected to represent my city limits of San Marcos. I have no control or no authority over any other city, any other county, or any other nation. And nor do I want France or Germany or Israel or Palestine telling me how I should run my city and make the decisions I have with these amazing 6 other individuals who are with me. We were elected. We are all different. We argue with each other consistently, but we hold each other in such high regards that we treat each other with respect. I have seen the division in this city just in the last month, and it's becoming disgusting. People that are here, again, these are simple individuals. What people don't realize here is this area that you're in right now, the San Marcos, Texas, that we love and that we cherish, ladies and gentlemen, the majority of it are migrant workers that have lived here for generations. So simplicity is what sits in our hide. We don't want to worry about everybody else. We are so concerned about making our bills. We have an average family's wealth here, okay, making $51,000 a year. We are one of the poorest counties in the entire state of Texas and the poorest city in our beautiful county. We're being outrun by every other city, and you guys see where everything's coming out there. Okay, my priority, because my constituents have called me, my people who live in Barrio Pescal, people that live in Sunset Acres, people who live on Hunter Road, who have lived there for decades. And I can repeat this over again. Go to Parkdale on a day that it rains more than 2 inches, and you have, and excuse my French, but you've got shit coming out of their drains. Now, why is that not a priority? Why are we not fighting over that? You know, if we're going to fight the governor, which I'm sorry to say it sucks that he's there for 2 years. It is what it is. He's elected, okay? I can't change that. So for us to actively going out there and trying to yank funding from our very poor community makes no sense to me. It makes no sense that we're denying our first obligation to the oath that we took to our charter of San Marcos, our Constitution. That's where our obligation should stand, is within our city limits. And again, it's called city limits for a reason. I in no way want genocide to exist. I'm a human being. I don't want children dying. I don't want any of that stuff happening, but I want to remind everybody about the 1980s, 1990s, the atrocities of Yasser Arafat. This has been going on. There is such complicated behind this. You see it, division is existing in my beautiful city. So I'm going to vote no because my priority are the citizens of San Marcos. Now, I hope we can get together, and there was a gentleman there in the sunglasses that had a great idea about trying to reach out to the governor. You want to make a difference, you want to talk about the funding that's coming through, then talk to our state representatives. Go talk to Erin Zwiener. Mrs. Zwiener is one of the most amazing representatives that we have, and she's willing to fight, but nobody's going to knock on her door. You need to go talk to her. She has the power. Go run down Kerry Isaac. Go talk to Greg Casar. These are people who we all voted for to make those choices for us. My limitations are here. And I'll be honest, I don't want Greg Casar or Kerry Isaac or any other representatives we have telling me how I should run my city, that I live here and I intend to die here. I was born here, my generations go back. I can't repeat that further enough, that I am more committed to this town than anything else. That's where the strength comes to, okay? Now the fact, again, I said it, Judge Abbott has made this threat. Whether you believe it or not, whether you want to sit there and say he's a great man or an evil man, the fact is he is the governor. And he has the authority to do this, whether it's legal or not, it's going to be done. Now, we could spend years going through litigation. We don't have the funds for litigation like Houston, Dallas, or any of the other cities that are sitting there doing it. And I'd sit back and ask yourselves, why haven't these other cities done it? Why? Because they have so many citizens that are at risk of this. My answer is no.
That's a perfect segue to my
There we go.
So, thank you, Matthew. I think that really helped set this up. You mentioned you don't want, Casar or other reps to tell you how to do your job as a local elected official. And so you don't want to tell them how to do their job. The thing is, the governor's telling us how to do our job in this situation. I think I echo everything Amanda said. And for me, I think what it comes down to is, because again, I think all of us can agree, genocide is bad, right? Okay. I think we're here to decide, will we allow Greg Abbott to dictate what this community is allowed to care about? Will we allow ourselves to be threatened into silence? Because that is what's happening. We received letters from the governor, Senator Campbell, and the Attorney General's office all saying the same thing: shut up or we'll take away your money. But dozens of legal experts right here in Texas and beyond have confirmed what we already know. These threats hold no legal merit. This is political theater meant to scare us into submission, and yet here we are. So I'll ask my colleagues, do you condemn the governor's threats to San Marcos, yes or no? Because regardless of how you vote tonight, I really want to challenge myself and the rest of this body to lead courageously. Our community deserves to know where each of us stand. I think it's important for us to contemplate whether we believe it's just for the governor to weaponize our city's financial future to silence our voice, whether it's acceptable for a state leader to misrepresent irrelevant legal statutes to threaten our ability to govern. We all know this isn't about legality, it's about control. He's told us plainly, if this resolution isn't fully denied, our bonds may not be approved. They're gonna take all our money. They're gonna make it harder for us to get any form of external funding that, to Councilman Mendoza's point, we need. We're not a rich city by any means. So, no matter how each of you vote, I urge you to use the platform our neighbors entrusted us with to name this for what it is, government overreach, and it's not okay. We have to represent, we have to not just represent, but lead. And I can already feel the energy. I know how this vote is going to go, but not because anyone here supports genocide, not because y'all agree with Abbott's tactics, but because many of y'all can't see the precedent that this sets. We've watched preemption escalate across Texas and the nation, and time again, local bodies fail to push back. But I understand why, right? I think we have felt the anxiety of our city staff. We've felt the anxiety of our neighbors who are reading in the newspaper and reading on social media that all these lifelines are gonna be taken from them, right? If this body chooses to voice an opinion. We care about operations, we wanna keep things running, we wanna protect what we have, but that's exactly what we have here, because staying quiet does not protect us. And I just do not understand how that doesn't weigh heavy on you. This just makes it easier to be steamrolled next time. At what point do we say no more? At what point do we stop pretending that silence is strategy? At what point do we call on other cities to join us in refusing to be bullied? Because yesterday was the constitutionality of our local can ban. Before that, it was whether citizen-led ballot initiatives were worth defending, and tomorrow it's gonna be whether we're allowed to maintain some of the most robust environmental protections in the state. Texas has been ground zero for regulatory preemption, where state leaders strip away local power every time cities do something they don't like, and that's messed up, y'all. The onus is on us to figure out a way to push back. They don't want us governing, they want us to comply. The more we fold to keep the peace and to save us, the struggle of trying to figure out where to pull money from to keep the lights on, the more control that they take. I feel like it's so dystopian and wrong. And I also just want to be clear, the resolution didn't ask anyone to break the law. We weren't asking for anything illegal, but I do think that the edits that my colleague made reaffirm that and really lay it out in words. We're simply calling on our federal government and our state government to reconsider how it allocates our dollars and how that money could be reinvested right here in San Marcos, because we are interconnected. And again, it really baffles me when people say this isn't a local issue. The inability to see how all of this connects and how what we fund abroad shapes what we can fund at home is why we're losing local power. We can't keep pretending that if we just stay in our lane, we'll be safer. We need that external funding, that very funding going to another country, and that very funding Governor Abbott is now threatening to take from us. I also think it's just interesting that the governor didn't go door to door in San Marcos asking residents if they wanted their dollars funding bombs in Gaza. He didn't poll Texans on whether to maintain business ties with the government accused of war crimes. But the second we, the level of government closest to the people, speak up, suddenly we're overstepping. Like, that's bizarre. We're the government closest to the community's heart. We feel the grief, we hear the voices, and if our people are calling on us to speak, I think we have to answer. And of course, it is about genocide. I'm not like drilling in on that because I think everybody did like a wonderful job presenting that piece. I just think we don't get to say we care about children and then stay silent about the ones being buried under rubble. We don't get to say we care about safety while ignoring the violence we have helped fund, even if it's unintentional. And for me, the resolution isn't symbolic. It's a stance for life, local authority, and the soul of our city. So all of that rant to say, I'm going to close by asking once more, do you stand with our community or with the governor's threats? Because history is watching, and so are your constituents. That's all I got.
And just a reminder that this is the amendment, and then
we vote
and then
on
vote on the main motion as amended.
So, if there's no one else who wishes to speak, we will vote on the amendment.
Mayor, I don't see you. Can you?
Because I haven't pushed the button yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm still thinking.
This is just the amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the motion passes 5-2.
Okay, so now the discussion would be on this new version. And I'm just going to say that I made my decision to vote no because I don't think it's city government business long before the letter from the governor came. So, right, that's not part of my consideration. And also, we've heard from our community, and our community is divided, and I couldn't tell you right now which way that would go if it were a vote at the ballot box. So, anybody else? Then we will vote
Well,
as amended.
I have a comment to that.
Go ahead.
It reminds me of the conversation that we had during the very heavily supported ballot initiative to repeal the police contract, where we saw a lot of neighbors from various points in this, like the socio-political spectrum, come out and show support for that. And I would say it was really interesting to see the different rationales and reasons for that. And we got to hear all of that, and we saw where the votes landed, and we discussed the proposed Hartman reforms at length. And we all, generally speaking, this is my perception, of course, agreed that there's good stuff in all of that. And then we still chose to almost not take any of that into consideration. So I just think it's interesting how we like pick and choose when we're gonna like wanna tally people up, and then what we do after we tally people up. Because we tallied people up for the police repeal, or the police contract repeal. The petition, oh yeah, you weren't here, okay, my bad. I was like, oh, what do you, and then we still blew them off. And so I just think it's interesting. That's just an observation. Yeah.
I just said I'm not sure. Okay, anybody else? We will vote on the motion as amended.
Okay, the motion fails with 5 noes and 2 yeses.
Damn.
Okay, so that completes that. Y'all have done really. And if you feel the need to yell, exit the building. Exit the building.
Yeah.
Sit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those of y'all wanting to yell, exit the building now, please. I don't want to have to say this again.
Oh.
Y'all were great. It was peaceful and respectful. You blew it. Out.
Well, you lost our respect now. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Shame on you. We will have a 5-minute recess while people exit the building. And we've got people that are signed up for Q&A. Those outside have been advised that if they're signed up and they wish to come back in, not yelling, they are invited to come back in. And if we have yelling and disruption of our meeting, that's not going to happen. So I'm going to start calling the names of people who signed up for Q&A. I'll wait.
Mayor, just as a point,
Yes, ma'am.
did you
Yes,
want
sir.
to give your usual spiel on the executive session? before-
Oh.
Just it's kind of.
Well, it's up to you.
You go right ahead.
Okay.
Read that one. Sorry, I was thinking that would be last.
The City Council will convene an executive session pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with the attorney to receive legal advice regarding A, matters pertaining to a proposed resolution calling for a ceasefire in the ongoing Israeli and Palestinian conflict, B, matters related to changes in various federal grant requirements, C, the decision of the 15th Court of Appeals in the matter of the State of Texas versus City of San Marcos et al. Cause number 15-24-00084-CV concerning the city's enforcement of pertaining marijuana laws.
Okay, for A, B, and C, we did hold that discussion on each of those topics. We completed that, and so we do not need to go into executive session now. Occasionally, we don't finish at the 3 o'clock meeting, and we need to finish now, but we did not have to do that today. Now, it is now question and answer session with press and public. This is a time that you've got 3 minutes. You may ask questions. If it's a matter of, there's a factual answer and we can answer it, we will do that. If not, if it's going to take gathering information, et cetera, that may take some time and we'll need your email address. This is a time to ask questions, but it is not a time to have debate with council members. That's not the point of this. So you've got 3 minutes for the questions. We'll figure out what we're going to do about the answers. I'll read the first few names in order. Will be Matthew Garcia, Aaron Brown, Carrie Acuna, Kathy Spadani, Yancy Aravallo, Randy Schultz, Amini Kirscher. Are any of those people here and would like to step forward and ask a question? Or 2 or 3? Okay. I will pick, if so, please step over to the microphone. If you'll stand along that wall there, and I'll know who's ready to speak.
How do you expect us to...
State your name, please.
Oh, Yancy Arevalo.
Thank you.
So how do you expect us to remain silent and respect the government process when you literally just silenced us? Right? How do you feel knowing that you're a desgracia? A disgrace to some of your constituents for not standing up to us, for us, I mean, to our governor who obviously doesn't care for his constituents. Thank you, Amanda and Alyssa, for supporting your constituents, Saul Gonzalez, Shane Scott, Matthew Mendoza, and Lorenzo Gonzalez. Shame on you. Lorenzo, what happened to your 17 amendments? Why did we not hear anything from you at all today? I thought you were supposed to come in ready with your 17 amendments. ¿Qué pasó? I don't know. I guess it's just really frustrating. Not really question and answer, but damn. Not surprised, right? But, you know, Saul, Matthew, y'all are up for re-election. So we'll see when that time comes around how your constituents feel about you after today. Right?
Of the next group, I'm going to call names: Riza Atai, Clay Chip Smith, Ethan Gwynn, Maya Jasser, Lane Lowry, Alan Chesler. Any of those folks still here? And if you want to speak, please step to the microphone. If not, that's okay. We're not making you. It's just you signed up. Rebecca Garcia, Layla Dabake, Brandon Oles, Maxfield Baker, Zette Gambino, Eleanor Lee, and Israel Delgado. Any of those folks still here and wish to ask a question? Please state
Hello.
your name.
I'm Israel. I'm not next.
Okay. But did you want to ask a question?
I'd like to, but I'd like to.
I think you may be the only one out of that group. You can certainly be first, and if someone else goes, I think I'm going to speak, they'll just get in line behind you.
Okay, cool. Alyssa, before you leave, please wait. I want to quickly thank you and Amanda for introducing the ceasefire resolution. As many people have already stated, the history of it is unprecedented, and you'll be remembered for this. Please stay because I have questions for you. When I say divisive, I just refer to the division in the room I've witnessed tonight. I don't think that the resolution you've introduced is divisive at all, to be honest with you. I think it's common sense. But obviously, we have a governor who has asked for certain concessions, and obviously we've seen what vote, the product of the vote. I wanted to ask you, since you are legislators, you have the power to reintroduce legislation. Would you consider negotiating or providing certain concessions to the governor? And I'll list specific ones right now that were mentioned in the letter he sent you. One issue the governor had was the city council had not condemned Hamas for the 2023 October 7th attack. And then another issue he had was the resolution didn't affirm the victims of October 7th were entitled to live life in safety and free of violence. I think that some of the concessions are also kind of common sense, just like they're basically saying Israel is, they want a statement saying in support of their sovereignty. And obviously we support Palestinian sovereignty. So if we could just, provide a statement saying we support both, or, I just think that there's, things that you two can do to reintroduce this ceasefire, and tonight doesn't have to be the end. So I wanted to ask you, would you consider reintroducing a ceasefire resolution that provides concessions to the governor, like I just mentioned, that would appease the divided room? That is what I'd like to ask you.
My answer is we were on the losing side of the.
Of course,
Would
yeah.
you?
So we couldn't reintroduce it.
You can't reintroduce
Isn't that correct, City Attorney? Like, we can't reintroduce it. But that's my understanding. But even if we could, I would have to get a better understanding as to whether the contents, the things that you stated of the governor's letter, was he just pointing out those things, or I didn't really get any indication that he was willing to entertain it at all. And so, I mean, I'm always down to talk to whoever about whatever, but I just don't. That's not the vibe that I got from the letter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate your statement. My knowledge is primarily of the federal government's legislative process, and I know they can introduce whatever they want as the basis I was going off of. Again, I appreciate you a lot for the willpower you had tonight. And I appreciate y'all. Oh, my time's up. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm gonna go outside now.
Hold on.
I can email answers. I'm gonna go outside because I'm like
Okay.
concerned, just to make sure that
Okay.
they're chill.
Clay Chip Smith?
We could just.
Do you
Clay
have
Chip Smith.
questions?
Quick question. If it's possible to have additional patrols for both the Jewish houses of worship in San Marcos and the Muslim house of worship in San Marcos, additional patrols for Jewish-owned businesses and Muslim-owned businesses for the next few days, that would help. The stress of this thing is important to let the people that have not the perfect mental health know that the place will be controlled, and therefore it's better to not do anything. So you don't have to say yes or no, just, that's my question.
Not up to me. I will have to check with staff and
Thank you. Thank you.
put that information, or put that question forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Mr. Baker, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Barely.
Is that better? Oh, no. I tried to use my microphone. Is this better?
Yeah, we can't see you, but
Yeah, I don't have any video. Great. So yes, my name is Maxfield Baker. My question is, why did y'all not answer Elisa's question about the governor? Do you stand by his approach? My other question is, Lorenzo, again, why did you not say anything? You had promised to do some work and bring forward amendments. Nothing was even posted to the forum. Why didn't you do that? To the whole body, what could we have done to be more persuasive? How can you say this is outside your lane when your constituents asked you to lobby at our state and federal level? How is this any different from any other lobbying that we do on issues that do not impact solely San Marcos, but instead impact regional and international issues? Lastly, I think you received illegal advice. I can't really hear it in the chamber because Sam Aguirre did not turn his microphone on when answering Elisa. But all you all did was a motion to approve failed. There was no motion to deny. That means this can be brought back. That means that this has not been entirely disposed of. Sam Aguirre, can you clarify exactly where this stands, since a motion to deny was not considered? Additionally, I spoke with Sam Aguirre regarding an email I sent you earlier today and my citizen comment in regards to why there was no citizen comment and Q&A during the work session, which is our city's policy and the direction that had been given to staff, without a carve out regarding whether it only included executive session items. I believe it was also misleading on the city's website, where it said, in fact, that there was no executive session, and that's why there was no sign up for it, although clearly there was an agenda posted for a work session at 3 p.m. I have asked that Sam Aguirre respond with what he told me in person in email and writing, and I would like an affirmation that I will receive that response. Those are my questions. Do you all intend to answer Elisa Garza's question right now? Because that's what I'm asking you.
I'll be happy to send my email response to your questions, Mr. Baker. Just for the record, council, so the public knows this, the executive session was not at the behest of the council. So I don't want any impression that the council directed that executive session. It was my recommendation because of the nature of this agenda item tonight and the issues that we were faced with. We needed ample time to have a serious executive session under Texas law. there is not a public comment requirement for executive session. And also, given the time element and the public interest in likelihood of citizen comments, we could have had the executive session tied up with citizen comments, knowing that we have a 6 o'clock meeting that we have to stay on schedule with. And the work session, that is something really we just have under our local ordinance. It's not a state law requirement. And we did not have a work session. Work sessions are for the typical public discourse that the council has, such as parks and recreation, when we're talking about the issues with fencing at the public parks or things of that nature. So it's not a legal requirement. Yes, it is customary that we have a 3 o'clock work session, but that's just because it's what's come to be expected. But for the purposes of this meeting, given the nature of knowing the number of citizens that would be speaking, we thought it was essential that we have a full executive session that would not run into the 6 o'clock meeting, knowing that the public would be expecting for council to start on time, and we knew we would have a citizen comment during that period. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else here. And is
Ma'am, I
anyone
asked
else-
other questions. Do you
Mr.
intend
Baker,
to answer those?
Your time is up.
Yes, ma'am. And there's an answers from the public, and I have not been given an answer from any of you, only from Sam. You said if it is a factual question with something you can answer now, you would, and you have not. Please answer my questions from the public. It's a
Mr.
simple yes
Baker?
or no from all of you. Yes, ma'am.
If any council member wants to respond to you, they can email you. We do not have to respond at this point in time. So we're moving on.
It is an option you're choosing not to
Mr.
take.
Baker?
I will.
Your time is up. I'm sorry, Ms. Trevino, did you say someone else is online? I'm sorry, the name again? Oh, the Dabbekeh. Okay.
Yes, that's me, Layla DeBecker.
Okay, did you hear the criteria for how we do question and answer?
No.
Okay, you've got 3 minutes to ask questions. This is not a time for interchange. If there's a factual answer that we could give you right away, we will. Otherwise, responses would have to be emailed if there is a response to be given. So you have 3 minutes.
Okay, it won't take 3 minutes. We're currently the United States of America / Israel, whatever you want to call it. We're currently in the position that Germany was in. I want to ask you, as politicians, as people in positions of power locally, which are important positions, what would your stance have been if people from Germany at the time, pretend were people from Germany, came to you and said, we are against the Holocaust of Jews? To each and every one of you, I want to hear an answer, please, on how you would have responded. Would you have responded the way you have this evening?
For council members that want to respond, they may be sending you email. I need to let you know that Ms. Garza and Ms. Rodriguez have left the meeting, and so
Yes.
they are not here, and I know that you may not be able to tell that.
No, I can see. I know how they would have responded. I'm asking the remaining members of the council.
That's a response that I would have to give some thought to.
I'll
I
look
don't- I
forward
don't-
to your response and
I
the
don't- I don't-
remainder.
I do not have a response at this time, and I'm not seeing other council members looking for their microphone to give a response immediately at almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you have another question?
No, I think your silence speaks for itself, all of you. It's quite shameful and very sad that humanity has been brought so low. I think.
Do you have
it's a very
another question?
It's a very simple question that you refuse to answer directly, and and that speaks for itself. I look forward to your responses in email.
Do you have any more questions? If not, I will close
No.
down our question and answer session for this evening. There being no further business on our agenda, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:56 a.m. on May 7th.